After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, a certain elder of the Phoenix clan who had watched Leng Ruoxue and the others leave, was petrified. Wu. Why does this Lord Lien Wu still remember this? Did he really think that Lien Wu Darren had already forgotten? What should he do? In fact, the reason why the elders of the Feng clan had so readily agreed to exchange wine with Lord Lien Wu was that the wine was indeed rare. Another reason was that they hoped Lord Lien Wu would forget the grudge between him and the Phoenix King. Otherwise, if he really wanted to find fault with the Phoenix King, it would make them quite conflicted and embarrassed. It wasn't that they couldn't beat Lord Lien Wu, but that her identity was too troublesome. They couldn't fight, but they couldn't. Therefore, after a quick discussion, the elders decided not to provoke that fellow. As for those who had been provoked by the Phoenix King, they would let the Phoenix King find a way to settle them. Most of the elders of the Phoenix clan wanted to keep things at peace, so they naturally didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. However, they also knew that it was very difficult for the king and Lord Lien Wu to live in peace. However, as the head of the clan, the Phoenix King should have the spirit of sacrifice. When they thought about it this way, the elders of the Phoenix clan calmed down and naturally believed that the king had to take full responsibility for this matter and shoulder the mission of building a good relationship with Lord Lien Wu. Of course, the unconscious Phoenix King was still not clear about the thoughts of the elders. Otherwise, she would have fainted again from anger. When an elder of the Phoenix clan passed on Lord Lien Wu's words to the elders of the Phoenix clan, they were even more determined to let the Phoenix King come out and settle this matter. However, the Phoenix King was still in a coma, so this matter could only be temporarily postponed. In order to appease Leng Ruoxue's anger, the elders of the Phoenix clan had already come up with a plan. On the other hand, after Leng Ruoxue left the Phoenix clan's territory with a group of peacocks and Feng Xiu's family, she held a huge banquet. Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes when she saw the expression on the Peacock King's face. She asked in a speechless manner, "What? Don't tell me you don't have any befriended beasts?" "There's no one," Peacock King said embarrassedly. Moreover, due to the coveting of the Phoenix King, he rarely stepped out of the Peacock tribe's territory. Of course, these were all his sad history. Other than the members of the Peacock clan, he was too embarrassed to share it with others. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue said, "Go and invite them. It's good that they're here, it'll save me a lot of trouble. If they're not, I'll have to trouble myself to make a trip here." The Peacock King nodded his head in a daze. He could not help but guess in his heart. The master said that he would make a trip personally. Could it be what he was thinking? Following that, the dumbfounded Peacock King saw his master hand him a list of names. On it were the names of a few beasts. These beasts were the ones that Leng Ruoxue was planning to recruit. According to Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, they might as well have a feast at Hongmen. This saved her the trouble of making another trip. She felt that she should be waiting for the Phoenix King to wake up at the Peacock tribe and give her all to make things difficult for the Phoenix King. Therefore, she naturally did not have any extra time to communicate with those beasts. The best way was to gather all the beasts that she wanted to recruit together. It was best for those beasts to be tactful. If they dared to disobey, then don't blame her for using violence. The more Leng Ruoxue thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was good. However, when she saw the evil smile on Leng Ruoxue's ugly face, Peacock King could not help but break out in cold sweat. He seemed to have already foreseen the fate of the beasts who came. However, now that Leng Ruoxue was his master, he naturally could not help an outsider. Hence, he handed the task to his most capable subordinate without any shame. After that, he arranged for the other clansmen to make all the preparations. Of course, the most important thing was that the defense work had to be done well to prevent those beasts from escaping. The Peacock clan was busy preparing for the upcoming banquet, but the beasts who had received the Peacock King's invitation were confused. Although they lived in the Phoenix territory and were all subsidiary races of the Phoenix tribe, they did not have much interaction with each other. However, the Peacock tribesman in charge of the invitation had made it clear that he was inviting them to drink the 100-flower wine. When the Peacock King heard the replies of these clans, he felt rather complicated deep down in his heart. With master's means, how could he let these beasts who came to his door go? Although he was the one who invited these beasts, it wasn't up to him to decide if they would come or not. And from the moment these beasties decided to come, their fate had already been decided. Out of sympathy, the Peacock King was generous when he learned that the invited families would come. The Beast Clan leaders who had been invited were all secretly shocked, and they saw the generous hospitality of the Peacock Clan. Especially when they saw the pots of 100-flower wine on the table, the Beast Clan leaders couldn't help but widen their eyes. It really was the Phoenix Clan's 100-flower wine. And so many jars. The Phoenix Clan's 100-flower wine was stored in a jar unique to the Phoenix Clan. Previous chapter. But now, after seeing the jar of 100-flower wine with their own eyes, they had no choice but to believe. Seeing so much 100-flower wine, the tribe leaders knew in their hearts that the Peacock tribe had definitely bled a fortune. As for why, they had no idea. Just as the few Beast Clan leaders were making wild guesses, the Peacock King and Leng Ruoxue walked towards them. They naturally recognized the Peacock King. As for the ugly woman beside him, they had never seen her before. However, they didn't think too much about it, thinking that she was the Peacock King's subordinate or something. After exchanging pleasantries with the other Beast Patriarchs, the Peacock King invited them to take a seat. At this moment, the elders were surprised to find that the ugly woman was sitting beside the Peacock King. The Peacock King glanced at the bewildered expressions of the Beast leaders and said with a faint smile, "This is my master." What? The Beast Patriarchs paled in shock upon hearing this. Did they hear wrong? That ugly woman was actually the Peacock King's master. "I will be your master in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the beast patriarchs instantly darkened. The Peacock King looked at his master helplessly. Faced with the Peacock King's helpless silence, the beast patriarchs understood that this woman wasn't joking. At the thought of this, the Eagle tribe leader, who had the worst temper, shouted angrily with a dark expression, "If you want to be our master, we'll have to see if you have the ability." With that, the Eagle race's leader, who had transformed into his human form, immediately returned to his original form. In its true form, the Condor tribe leader was close to 2 meters long. The giant eagle was already very close to him, and seeing this ugly monster looking down on it, it became even more angry. Following that, all the beasts present heard a loud bang. At this moment, the beasties could see clearly that the person caught in the net was the Eagle tribe leader. All the beastie were silent. Everything had happened too quickly, and they did not see clearly how the Eagle tribe leader had flown out, hit the fence, and was caught in the net. However, the Peacock King, who was standing beside Leng Ruoxue, was well aware of everything. The one who had sent the Condor tribe leader flying was the little white cat in his master's arms. He looked at the little white cat's small and exquisite claws, then glanced at the Condor tribe leader's huge body. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. How could this little kitten be so violent? To be honest, if it was his master who did it, he would feel better, but it wasn't. How could the pet cat that only knew how to let its owner hug it all day? Sob. The Peacock King's little heart was experiencing an unprecedented test at this moment. The Peacock King carefully recalled the past. On the other side, the other beast patriarchs were also shocked speechless. Their positions and angles weren't as good as the Peacock King's, so they couldn't see clearly who had attacked. Who was this person? Although the Condor clan's chief's abilities could not be compared to the 4 great king divine beasts, his abilities were still ranked among the beast clans. Looking at the petrified and clearly dispirited Eagle tribe leader, the Eagle tribe leader endured it for a long time. In the end, he could not hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked, "May I ask, who was the one who attacked the Condor tribe's chief just now?" "It's me." "What, you want to take revenge for this stupid bird?" Because the area of Azure was too small, at the start, the Eagle tribe leader only heard the sound and did not see anyone. This fact immediately threw the Eagle tribe leader into a state of confusion. Never in his dreams would he have thought that this petite and seemingly weak little cat would actually be able to send the powerful Eagle tribe leader flying with a kick. This was absolutely illogical. The Eagle tribe leader felt that it was very likely that he had been fooled, so after watching for a long time, they still could not tell that this little kitty had the ability to send the Eagle tribe leader flying with a kick. The beasts that were sent out were from the Eagle clan. The Eagle clan was a rather large beast clan with a wide variety of eagles. However, when Song saw the golden eagle in front of him, he didn't even lift his eyelids and only said indifferently, "You want to fight me one-on-one? It is." The golden giant eagle looked at Song, not daring to be careless. Then, the golden eagle roared again, "If I win, you'll have to follow my orders in the future." "No problem," he said. "Then what if I beat you? Will your Eagle clan listen to my nyo from now on?" This. The golden eagle stammered. This was not something it could decide. "So you can't make the decision. You can't make the decision." Hearing this, the giant golden eagle turned to look at the Eagle tribe leader. The Eagle tribe leader was a little angry and cursed in his heart. "Why are you looking at me?" To be honest, he only wanted to send someone to test the cat's strength. "I promise you." Hee. "That's the way." Then, the beasts heard a scream. After a pained cry, the proud golden eagle couldn't accept the difference in strength between it and Azure, and fainted from the pain. At the sight of this, the Eagle tribe leader's face turned ashen. Then, he thought of what he had promised the kitten. Instantly, he shriveled up like a frost-beaten eggplant. Seeing the dejected look on the Eagle tribe leader's face, the few beast tribe leaders who were still relatively safe at the moment did not dare to make a sound. The other beast chieftains were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. All of the beast patriarchs were on the verge of tears. They could sense that they wouldn't be able to struggle for much longer. Sure enough, they heard Song say, "Now it's your turn. Do you want me to make a move, or do you want to surrender?" Woo, it was their turn so soon. I surrender. You're a good child." The leader of the Wild Goose tribe was not happy at all after being praised. He was a disadvantageous group, so, after taking the initiative to surrender, in order to reduce the huge pressure on himself, the Yen clan leader could not help but move closer to Leng Ruoxue so that he would not become the punching bag for the other beasties. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she could not help but laugh to herself. However, in order to cooperate with Song, Leng Ruoxue deliberately put on a straight face and said, "I'll give you 5 more minutes to think about it. If you still don't give me an answer after 5 minutes, I'll have to use force." "Girl, don't wait for 5 minutes, use force now. I think these guys won't give up until they see the coffin. It's useless to give them 50 minutes and they're even delaying our meal. So, let's not wait any longer." If it wasn't afraid that these guys would delay its meal, it wouldn't even bother to attack. Therefore, its only hope now was that these beasts would be tactful and not let it worry too much. Otherwise, it would be angry. After hearing Song and Leng Ruoxue's conversation, the few clan leaders of the beast clans who had yet to express their stance were on the verge of tears. Why did they have such a hard life? "If I had known, I wouldn't have come for this meal. Even if you didn't come for this meal, we would still find you. So, just accept your fate. Don't put up a stubborn resistance." Song could no longer stand Mo Wuxie's attitude, and immediately, a few of the beast leaders fell to the ground. Including the Eagle clan leader, the other beast clan leaders all had pale faces as they looked at Song in disbelief. "I'm afraid that even the Phoenix King can't do anything to this cat." After sensing Song's strength, the other beast tribe leaders who had wanted to ask for help from the Phoenix tribe gave up on that thought. They then looked at Song like wives and said with a wronged expression, we are willing to surrender." Sob. "The situation is pressing." Seeing that the matter was settled, Azure smiled in satisfaction. "It would have been better if you had known earlier." None of the beast leaders dared to reply. Then, they heard Song Yu mutter to himself, although you've surrendered, you've wasted our precious meal time. So, I'm going to punish you. None of you are allowed to drink today. Hearing this, the leaders of the beast clans became even sadder. Is there any justice in this world? It was already frustrating enough to be forced to surrender. Oh heavens! The earth! This was too beastly. The dejection in the hearts of the beast tribe leaders could not be described with words, and Azure was completely uninterested in what they were thinking. Following that, Leng Ruoxue also started eating with a smile on her face. When the peacock saw this, they cheered in unison and started eating without holding back. Seeing the snowy white kitten not far away, holding a bone that was at least twice its size and gnawing on it, the other chiefs of the beast clans who were also gnawing on the bone but didn't know what they were feeling. Especially when they saw the meat of others accompanied by wine, they were even more depressed. Why was he so aggrieved at this banquet of hongmen? Before the banquet started, there was an additional host, and he didn't even have the right to drink. The Eagle tribe leader had even guessed that this person might not even have prepared a portion for them. It had to be said that the Eagle tribe leader was right. Leng Ruoxue really thought that way. Even though it was a treacherous plot, Leng Ruoxue had no intention of treating them to a meal before she settled them, so as not to waste her own food. After all, being thrifty was a virtue. She felt that the number of beasts she had to raise was increasing, so she naturally had to be more careful with her calculation. As for not giving them wine to drink, it had nothing to do with Leng Ruoxue. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue led the peacocks to eat and drink to their heart's content. As for the few beast clan leaders who had come for the wine, they could only smell the wine without any complaints. After the feast at hongmen in their eyes ended, the few beast clan leaders took the initiative to acknowledge their master. Under Leng Ruoxue's arrangement, they returned to their clan to pack their things and also to appease their clansmen who were still unaware of the truth. Leng Ruoxue, on the other hand, continued to stay in the peacock clan. She also informed the clan leaders that if there were any difficulties that they could not solve, they had to tell her and she would settle it. Hearing this, the hearts of the other beast clan leaders began to tremble. Could they say that they didn't dare to trouble their newly minted master? Now that they knew Leng Ruoxue's identity, it wasn't hard to imagine how violent and bloodthirsty their master would be when he said he would settle her. With a heart full of fear and anxiety, the leaders of the magical beasts fled from the territory of the peacock clan. They made up their minds that if any of their clansmen dared to oppose the peacock clan, they would be the ones to suppress them. As he watched the backs of the beast patriarchs leave, the peacock king couldn't help but tease, "Master is still the best." Look at how they all ran away when they heard that Master was going to make a move. Yes, so be good and don't make me do it. I've always been a good girl. Leng Ruoxue was speechless when she saw the expression on the peacock king's face. Zhang Ziyi glared at the peacock king fiercely, causing him to shiver in fear. Woo! He had actually forgotten about this violent person. This little cat was definitely 10 times scarier than its owner. The peacock king was extremely conflicted. Just as he was thinking about how to please this little kitten, he suddenly heard the guard's voice, "Master, King. The Phoenix King is awake." Upon hearing this news, Peacock King was excited. He quickly told Leng Ruoxue, "Master, let's go see the Phoenix King." Seeing how anxious the Peacock King was, Leng Ruoxue let out a faint smile. She then sized him up and only let him go when she was about to make the Peacock King's hair stand on end. She then said with a look of understanding, "I didn't expect you to care so much about the Phoenix King. It seems that you really can't forget your old feelings for her. Why don't I grant you your wish?" Upon hearing this, the Peacock King almost knelt down. With a long face, he looked at Leng Ruoxue with an aggrieved expression and said pitifully, "Master, you can't wrong me like this." "Oh? How did I wrong you, this person? Weren't you the one who wanted to see the Phoenix King the moment you heard that she had woken up?" Leng Ruoxue pointed out this fact with a calm expression. When the Peacock King heard this, he even wanted to strangle himself. He couldn't help but cry out in his heart that he was wronged. He really didn't rush to see the Phoenix King because he was concerned about her. He mainly wanted to see how his master would bully the Phoenix King. He felt that such a scene was quite lovely. After some thought, the Peacock King spoke with a serious expression, "Master, I have no old feelings for the Phoenix King, you know that. I just wanted to see the Phoenix King make a fool of himself. It's definitely not what you think." The Peacock King felt even more aggrieved as he spoke. In fact, he knew very well that his master was just playing with him. However, he really did not want to be involved with the Phoenix King. With this thought in mind, the expression on the Peacock King's face became more and more serious. It was as if he would die if Leng Ruoxue accused him wrongly. Seeing him like this, Leng Ruoxue naturally knew that it was time to stop joking. She stopped teasing him and said, "It's only a matter of time before I go to see the Phoenix King. However, the Phoenix clan hasn't sent anyone to inform us that the Phoenix King has woken up. This is enough to show that the Phoenix King can't see anyone now. So, we'd better wait. After all, we have to give the Phoenix clan some face, right?" The Peacock King nodded, but he didn't think so. He didn't believe that his master would give the Phoenix tribe so much face. He probably had other tricks up his sleeve. Thinking of this, he was instantly excited. As the saying goes, a good meal is not afraid of being late. It's fine to find trouble with the Phoenix King a few days later. After the Peacock King had thought it through, he looked at his master with a coquettish expression. However, Leng Ruoxue only said to him, "I'm going to rest." After she finished speaking, she patted her butt and left. Only the dumbfounded Peacock King was left standing there. The Peacock King couldn't understand why his master suddenly wanted to rest. There was no sign of it at all. AI. No one could guess the master's thoughts. The Peacock King sighed and went to rest. At the same time, the Phoenix King, who had just woken up in the Phoenix clan, was also facing the threat of a treacherous plot. However, there was no food or wine to eat in this treacherous plot. All the elders of the Phoenix clan gathered in the Phoenix King palace. They had already discussed the countermeasures and results, and all of them were staring at the sick Phoenix King who was half lying on the bed, their faces full of helplessness. After the elder and the Phoenix King stared at each other for a long time, the Phoenix King finally couldn't help but burst out, "How long do you plan to watch me? If you have something to say, say it. Get lost after you're done, I still need to rest." The Phoenix King's tone was extremely unpleasant. When the elders of the Phoenix clan heard this, they were even more dissatisfied with her. At this moment, an elder of the Phoenix tribe, under the encouraging gazes of the other elders, said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Phoenix King, although you are the Phoenix King, we are also the elders of the Phoenix King. How can you speak to us so rudely and impolitely? Damn it. You still know that I'm the Phoenix King? So many of you elders have come to see me, what is the meaning of this?" The Phoenix King was also very dissatisfied. She was not a fool. Looking at the elders' expressions, she knew that these elders had something to tell her. Moreover, it was a very important thing. Otherwise, they would not have come in such a neat manner. Apart from the elders who were not in the clan, almost all the elders were present. The king has just woken up. As a member of the Phoenix clan, isn't it only right for us to come and see the king on behalf of our clansmen? Or is it that the king hopes that we won't come to see you? To tell the truth, there were still many clansmen who wanted to express their concern for the king. However, we were afraid that too many of our clansmen would come and disturb the king's rest, so we stopped them. The elder of the Phoenix clan who had spoken earlier on was not blushing at all. His heart was not beating fast as he explained his reasoning. Furthermore, at first glance, it sounded so reasonable. From this, it could be seen that the elders of the Phoenix clan had their reasons for letting him be the representative. After all, his eloquence was one of the best in the Phoenix clan. Even if he couldn't bring the dead back to life, he wasn't far from it. Sure enough, after hearing this, the Phoenix King was silent for a while. She couldn't refute these words at all. She couldn't be angry just because he was concerned about her. If she offended all the elders, how could she, the Phoenix King, manage the Phoenix clan well in the future? Thinking of this, the expression on the Phoenix King's face immediately eased, and his tone became much more amiable. "Thank you for your concern, elders," the Phoenix King said. After she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of a certain person that she hated so much that she gritted her teeth and asked, "Did that Lien Wu get lost?" Lost? Your Majesty, Lord Lien Wu is the Divine Lord's man. As the saying goes, even if you don't give face to the monk, you should give face to the Buddha. Even if you're talking to God Lord Fog Ripple, you can't speak to him like this. It's a good thing Lord Lien Wu isn't here right now, or else I'm afraid he'll laugh at our phone clan for being impolite. The eloquent elder of the Phoenix clan advised. When the Phoenix King heard this, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When did that damned Lien Wu manage to bribe the elders of her Phoenix clan? However, without giving the Phoenix King a chance to get angry, the elder continued to speak eloquently, "King, since you've mentioned Lord Lien Wu, then I'll represent the Elder Council and have a good talk with you. We know that King and Lord Lien Wu have some misunderstandings, but it's not easy to make enemies. The other party is also a trusted aide of God Lord Lien Wu. Thus, after some discussion, our Elder Council has decided to be on good terms with Lord Lien Wu. As for the matter of roping in Lord Lien Wu, King will have to personally appear. I hope that your Majesty can put aside your grudges and live in harmony with Lord Lien Wu and the Divine Master's estate for the future of our Phoenix clan. After all, the current Phoenix clan is different from the past, and we can't put on the airs of the past. I hope that your Majesty can understand the elders' efforts and help us rebuild the glory of the Phoenix clan." The more the elder spoke, the more agitated he became. Very quickly, he had infected the emotions of all the elders present. However, the Phoenix King's beautiful face turned darker and darker after hearing what he said. Damn it! What was going on? Why did she not recognize these elders of the Phoenix clan after she had been unconscious for such a short while? Previous chapter. Next chapter. The Phoenix King was furious. He looked at the elders with his fiery red eyes, which shot out two clusters of raging flames. The flames of anger seemed to want to burn all the elders present into ashes. The elders had already expected the Phoenix King's reaction. Therefore, they were not surprised at all. Instead, they calmly looked at the Phoenix King's beautiful eyes that were spewing fire. There were even elders who couldn't help but think in their hearts, their king. Other than being lecherous, the Phoenix tribe's biggest flaw was their stubbornness. They could tolerate their lecherous nature, but they could not tolerate their stubbornness. Otherwise, the Phoenix tribe would become a second-rate beast tribe sooner or later. That was something they did not want to see. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken this opportunity to try and correct some of the Phoenix King's bad habits. Perhaps they would have to pay a huge price for this, but they could not allow their king to continue like this. After all, the Phoenix clan now was no longer the powerful Phoenix clan that was filled with talents tens of thousands of years ago. It was imperative for the Phoenix clan to reform. It was with this goal and thought that the elders had already decided that they would not compromise this time. They had to change some of the king's bad habits. After the Phoenix King and the other elders stared at each other for a long time, seeing that these elders had no intention of retreating at all, he began to think in his heart. Something must have happened that she didn't know about. Otherwise, these elders who had always listened to her would never dare to go against her like this. One had to know that there were many of his trusted elders here. Now, they were all going against him. Didn't this mean that things were getting serious? After thinking for a while, the Phoenix King put on an aggrieved expression and said, I can understand that you want to be on good terms with Lianwu, but do you know how I was injured? Hearing this, the elders of the Feng clan looked at each other. Did this mean that Lord Lianwu had something to do with King's injury? However, they were also present at the time. Although they were outside the house, they were very sure that they didn't hear the sound of Lord Lianwu's attack. However, presumably, the king wouldn't lie to them because of such a matter, so they still had this bit of confidence. Seeing the confusion on the elders' faces, and some of them even put on a humble look to ask for advice, the Phoenix King could not help but smile proudly in her heart. Damn Lianwu, you want to fight with her? No way. Then, the Phoenix King continued, it's all because of Lord Lianwu that I was heavily injured. When the Phoenix King said this, she deliberately pretended to be pitiful. As soon as she finished speaking, her confidants and elders immediately showed sympathy. However, those elders did not say anything. Instead, the elder with the excellent eloquence spoke on her behalf. King means that your injury is related to Lord Lianwu? He needed to make sure. Didn't I already tell you? The Phoenix King was a little angry from embarrassment. Was this guy deaf? But we are sure that Lord Lianwu didn't make a move. The elder replied honestly. As soon as he finished speaking, the other elders of the Phoenix clan nodded in agreement. The Phoenix King's face darkened even more. F***CK. Were these guys really the elders of the Phoenix clan? Aren't they the subordinates of that damned Lianwu? The Phoenix King had lived for so long and had seen many ungrateful people, but she had never seen an elder who would side with outsiders like this. She felt that she was really going to die of anger. Especially when she saw that many elders agreed with her, the anger in her heart could not help but rise to the top of her head. She didn't do anything, but she disturbed this prince's mood. At that time, this prince was at a critical moment and was frightened by her. Naturally, this prince was injured. Do you think this prince's injury has nothing to do with her? After taking a few deep breaths, the Phoenix King spoke without shame. Actually, the Phoenix King's words were definitely a little exaggerated. When she heard the Peacock King complain to Leng Ruoxue, she had already held her breath. However, she was in high spirits at the time and could not refute it. Following that, she heard Leng Ruoxue's curses and saw Leng Ruoxue leading a group of people into her palace hall. In that instant, she was so angry that she could not catch her breath and fainted. As for overindulgence, it was the crime Leng Ruoxue had arranged for her. The elders of the Phoenix clan were not surprised that the Phoenix King, who had a criminal record, had fainted because of this. After all, their king was indeed lustful. However, the Phoenix King didn't think that there was anything wrong with her liking men. Not only was she not ashamed, but she was also proud of it. Moreover, she also really felt that fainting from doing something was better than fainting from anger. As such, the Phoenix King naturally found a good reason to pass out. However, when the elders of the Phoenix clan heard the Phoenix King's shameless words, they blushed in embarrassment and wished they could find a hole to hide in. How could the Phoenix King have the nerve to say this? Some of the elders with high self-esteem were embarrassed and angry, and their faces were red with anger. Many of the elders expressed their helplessness towards the Phoenix King. They had truly experienced the king's thick skin today. AI. No wonder all the little phoenixes now. King, this matter cannot be completely blamed on Lord Lianwu. As the king of the Phoenix clan, Lord Lianwu is also a guest of my clan. How could you only care about your own enjoyment and not properly entertain the guest? Under the expectant gazes of all the elders, the elder who was highly anticipated by the crowd once again opened his mouth to criticize. His words naturally resonated with most of the elders. They looked at the Phoenix King with more and more disapproval. When the Phoenix King saw this, he was truly angry. F***CK. This damn guy, is he bent on going against me? He clearly knew that he hated Lianwu, yet he still dared to accuse him of not treating his guests well. Why did she have to treat that guy well? She really wanted Lianwu to get lost as soon as possible. Wait a minute. The Phoenix King suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered something. Didn't Lianwu go to find the parasol tree? Why did he come back so quickly? Could it be that no sycamore tree was willing to leave with her, so she came back early? Thinking of this possibility, the Phoenix King burst out laughing. Seeing the Phoenix King's anger and laughter, the elders were all speechless. What had triggered the king? Could it be that he was really angered by them? At that moment, the elders of the Phoenix clan heard the Phoenix King ask, "Where's Feng Yun? Get Feng Yun to come see me." Feng Yun was the clansman of the Phoenix clan who had accompanied Leng Ruoxue to look for the parasol tree. He was also one of the trusted aides of the Phoenix clan and was extremely favored and trusted by the Phoenix King. Upon hearing the order from the Phoenix King, the elders looked at each other again. The king was really abnormal. They were talking about Lord Lianwu, why did they look for Feng Yun? Previous chapter. Next. The elders, who didn't know what was going on, gave their representatives a look, and the eloquent elder of the Phoenix clan quickly reminded, "King, Feng Yun isn't here, so let's first discuss the matter between you and Lord Lianwu. You can summon Feng Yun later." "No. I want to see Feng Yun now. I don't have anything to discuss with that Lianwu," the Phoenix King said willfully. "My king." A certain elder looked at the Phoenix King with a slight headache. At this moment, Feng Yun, who the Phoenix King wanted to see, was brought over by the guards. The moment Feng Yun saw the Phoenix King, she immediately wailed and cried, "My king! The wudong tree was taken away by Lord Lianwu." "What did you just say?" Hearing this, the Phoenix King stood up immediately. The expressions of all the elders of the Phoenix clan changed drastically as they looked at Feng Yun nervously. In fact, Feng Yun had just woken up from his coma. Just as he was about to report this matter to the Phoenix King, he coincidentally received a guard's notice that the Phoenix King wanted to see him. The moment he heard it, he couldn't wait any longer and came to the Phoenix King palace. "The sycamore tree is gone," Feng Yun repeated when he saw the shock and disbelief on the faces of the Phoenix King and the elders. Following that, Feng Yun explained everything that happened in the parasol tree forest to the Phoenix King and the elders. After the Phoenix King and the elders heard it, they were all as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The furious Phoenix King could not help but vent all her anger on the elder who had been speaking up for Lianwu. She said fiercely, "What else do you have to say now? Do you still want our Phoenix clan to be on good terms with that damned Lianwu?" The Phoenix King was furious, and the consequences would be severe. Originally, she just wanted to ask Feng Yun and Lianwu about the situation in the parasol tree forest. She didn't expect to hear that all her parasol trees had disappeared. This time, the hatred in her heart for Lianwu rose a few steps. However, after the elder of the Phoenix tribe who had been scolded heard that the parasol tree had disappeared, he calmed down. He glanced at the Phoenix King and asked, according to what this subordinate knows, it was King who personally agreed for Lord Lianwu to go to the parasol tree forest. King even swore that if Lord Lianwu could move the entire parasol tree forest away, King would not have any objections. Now that Lord Lianwu really did that, why is King regretting it? If you want this subordinate to say a few words of justice, Lord Lianwu is not in the wrong. After all, Wang Yuyan was the one who started it. After listening to the elder's words, the Phoenix King was so angry that her whole body trembled. She pointed her white jade-like finger at the elder, unable to say a complete sentence. This time, she was really angry. This damn guy, he clearly wants to go against me. To side with an outsider like this, could it be that he had already been bribed by that hateful Lianwu? As soon as the seed of doubt was planted in the Phoenix King's heart, she instantly lost her good face towards this elder who only knew how to go against her. She also felt that this elder was extremely unpleasant to the eye. Moreover, the more she looked at this elder, the more suspicious she became. In the end, she was even certain that this guy had definitely been bribed by Lianwu. However, before the Phoenix King could voice out her thoughts, an elder agreed and said, "Elder Zhao's words are very reasonable. This matter was indeed started by Wang Yuyan. It was the king who was too careless." Upon hearing this, the Phoenix King felt a mouthful of blood surging up her throat. Her mouth was instantly filled with the taste of blood. She suppressed her anger and swallowed the mouthful of blood. Her already unhealthy face turned white and black, black and white. However, at this moment, no elder cared about the king's expression. Instead, he suggested in all seriousness, "If even Lady Wu really took away our parasol trees, we have to be on good terms with her. You must know that not everyone can take away those parasol trees, unless they are willing." Yup. I didn't expect Lord Lianwu to have such ability to make those parasol trees listen to her. If we get along well with her, Lord Lianwu will be happy and might even return those parasol trees to us. After all, she's not from the Phoenix clan. Those parasol trees are useless to her, aren't they? The more the elder spoke, the more excited he became. The anxiety, shock, and disbelief on his face had all turned into joy. When he said this, many elders also deeply agreed, feeling that it was exactly that logic. Hearing the discussions of the elders, Feng Yun who originally came to complain was instantly dumbfounded. How did this happen? This shouldn't be the case. After knowing that the wudong tree had been stolen, shouldn't these elders be so angry that they would gather their clansmen to snatch the wudong tree back? Then, what was the situation now? Feng Yun was at a loss. The Phoenix King was so angry that he was speechless. At this moment, the eloquent elder Shao smiled and said, "All the elders have a point. To us, befriending Lord Lianwu is absolutely of utmost importance. However, the king doesn't seem to agree with this." As he spoke, Elder Shao changed the topic to the furious Phoenix King. "Your Majesty, don't be angry anymore. It was indeed your fault for not being careful with your words, which caused our Phoenix tribe to lose our parasol tree. Therefore, you must make up for your mistake. Otherwise, you will be a sinner of our Phoenix tribe." As soon as Elder Zhao's words fell, there were immediately elders who criticized the Phoenix King with righteous words. Naturally, these words were highly praised by the other elders. The Phoenix King's brain was buzzing from all the noise. Although she endured it, in the end, she couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, "All of you shut up. I know what to do, I don't need you to teach me." The Phoenix King's anger could not be described with words. Especially when she saw Elder Shao looking at her with a smile and anticipation, the anger in her heart deepened. Now, even if she insisted that Feng Shao had been bribed by Lianwu, the elders would not believe her. It was really too detestable. Knowing the anger and dissatisfaction of the Phoenix King, Feng Shao said without fear of death, "Then when will the Phoenix King meet Lord Lianwu? This matter should not be delayed. Otherwise, if Lord Lianwu leaves, I'm afraid that your highness can only go to the imperial city to find her, and you may not be able to find her at that time." "Why can't I find her?" Hearing the last few words, the Phoenix King suppressed his anger and asked. "Wang, have you forgotten? That Lord Lianwu is the advisor of God Lord Fog Ripple, and one of the more secretive ones at that. We rarely hear of her name, so it can be seen just how well God Lord Fog Ripple has hidden her. Did the king think that he would be able to find out anything about an advisor who usually did not see the light of day? Or are you planning to personally ask God Lord Fog Ripple? I don't believe that God Lord Fog Ripple would be happy to tell you. Feng Zhao's words were sincere and earnest as he explained patiently. When the Phoenix King heard this, it seemed to make sense. However, she did not know why, but she was extremely unhappy. At this moment, she glanced at Feng Yun who had a deathly pale expression and asked with uncertainty, have all the parasol trees in our parasol tree forest really disappeared? This subordinate only heard many sycamore trees say that they would leave with Lord Lianwu. Then, this subordinate fainted. This subordinate does not know what happened after that. By the time this subordinate woke up, he was already back at his own residence. Feng Yun didn't dare to hide anything and spoke the truth. So you didn't see the parasol trees leave with Lord Lianwu? After hearing this, Feng Zhao quickly asked. No, I fainted. Feng Yun said with some embarrassment. At this moment, he felt a few dissatisfied gazes and immediately felt guilty. Your Majesty, since Feng Yun is unable to confirm this matter, why don't you send someone you trust to the parasol tree forest to confirm it? Feng Zhao suggested. Well, Feng Yuan, take some people with you to take a look. The Phoenix King nodded and then instructed an elder present. After receiving the order, the elder immediately led the guards to the parasol tree forest. Not long after, they returned and reported truthfully, Your Majesty, those parasol trees are still here. Still here? Feng Yun, what do you say? The Phoenix King narrowed his eyes. He was obviously a little unhappy. Your Majesty, it must be because Lord Lianwu couldn't take away so many parasol trees at once, so he left them behind. I think she will definitely come back to take them away. I think we should think of a countermeasure as soon as possible. We can't let Lord Lianwu take away all the parasol trees. Feng Yun's forehead was covered in sweat as he thought about what to say. What do you all think of Feng Yun's idea? After hearing Feng Yun's words, the Phoenix King turned to look at the other elders and asked. Your Majesty, this is inappropriate. Feng Zhao said sternly. Then, he began to reason, King, you've already made an oath. If Lord Lianwu can take away those parasol trees, you can't stop him. Otherwise, the laws of the world will definitely punish you. Once this matter is spread out, our Phoenix clan will probably become people who go back on their words. The reputation of our Phoenix clan cannot be ruined by breaking our promise. Then what do you suggest we do? When the Phoenix King heard Feng Zhao's words, he roared again in anger. She really wanted to scold him, you ungrateful wretch, what benefits did Lianwu give you to make you speak up for that ugly woman? In fact, there was a sentence in her heart that she had never had the chance to say. That was, I can't stop you, but can't you? But at this time, the Phoenix King believed that as long as she revealed this thought, she would be despised by the elders who valued the reputation of the Phoenix clan, especially that Feng Zhao who sided with outsiders. Who knew what kind of great reason he would come up with? With this thought in mind, she could only give up on this idea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. In this subordinate's opinion, if Lord Lianwu really comes back to take those parasol trees, we will naturally let him go. Feng Zhao said matter-of-factly, and after that, he deliberately paused and looked up at the dark face of the Phoenix King. When the Phoenix King heard this, he was furious. F***ck. She knew that this damned Feng Zhao would say this. At this moment, she felt even more that Feng Zhao had been bribed by that hateful Lianwu. Otherwise, why would he always favor an outsider? Look, where did they all go? The divine realm was almost unable to contain him, right? However, despite being angry, the Phoenix King miraculously did not roar out immediately this time. Humph. She wanted to see what kind of reaction the elders of her family would have after hearing Feng Zhao's words. Just as the Phoenix King had expected, after Feng Zhao's words came to a temporary end, Feng Yun, who was in charge of bringing Leng Ruoxue to the parasol tree forest, immediately shouted with a face full of disbelief, Elder Feng Zhao, how could you suggest this? If Lord Lianwu takes away all the parasol trees, how do you want our Phoenix clan to live? At this moment, other than Feng Yun, no other elder said anything. Feng Yun did not want to say these words, but he knew the king's personality well and was afraid that the Phoenix King would blame him. Thus, he could only stand out. However, after he bravely said these words, he saw the satisfied expression on the Phoenix King's face from the corner of his eye. Instantly, he relaxed and felt that he had made the right choice. After Feng Zhao heard Feng Yun's words, he did not reveal a guilty or flustered expression as the Phoenix King had hoped. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, I haven't finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Feng Yun was a little dumbfounded. Was this considered to have resolved his question? Wasn't this a little too easy? What I mean is, for the sake of our Phoenix clan's reputation, we can't stop Lord Lianwu from taking away those parasol trees. This is all for the sake of our Phoenix clan's credibility. However, we can be on good terms with Lord Lianwu. As long as we can make Lord Lianwu happy, Lord Lianwu should return the parasol trees to us. After all, she doesn't have much use for those parasol trees, right? Looking at the elders present with a smile, Feng Zhao repeated the words of an elder with a smile. His words also received the approval of most of the elders. For a moment, almost all the elders had their eyes on the Phoenix King. Because the elders of the Phoenix tribe were not stupid. The key to being on good terms with Lord Lianwu was their queen. When the Phoenix King heard that the topic had changed back to him, he was furious. F***ck. Were these elders determined to force her to lower her head to Lien Wu? She didn't even take Fog seriously. If he wanted her to lower her head to Lien Wu, wasn't that asking for her life? The Phoenix King was extremely unwilling, but when he saw the determined looks on the elders' faces, the Phoenix King couldn't help but feel a little irritated. She couldn't understand what was going on with these elders. Why did he change into a completely different person in such a short time? She couldn't even recognize him. In the past, even if the Elder Council didn't listen to her, they rarely opposed her orders, let alone forcing her to be on good terms with the woman she hated. In the past, this was something that would have been impossible. But now? What was with the elders' unyielding expression now? When the Phoenix King saw how unyielding the elders of the Phoenix clan were, he was so mad that he wanted to bite them. Damn it! The main culprit of all this was Feng Shao. The Phoenix King was filled with hatred. The gazes that were directed at Feng Shao became even more unfriendly. However, Feng Shao acted as if he did not see it and calmly allowed the Phoenix King to look at him. Seeing Feng Shao's attitude of a dead pig and not afraid of boiling water, the Phoenix King was completely speechless, and at the same time, he also wilted. Let me consider this matter. The Phoenix King said with an irritated face. In her heart, she was thinking of dragging it out as long as possible. She really didn't want to deal with that Lien Wu. How long does your majesty plan to consider? Feng Shao, who had seen through the Feng King's thoughts, asked without letting go. You. The Phoenix King was furious. This Feng Shao is doing this on purpose, right? Your majesty, this matter is easier said than done. Lord Lien Wu is still waiting for you at the Peacock clan. If she knows that you've woken up and we haven't sent anyone to inform her, perhaps Lord Lien Wu will come to see you in anger. At that time, our Phoenix clan will be in a passive position. Therefore, for the sake of the Phoenix clan, please make your decision as soon as possible. Ignoring the anger of the Phoenix King, Feng Shao continued to remind him. At this time, other elders echoed, Your Majesty, Elder Feng Shao's words are reasonable. I ask your Majesty to quickly decide how to befriend Lord Lien Wu. Wasn't there a human saying, the king of hell is easy to see, but the little devil is hard to deal with? Although Lord Lien Wu was only an assistant to God Lord Rhyme, she was even more of an enemy that could not be offended. Otherwise, as long as she gave us some face in front of God Lord Rhyme, and made things difficult for us, our Phoenix clan would suffer. I hope that your Majesty can put aside your personal grudges for the sake of the Feng clan, and the entire Feng clan will be grateful to you. These words were once again approved by many of the elders. The Phoenix King's face was also so angry that it was impossible to tell what color it was. You guys have to give me a few days to think about it. The Phoenix King roared in anger as he listened to the long speech. Alright then. However, we can only give you 3 days to consider. I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer after 3 days. Seeing that the matter had been settled for the time being, the Phoenix King looked at the elder in front of her and was extremely displeased. She waved her hand and said as if she was shooing away a fly, Get lost. All of you, get out. I don't want to see you right now. Your Majesty, we are the elders of the Phoenix clan. Please respect us. You can ask us to leave, but you can't use the word get lost on us. This is a form of disrespect to us. As soon as the Phoenix King's words fell, Feng Shao began to criticize him with a righteous look on his face. When the other elders heard this, they first looked at Feng Shao in a daze, and then suddenly reacted. That's right. Feng Shao was right. They were the elders of the Phoenix clan. Although their status was not as noble as the Phoenix King, their dignity could not be trampled on by anyone, not even the Phoenix King. With this thought, all the elders were instantly enraged. Of course, these words were also reminded by Feng Shao. Otherwise, they would not have realized what was wrong with the Phoenix King telling them to get lost. Because in the past, when the Phoenix King was angry, she often used this word on them. However, at that time, they didn't feel anything wrong. But now with Feng Shao's reminder, all the elders instantly came to a realization. The Phoenix King was indeed too disrespectful to them. They were the elders of the Phoenix clan. An elder who had been taking care of the affairs of the Phoenix clan every day, even if he didn't have any merits, he should have worked hard, right? However, not only did the Phoenix King not say a single heartwarming word to them, but he also asked them to get lost. This was really bullying. The more the elders thought about it, the angrier they became. Gradually, the way they looked at the Phoenix King became more and more unfriendly. Seeing this, the Phoenix King was at a loss for a moment. F***CK. So what if these elders were planning to rebel? With this thought in mind, the Phoenix King's anger surged up in his heart and he roared out in anger, What are you guys doing? Do you want to rebel? What's wrong with telling you to get lost? You're just my dogs. If I tell you to get out, you'll have to get out obediently. Now, get out, I don't want to see you. As soon as these words came out, the Phoenix King still didn't realize how serious his words were, but all the elders were dumbfounded and petrified. Was this the king's true thoughts? They were just the king's dogs, so whatever the king asked them to do, they had to do it without any resistance, right? The elders were furious. The sixth elder, who had a rather high status among the elders, glanced at the Phoenix King and said indifferently, Please speak, Wang Shen. Be careful, my ass. Don't you forget your status, humph. You actually dare to force me to do something I don't like, you guys are really bold. Just you wait, I won't let you off when I'm better. When the Phoenix King heard this, he roared in anger. When the sixth elder heard this, he sighed helplessly. Then, he glanced at the Phoenix King with a sympathetic look and said, King, you must apologize to us elders for your words and report your mistake to the entire clan. Otherwise, we will go on strike. Right. If the king doesn't apologize to us, we'll go on strike. The sixth elder's words were echoed by the other elders. This time, they were really disappointed. In the past, no one had pointed out the inappropriateness of the king's words. Perhaps no one had thought that it was a big deal for the king to treat them like this. But now, after being pointed out by Elder Feng Shao, they could not accept it in their hearts. This was like a guy who had been deceiving himself and others all this time. One day, he would no longer be able to deceive himself. Then, the deception that he had suffered in the past would naturally be magnified infinitely. And at this moment, it was precisely such a situation. The crime of the Phoenix King was somewhat unforgivable. However, the Phoenix King obviously didn't believe that these elders would really go on strike. So, he said disapprovingly, "Strike? Humph. Are you threatening me? I don't buy that. If you want to go on strike, go ahead. Do I care?" Seeing how nonchalant the Phoenix King was and how he was speaking nonchalantly, the hearts of the elders turned cold. They were even more disappointed in the Phoenix King's words and actions. After exchanging a glance with each other, the elders left the Phoenix King's bedchamber together without looking back. Before he left, Feng Shao still kindly reminded him, "King, don't blame me for not warning you. It's better to quickly decide how to get on good terms with Lord Lianwu. Otherwise, when they come to you personally, you'll be in a very passive position." Feng Shao didn't have the mood to tell the Phoenix King that even Lord Wu wanted to settle the score with her. It was precisely because no one had told the Phoenix Prince that the completely clueless Phoenix Prince only realized that she had a huge problem waiting for her when Leng Ruoxue came looking for her. But at this time, the Phoenix King didn't care about Feng Shao's words at all. He only felt that these words made her upset. He glared at Feng Shao and shouted, "Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Feng Shao will get lost far away so that the king can't find me." Feng Shao smiled indifferently and then left King Feng's chamber calmly. Without the disturbance of the unsightly elders, the Phoenix King began to recuperate in peace and ordered the guards not to disturb him for anything. Just like that, the Phoenix King had missed out on many things. By the time she reacted and wanted to make up for it, it was already too late. As for the elders who had left in anger, they immediately called for an emergency elder meeting when they got back. In the end, they decided to go on strike from now on. This time, they were definitely not joking. He was determined to carry out the strike to the end. The elders, who were usually favored by the Phoenix King, did not have any intention to speak up for the Phoenix King at this moment. They were also extremely angry. After the emergency elder council had ended, many elders had decided to leave the Feng clan for a while to take a walk and relax. The elders who planned to stay in the clan decided to go into seclusion. In case the Phoenix King made him a coolie. The Phoenix clan was a rather proud beast clan. Even if the Phoenix King was their king, they were not so cheap as to be treated like dogs by her. After deciding on where to go, the elders of the Feng clan decided to gather again for the last time. After all, it would be difficult for them to be as united as they were now. After the meal, Feng Shao went to see the sixth elder. The sixth elder was the only one who had no intention of leaving the Feng clan, nor did he have any intention of going into seclusion. After a secret discussion between the two, Feng Shao left the Feng clan the next day. The sixth elder, who stayed behind, was no longer in charge of the affairs of the Phoenix clan. His only job every day was to visit the two severely injured clansmen. They were the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan that Leng Ruoxue had sent back as spies. At this time, their injuries had almost recovered, but their memories were still intermittent. It was because of this that the two old phoenixes became patient with peace of mind and did not ask about the affairs of the Phoenix clan. The two of them were brothers in the same boat. After the previous battle and the experience of becoming Leng Ruoxue's beast together, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. The sixth elder, who was usually close to them, was also happy to see this. The sixth elder had always felt that these two guys were usually too isolated and didn't have any life and death friendship. Now that the sparks of friendship had been ignited in a battle, the two of them would have a place to talk in the Feng clan in the future. With this thought in mind, the sixth elder even arranged for the two to recuperate in the same residence, which was more convenient for her to visit. When he visited the two powerful patients, the sixth elder naturally told them about the current situation of the Feng clan. After hearing it, the two of them were dumbfounded and their eyes widened. Was the heavens helping him? They hadn't even done anything yet. The Phoenix clan had been torn apart. This seemed to be the work of the Phoenix King. When the two of them first heard this news, it really took them a long time to digest it before they came back to their senses. Seeing this, the sixth elder could understand their feelings and console them. "You don't have to worry too much. Our only purpose is to make the Phoenix King yield. We won't really leave the Phoenix clan to die." "That's good." The two of them looked at each other and said in unison. However, they both thought in their hearts that they were not worried at all. They were all Leng Ruoxue's people. The more chaotic the Phoenix clan was, the better it would be for them. AI. After appeasing the two patients, the sixth elder sighed again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Seeing this, one of the elders of the Phoenix clan couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Lu, why are you sighing?" Hearing the two words, little sixth elder was deeply conflicted. The three of them were clearly of the same generation, but these two guys always called her little six because they were older. When she heard these two words, she felt very helpless. Please don't call me little six, okay? The sixth elder requested after another sigh. Then you're called Lulu? But I still feel that little six is more amiable. An old phoenix said with a smirk. Forget it, you'll just be called little six. The sixth elder was helpless. Then, after thinking for a while, she said, Feng Shao. He has already left the Feng clan. What? Hearing this, one of the old phoenixes immediately jumped up in shock and spoke with some anger. He has left the Phoenix clan to train. The sixth elder said honestly. In fact, she had hesitated for a long time and finally decided to tell someone this news, in case someone heard about this from other clansmen and blamed her for hiding it. Damn it. Who told him to leave the Feng clan? A certain old ancestor of the Phoenix race roared out in anger. That be asterisk starred. He didn't care about his father who was severely injured and went out to train at this time? What was he trying to do? Was he rebelling? The Feng clan is in troubled times right now. It's a good thing for Feng Shao to go out and gain experience. Besides, he's already an adult and an elder of the Phoenix clan. You don't think that any human would dare to bully him, do you? Seeing a certain someone's extreme reaction, the sixth elder couldn't help but advise. She had promised Feng Shao that she wouldn't tell anyone about his departure from the Feng clan, but now she had broken her promise. Therefore, she really felt that she had the obligation to appease this furious fellow in front of her. Old fire, I think what little six said makes sense. That little guy Feng Shao has already left. Do you still want to go and catch him back? The other Phoenix ancestor, who was calm and composed, gave the furious old Phoenix a knowing look. The old Phoenix, who was called Old Hua, calmed down instantly. In fact, the reason why Old Fire was so anxious was that he was afraid that his rash descendant would go to find his master. If that kid did something to annoy his master, he simply didn't dare to imagine what kind of consequences Feng Shao would have. He was afraid that Song, who was next to his master, would not let Feng Shao off. Old Fire's heart was filled with regret. If it wasn't for the time when he was chatting with Feng Miao, the other ancestor of the Feng clan, and accidentally mentioned his master, which was heard by Feng Shao, he was afraid that Feng Shao would not have such a big opinion of his master. He even said arrogantly that he would meet Leng Ruoxue when he had the chance. He knew very well what his son meant. However, it was also because of their conversation that Feng Shao inadvertently found out the truth of their mission. He found out about him and Feng Miao's undercover mission and their thoughts. Every time the two of them saw Feng Shao, they spared no effort in instilling him with the story of the previous Prince Feng. Although Feng Shao didn't have much of a reaction at that time, the two of them knew very well that Feng Shao had long accumulated dissatisfaction with the current Prince Feng. Feng Shao had also blamed Feng Tong for the two of them being captured. This was also the main reason why Feng Shao had tried so hard to help an outsider. Feng Shao wanted to take revenge for his father. Therefore, even though he clearly knew how much the Phoenix King hated Lien Wu, he still praised Lien Wu in front of the elders and told them not to offend Lien Wu. With his eloquence, his words naturally won the hearts of the elders and inadvertently helped Leng Ruoxue a lot. However, Feng Shao was not clear about Lien Wu's true identity, so he spared no effort to speak up for her. Otherwise, once he knew that Lien Wu was Leng Ruoxue, it was hard to say whether he would help. Who asked him to hold a grudge against Leng Ruoxue? And now, Feng Shao had secretly left the Feng clan, and it was very likely that he would find trouble with his own master. Thinking of this, Old Fire was anxious, but under the comfort of Feng Miao's eyes, Old Fire temporarily suppressed it and tried to hide the anxiety in his heart. After casually chatting with the sixth elder for a while, Old Fire deliberately showed a tired state. The sixth elder saw this, so he tactfully chose to leave. As soon as the sixth elder left, Old Fire immediately grabbed Feng Miao's sleeve and sent a voice transmission with a worried face. What should we do? What should he do? If that stinky brat were to provoke Master, would he be able to come back alive? Who do you think you are? Master would not kill innocent people. Don't worry. Although Feng Miao was comforting him like this, to be honest, he didn't have much confidence. Because he knew that Master might not kill the Feng clan for the sake of Feng Zhan and the other ancestors, but that terrifying Song by Master's side might not let go of the fellow who provoked Master. Therefore, if Feng Shao really found his master, it was very likely that he would be in deep trouble. However, he didn't dare to say these words at this time. Otherwise, it would be strange if Old Fire didn't go crazy. Just like now, when the two of them chatted, they could only use voice transmission to avoid others from discovering their identities as spies. It was not the right time to expose themselves. All of a sudden, Feng Miao had a flash of inspiration, and she transmitted her voice to Old Hua with a happy expression. Old friend, why don't you contact Master and tell her about the Feng clan, and also about Feng Shao? Will this work? Old Fire was a little afraid that his master would be angry, because the two of them had not made any progress in their undercover work, but they had exposed their own identity first. Although it was his own descendant who knew his identity, after all, he had not been able to convince that kid to join his master. Therefore, he felt that he was too ashamed to see his master. Sob. He was so conflicted and in a difficult position. Let's try. We can't hide this matter. Otherwise, if your Feng Shao really comes to find Master and Master doesn't know anything about it and isn't prepared at all, then... Feng Luan only said half of her sentence before she deliberately stopped and let Old Fire think about it. Old Fire quickly thought about it. Finally, he slapped his thigh and made up his mind. I'm going all out. I should tell Master. When he finished his sentence, he did not have any confidence at all. He looked at Feng Miao pitifully, and Feng Miao gave Old Fire an encouraging look. Just like that, Old Fire's little heart trembled as he took the initiative to contact Leng Ruoxue. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who was enjoying herself in the Peacock tribe, was surprised to receive a message from an undercover old phoenix. Then, she saw Tsang's smirk and guessed that something must have happened in the phoenix tribe that she didn't know about. However, the evil Tsang didn't tell her. After connecting to the old phoenix's voice transmission, Leng Ruoxue patiently listened to the old phoenix's report. Finally, Old Fire stammered for a long time before he finally mustered his courage and said to his master, "Master, our identities have been exposed." The moment she heard the word exposed, Leng Ruoxue could not help but worry for the two old phoenixes. She could not help but ask, "Then how does the Phoenix King plan to deal with you? I'm currently in the Phoenix territory. Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you." At this moment, Leng Ruoxue had already forgotten about the old phoenix's previous report. In her heart, only the old phoenix had exposed this fact. On the other hand, when Old Flame heard this, he knew that his master had misunderstood. However, he was still touched by his master's care and love. When their master heard that their identities had been exposed, not only did he not blame them, but he also wanted to save them. What a good master. Old Fire was moved to tears. When Feng Miao, who was beside him, saw this, she thought that Old Fire had been blamed by its master and was extremely anxious. After slightly calming down his excited mood, Old Fire was touched and explained to his master the reason for his exposure. He emphasized that Feng Xiao may go to find his master and hoped that his master would be magnanimous and not hold it against him. After Leng Ruoxue understood everything, she felt a little embarrassed. So, she had misunderstood. However, even if the Phoenix King were to find out the identity of the two old phoenixes, she would definitely think of a way to save them. Only she could bully her beastie. If others wanted to bully him, there was no way. After figuring out the truth of the matter, Leng Ruoxue readily agreed to Old Fire's request. If Feng Xiao really delivered himself to her door, she promised that she would not make things difficult for that phoenix. When Old Fire heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Suddenly, Old Fire came to a realization and said with disbelief, "Master, you just said that you were in the Phoenix territory. Did I hear you wrong?" "You didn't hear wrong. I'm in the Phoenix territory now, but I'm using someone else's identity." Leng Ruoxue laughed. Someone else's identity? Old Fire pondered hard after hearing that. If his master really came to the Phoenix territory, it would certainly cause a big commotion. Therefore, he combined the things that the sixth elder had told them in his heart and guessed which one was his master. After a moment of silence, Old Fire suddenly roared in shock, Master, I heard that a human called Lien Wu has recently come to the clan, and he's the advisor of Fog Ice. Is that you?" "It's me, your master. However, you must keep this a secret." When Leng Ruoxue heard Old Fire's surprised voice, her mood suddenly turned for the better. "Don't worry, master. I won't tell anyone," Old Fire promised. The admiration in his heart for his master was like a surging river, endless. Because he had heard a lot about Lord Lien Wu from the sixth elder and also from the grapevine. At that time, he worshipped the person who could cause trouble for the Phoenix King. Now that he heard that that person was his master, the worship in his heart could not be suppressed no matter what. Old Fire was excited again. As expected of my master. No matter where they went, it would not be peaceful. Old Fire couldn't help but think. Of course, his words were not meant to mock Leng Ruoxue, but to express his envy, admiration, and adoration. One had to know that other people didn't have the ability to be like master. Only his master could turn the place upside down and make it a horrible sight. How capable was this? Old Fire's respect for its master rose to an unprecedented level. However, it was fortunate that Leng Ruoxue had yet to find out Old Fire's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been extremely depressed. Because no matter how she listened to Old Fire's praise, she felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Feng Miao, who was waiting for the news at the side, saw her old buddy crying, laughing, and standing there in a daze. She was extremely anxious. This. How much stimulation did he have to go through to make this old friend of his like this? Feng Miao looked worriedly at her fellow brother who was in trouble, thinking that she must comfort him later. Sigh. Master must be blaming him. Feng Miao kept sighing at the side, while Old Fire's excitement could not be described with words. After chatting with Leng Ruoxue for a long time, Old Fire finally ended the conversation with Leng Ruoxue reluctantly. This was a decision that Old Fire had made with great difficulty after Leng Ruoxue had become a little impatient. Otherwise, he would have continued the conversation. After Old Hua ended the voice transmission, he was still a little dazed and touched his moist eyes from time to time. Feng Luan saw this and sighed. Old Fire, don't be too sad. Master is definitely just angry for a moment. He won't really blame you. Feng Miao did not know how to comfort Old Fire, and was not sure if his master was really angry, so he could only guess and comfort him based on his own judgment. However, Old Fire was confused when he heard what he said. Who said that the master is blaming me? Old Hua blinked his eyes in a daze and said with a blank expression. Master didn't blame you? When Feng Miao heard this, she was also stunned for a moment. No, I didn't. Master also said that if she really saw Feng Xiao, she would not make things difficult for him. Old Fire said honestly. As he spoke, he became excited again, and his face instantly turned red. Then. Why are you crying? Hearing Old Fire's words, Feng Miao asked speechlessly. So she had misunderstood. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was this old thing who made him misunderstand. I'm touched and excited. Master is so concerned about us. Old Fire was so excited that he was almost out of breath. After he suppressed his excitement and reported the matter to Feng Miao was instantly excited as well. You said that Master is in the Phoenix territory? Feng Miao asked in disbelief. Yup. Didn't I already tell you? This matter must be kept a secret. When Master comes to the Phoenix clan, we have to pretend that we don't know Master. Old Fire could not help but remind him. You don't have to tell me that, I know what to do. However, don't you think we should go and see Master? It's been a long time since I've seen Master, and I've been having weird thoughts. Feng Miao suggested with some uncertainty. Let's just sneak a look at Master. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself when I see Master in public and I'll be exposed. After thinking for a while, Old Fire said. All right. Feng Miao also nodded in agreement. Then, the two old phoenixes waited for Leng Ruoxue in the clan with a heart full of excitement. Who knew that even after waiting for several days, they still didn't hear Lord Lianwu coming. Just as the two old phoenixes were waiting anxiously, the two with sharp ears suddenly heard a clansman wildly shouting, Lord Lianwu is here. Everyone, be on guard. When the two of them heard this cry, they looked at each other speechlessly. They thought to themselves, it seems that Master has brought quite a bit of excitement to their own clansmen. However, as a member of the Phoenix clan, he had to do something for the clan. With that thought in mind, the two of them revealed a tacit smile and were about to walk out when they were stopped at the gate by the sixth elder. The sixth elder looked at the two restless phoenixes with an unfriendly expression and said in an unpleasant tone, where do you guys want to go? Hee hee. Little Six, we heard that the legendary Lord Lianwu is here, so we want to go and take a look. Old Fire and Feng Miao looked at each other and said in unison. Don't go. Stay here obediently. You're still patients. The sixth elder didn't even think about it and stopped the two old phoenixes who wanted to watch the fun from going out to join in the fun. When the two old phoenixes heard this, they immediately cried and drooped their heads. Sob. Little Six was really too dictatorial. It was not easy for their master to come here. They really wanted to sneak a peek. Even just a glance would do. However, Little Six didn't allow them to go out. What the hell is this? However, the two of them couldn't openly say that she was their master and that they had to see her since she was here at the Feng clan. Ugh. They must not expose their relationship now. However, if they were not allowed to see their master, the two old phoenixes suddenly felt an itch in their hearts. It was as if a kitten was scratching their hearts with its claws, making them feel quite uncomfortable. The next moment, the two of them looked pitifully at the overbearing sixth elder. Seeing this, the sixth elder couldn't help but hold his forehead and said with a headache, it's for your own good that I don't let you out. That Lianwu clearly came with ill intentions, and the king has no one to use. Don't forget, you haven't fully recovered from your injuries. Her words were definitely from the bottom of her heart. The two old phoenixes also understood that Little Six was doing this for their own good, and they could not directly tell their little thoughts to the sixth elder. Therefore, for a moment, the two old phoenixes were extremely conflicted. Seeing them like this, the sixth elder's heart softened and he softened his tone, it's not impossible for you to go out and take a look at Lord Wu, but you absolutely can't go out now. Let's wait until this matter is almost over before going out. Now, all of you go back and take a nap. In fact, the sixth elder was also quite curious about what the Mist sect would do. However, she knew the Phoenix King too well. She knew that the Phoenix King would definitely find an elder to deal with it. And now, besides her, the sixth elder, who had gone on strike, there were no other idle elders in the Phoenix clan. At this time, the elders of the Phoenix clan were either in seclusion or had left home. Therefore, the sixth elder was definitely not willing to be used by the unrepentant Phoenix King. When Old Fire and Feng Miao heard the sixth elder's words, they both smiled evilly and said in unison, right. We can't let the king use us as laborers, so let's wait and go out to watch the show. When the sixth elder heard this, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, the three old phoenixes, who currently had the highest status in the Phoenix clan, turned around and returned to their rooms, drinking tea and chatting. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue, who had been treated as a jinx by the phoenixes and was on high alert, led the large group once again. They marched from the main entrance of the Phoenix clan's territory and headed towards the Phoenix royal palace. Previous chapter. Next chapter. This time, due to Leng Ruoxue and the others' uninvited arrival, the Feng clan's guards were shocked and only cared about reporting back to the clan. Hence, Leng Ruoxue and the others entered the Feng clan without any obstruction as if they had entered an uninhabited place. The Peacock King was surprised and speechless at the fact that no one stopped them wherever they went. In the past, he had thought that the Phoenix clan was very powerful. But now, why did he think that the Phoenix clan was weak? What was he trying to do? They did not even see a single phoenix's feather as they walked past. However, he could vaguely feel that many pairs of eyes were hiding in the dark and peeping at them. Since when did the Phoenix kind start to do such things? Such a Phoenix clan was definitely not on the same level as the powerful Phoenix clan he knew. Or had the Feng clan been replaced? The Peacock King's mind was in turmoil. He felt quite depressed about the new understanding of the Phoenix tribe. One must know that in his heart, the Phoenix tribe was once a noble tribe. But now, he was deeply disappointed. He really wanted to see a battle between the Phoenix clan and his master. But now, it seemed like it was just his master's personal show. The dignified Phoenix clan had actually gone into hiding. How embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. The Peacock King was glad that he had left the Phoenix clan. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated along with the Phoenix clan. With this thought, the Peacock King's spirits were lifted. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, following Leng Ruoxue's footsteps with large strides. Leng Ruoxue, who suddenly felt the fluctuation of aura beside her, raised her head and saw the Peacock King's excited look. She found it funny, but she could not understand why he was acting like a completely different person. Peacock King, you're about to meet the Phoenix King. Are you excited? Leng Ruoxue smiled as she teased. What? The Peacock King was about to answer yes when he felt that his master's tone was a little off. The look in her eyes was even more off. The only thing that wasn't affected by the disguise was her beautiful eyes, which were filled with ambiguity. Instantly, the Peacock King became depressed. Does Master mean that he's excited because he's going to see the Phoenix King? I'm innocent. This was absolutely a great injustice. He was excited to see the Phoenix King, but it was definitely not the excitement that his master was thinking. He was excited because he knew that the Phoenix King was going to be in trouble. So, Master, can you not be so bad and deliberately wrong him? Thinking up to this point, the Peacock King's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. He pitifully said, My dear, how could you misunderstand me? My heart is full of you. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with black lines. She had miscalculated. She shouldn't have teased this little peacock in the Phoenix clan's territory. Once this little peacock was in the Phoenix clan's territory, out of caution, it would call her darling in a nauseating manner. Yet, she couldn't say, don't call me that. Who asked this to be the Phoenix King's territory? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue deeply felt that she had shot herself in the foot. As for the other peacocks who had come to watch, cheer, and watch the fun, they all had goosebumps when they heard these mushy words. Many of the exaggerated peacocks even lowered their heads and pretended to look for something, not daring to look at their disgraceful king. As for the Peacock King, he received Song's icy cold gaze without exception. However, the strong and brave him still ignored Song's gaze. When Song saw this, he was furious. However, it didn't act rashly. Instead, it made a mental note of the Peacock King. Humph. Someone will take care of you. Song said hatefully. At this moment, after listening to the Peacock King's words, Leng Ruoxue, who had been silent for a while, looked deeply at the Peacock King before continuing forward. Seeing this, the Peacock King hurriedly followed behind her like a guardian angel. With a depressed heart, Leng Ruoxue brought a large group of peacocks and arrived at the entrance of the Royal Phoenix Palace in no time. When they arrived at the entrance of the Royal Phoenix Palace, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across the place and saw the guards who were all ready to guard the Royal Phoenix Palace shiver. The leader of the guards even summoned up his courage and said, Lord Lianwu, the Phoenix King is currently recuperating and won't see anyone. So, please go back. When the leader of the guard said this, he mustered all his strength, and his little heart was trembling non-stop. However, Leng Ruoxue did not take his words seriously at all. She only asked indifferently, does the Phoenix King know that I'm here? I know. No. I don't know. The leader of the guards was speaking incoherently. One moment he knew, the next moment he didn't. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue was anxious for him. Alright, you don't have to be in a difficult position. It doesn't matter if you know or not. Go and report that I want to see the Phoenix King. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Which? When the guard leader heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was so conflicted that he was on the verge of tears. Even though he wanted to say that the Phoenix King had said that she did not want to see him, when he saw how determined Leng Ruoxue was to see the Phoenix King, the leader of the guards did not dare to say the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Do you want to go in and report yourself, or do you want me to use force? Leng Ruoxue said impatiently when she saw the guard leader trembling again. Woo. Hearing this threat, the guard leader's eyes were filled with tears. He couldn't help but cry out in his heart, my lord. You can't do this. Aren't you making things difficult for me? However, Leng Ruoxue clearly did not care if the other party was making things difficult for her. The peacocks behind her even took advantage of her authority and shouted in unison, quickly go and tell the Phoenix King that my lord wants to see her. I'll beat you up if you dawdle. The guard leader was silent. Was this considered as the phoenix falling into the sun and being bullied by the peacock? The leader of the guards was quite depressed. He was actually bullied in his own territory. How useless was this? However, after the peacocks finished their roars, they felt extremely comfortable. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction filled their bodies. This feeling of exaltation was simply too wonderful. Quickly go. What are you doing? After a while, seeing that the guard leader was standing still, another peacock tried to roar. The leader of the guards was so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. He raised his head to look at Leng Ruoxue, but he still did not move. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue glanced at the peacocks and said calmly, didn't you say you were going to beat him up? Why aren't you doing anything? After the peacocks heard this, they cried out in surprise. Then, they suddenly realized that their master wanted them to beat someone up. Cheering, the peacocks swarmed up. The unlucky human guard leader didn't even have the time to attack before he was beaten to the ground by the huge number of peacocks. The peacocks didn't know how to control their strength, and many of them took the opportunity to take revenge. Therefore, the extremely aggrieved guard leader didn't react at all. The other guards present were all scared silly when they saw the fierce and brutal appearance of the peacocks. Previous chapter. This also led to no guards coming to the rescue after the leader of the guards was beaten. After the leader of the guards fell to the ground, no guard dared to stand out. Moreover, the guards of the Phoenix tribe could not understand when the peacocks had become so ferocious. Were these the peacocks they knew? Injected with chicken blood? Or did he take hormones? In contrast to the Phoenix clan's guards' gloominess, the peacocks were excited again. They looked at Leng Ruoxue with eyes full of admiration. It's better to follow master. In the past, they never had the chance to beat up Phoenix. Not to mention that they didn't have the chance, more importantly, they didn't have the guts to do so. But now, not only did they treat these phoenixes as nothing, but they also had the opportunity to beat these phoenixes up. At this moment, they truly felt that they were too blessed. Hee hee. As expected, there was meat to eat, wine to drink, and a phoenix to beat following master. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with the peacock's swift and decisive actions. After giving them a look of praise, her beautiful eyes swept over the guards present. Even though she did not say a word, many of the timid guards could not help but tremble. I'll go and inform the Phoenix King. One of the Phoenix clan's guards said in an unyielding manner under Leng Ruoxue's threatening gaze. However, no matter how important a backbone was, it couldn't be more important than his life, right? These vicious and brutal guys would really beat the Phoenix to death. What made them feel aggrieved was that all the peacocks attacked in close combat, not giving them any chance to attack. After thinking about it, the tactful Feng clan guard put down his moral integrity and went to run errands for Leng Ruoxue. Not long after, Leng Ruoxue heard loud banging sounds coming from the courtyard of the Phoenix Palace. Following that, a guard with a swollen face and a bruised nose appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. He said with tears in his eyes, "Lord Lianwu, I've already informed the Phoenix King. He was even beaten up by the Phoenix King, sob. You've done well. This is your reward," Leng Ruoxue said with satisfaction. With that, Leng Ruoxue threw a small white jade bottle to the guard. The guard opened the bottle in confusion. The fragrance from the bottle instantly filled his nose. The guard was shocked and immediately poured out a pill and ate it. He then quickly closed the bottle and kept it carefully. After that, he looked at Leng Ruoxue with an even more charming gaze. He wasn't a fool and naturally knew that Lord Lianwu had given him a healing pill. However, the effect of this healing pill seemed to be even better than the best healing pill in their clan. In the blink of an eye, he felt that the injuries on his body were no longer painful. When he touched it with his hand, he realized that the injuries on his face and body had all healed. This guard was quite knowledgeable and knew how serious the injuries that the Phoenix King had caused him were. Even if he had taken healing pills, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly. However, the pills that Lord Lianwu had given him were very effective, so there was no need to doubt it. The guards were very grateful to Leng Ruoxue and no longer stopped her from entering the inner court of the Phoenix King Palace. As for the other guards who had seen the effects of Leng Ruoxue's elixir, they were not as determined as before. Now, they also felt that this Lord Lianwu really couldn't be offended. Look at how generous he was, directly giving a bottle of healing medicinal pills. The effect of that medicine was so amazing, and such a good healing medicinal pill would probably be sold for a sky-high price in the divine realm. However, after giving a bottle, he didn't even blink. How rich was he? What a nouveau riche's behavior. When the other guards looked at the guard who had received the pill, their eyes instantly burned with desire. Do you guys really want that pill too? Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yes, yes. When the guards heard this, they all nodded in unison. The expression on their faces was like a puppy asking for a caress, as cute as it could be. I still have a lot of them. Leng Ruoxue smiled in satisfaction. Hearing this, the guards suppressed the desire in their hearts and looked at Leng Ruoxue. None of the guards present were stupid. They knew that Lord Lianwu would not give them such a precious pill for no reason. Thus, they were all waiting for Leng Ruoxue's conditions. At this moment, she heard Leng Ruoxue say, "Actually, I want to be on good terms with the Phoenix clan. The elders of the Phoenix clan also have the same intention. However, your Phoenix King refuses to agree no matter what. She even chased away those elders. Sigh. I pity you ordinary clansmen. The Phoenix kind now has no elders to help the Phoenix King. In the future, your king will be a commander with nothing but light. I'm afraid the status of the Phoenix clan is also." Leng Ruoxue purposely didn't finish her sentence. When the guards heard what Leng Ruoxue had to say, they all fell silent. In fact, the elders' strike was no longer a secret in the clan. However, many clansmen didn't know why the elders went on strike. However, as the guards of the Phoenix King, they definitely knew more than the ordinary clansmen. Now that they heard Leng Ruoxue's words, the guards could not help but hold a grudge against the Phoenix King. Especially after seeing Leng Ruoxue's precious pills, the guards deeply felt that befriending Leng Ruoxue would definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages to the Phoenix clan. But in this matter, these small guards could not make the decision. That. Lord Lianwu, we're just guards. We don't have the right to speak in such important matters of the Feng clan. Therefore, even if we really hope that the Feng clan can be on good terms with you, we're just insignificant people. I'm afraid we can't do anything about this matter. The guards looked at each other and sent a representative to speak. I don't need you to have the right to speak. It's enough as long as you have the intention. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then what does Lord Lianwu want us to do? Just tell the truth about the elders' strike to those clansmen who don't know the truth. You don't want the elders, who have been fighting for the interests of the phoenix kind, to be misunderstood by the clansmen, do you? This is what I should do. When the guard heard this, he felt that Leng Ruoxue's request was not a difficult one. She just had to spread the truth. Seeing that the guards had agreed, Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in satisfaction. She then took out a few small white jade bottles and placed them in front of the guards. She explained, the pills inside are all for healing and recovering Shen power. Each person has 2 bottles. You can divide them among yourselves. A tycoon. He was definitely a big tycoon. When the guards heard this, they were instantly excited. They saw the white jade bottle releasing a green light that was like a wolf's. However, in front of Leng Ruoxue, they held back and did not make a move. When Leng Ruoxue brought her peacocks into the inner courtyard of the Phoenix Palace, the guards immediately swarmed forward and divided the small jade bottles among themselves. As the saying goes, one's mouth is soft when eating others, and one's hands are short when taking something. The guards of the Phoenix clan would never dare to take something from someone else without doing anything. This whirlwind quickly reached Feng Miao and the other 2. After the 6th elder heard the report from his clansmen, he was stunned for a long time. When Feng Miao and Old Fire saw this, they could only stand there in a daze, not saying a word. I only found out today that our Feng clan's guards are actually so eloquent. Yup. We didn't expect it either, but they're telling the truth. As far as he knew, the words of the guards of the Feng clan were vivid and vivid. Although there was no lack of exaggeration, but at least 80% of it was true. Feng Shao and the 6th elder were also said to be heroic figures who dared to argue with the Feng king for the benefit of the Feng clan, and they were instantly respected and worshipped by the people. However, it seemed that their little 6th did not want to be in the limelight. It seems that our elder council's decision to be on good terms with Lord Lianwu was correct. That lord actually bribed the guards so quickly, he's really not simple. At this time, the 6th elder sighed. In fact, the 6th elder knew very well that some of the clan members had been guessing the truth behind the strike. However, all of the elders had kept their mouths shut. They had also chosen to close one eye to those rumors. They did this not because they wanted to hide the truth for the Phoenix King, but because Feng Tong was still the king of the Phoenix clan. If Feng Tong's reputation was damaged, the reputation of the Phoenix clan would be affected as well. But now, even if they wanted to hide it for the Phoenix King, it seemed that they couldn't. AI. Could this be the will of the heavens? Fortunately, only the members of the Phoenix clan knew the inside story. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan would have become the laughing stock of the divine realm. The 6th elder could ignore the reputation of the Phoenix King, but he couldn't ignore the reputation of the entire Phoenix clan. After sighing, she was conflicted again. This matter must not be spread out. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Feng Miao and Old Fire heard the 6th elder's words, they were secretly happy. Their master didn't have a way. It would be strange if any beastie could refuse such a rich person's behavior of directly throwing medicinal pills. However, only his master would dare to do that. If it were anyone else, even if they had that many pills, they would not have the courage to do so. With this thought, the 2 of them were suddenly filled with pride. After looking at each other, Feng Luan acted as their representative and said, Little 6 is right, but unfortunately, our king doesn't understand this truth. It's really a headache. Yup. When the 6th elder heard this, he also sighed deeply. They could tolerate the fact that the king was lecherous, but sometimes when the king was stubborn, it was really a headache. Moreover, she didn't need to think to know that without the elders' restraint, the king would definitely not put Lord Lianwu in his eyes. However, now that they had all gone on strike, it was useless to think about this. AI. Forget it. I'll just follow the king. She could do whatever she wanted. In any case, the Feng clan's reputation was not as good as it used to be, so how bad could it be? With this thought in mind, the 6th elder decided to go all out. It was her fault for not being able to stop the king's actions. When Old Fire and Feng Miao saw the 6th elder sighing again, they followed suit and sighed as well. However, their feelings were definitely different from the 6th elder's, because they were hoping that the Phoenix King would become a commander without any power. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for them to move around, right? With that thought in mind, Old Fire secretly gave Feng Miao a look, then probed, if Feng Wu was still here, our Feng clan would never be in this state. Hearing this, the 2 of them saw the 6th elder's face instantly turn pale. Just as the 2 of them were confused, they heard the 6th elder say nervously, Don't talk nonsense, why are you mentioning Feng Wu? If this reaches the king's ears, I'm sure you'll be in serious trouble. The 6th elder's warning made the 2 of them look at each other again. They even thought at the same time that little 6 also knew about the previous Phoenix King. It seemed that none of the elders of the Phoenix clan were easy to deal with. It was just that they didn't show it. With this thought in mind, Old Hua naturally intended to continue his efforts. He deliberately lowered his voice and asked the 6th elder, How much do you know about Feng Wu? Why are you asking this? The 6th elder asked cautiously. Hee. I'm just curious. Old Fire was a little embarrassed. What did little 6 take him for? Did he have to be so guarded against him? Looking at little 6's expression, he could guess that little 6 should know a lot about the former Phoenix King. You don't have to be curious about this kind of thing. Old Hua, I don't care what you think in your heart or how much you know. You must keep the matter of the former Phoenix King to yourself and don't mention it to anyone. The 6th elder said worriedly. If the king knew that they were discussing the previous Phoenix King in private, the current king would not let them off. All right then. Old Hua replied helplessly. Looking at the 6th elder's cautious expression, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him this time. It seemed like he and Feng Miao still had a long way to go before they could get the sixth elder to defect. At least, it would not be that easy to get past the sixth elder. However, it was fortunate that the sixth elder had a good relationship with the two of them. No matter what he heard from them, he would not reveal it. This way, he and Feng Miao would still be a little safer. However, he truly hoped that the sixth elder would stand on his side. In the Feng clan, other than their own descendants, only Feng Miao was closer to them. They naturally did not want to become enemies with the sixth elder. After this matter was returned empty-handed, Feng Miao was afraid that Old Fire and the sixth elder would feel awkward, so she quickly changed the topic. Old Hua, Little Six, I think we can get ready to go and watch the show. Not now. The sixth elder rejected Feng Miao's suggestion. Then when are we going out? Old Fire said anxiously. Although they could observe everything in the Phoenix King Palace through their divine sense, if they stayed here, it would be easy for the Phoenix King to discover them. Therefore, it would be better to go to the scene and watch the show. Besides, with the sixth elder here, Old Fire truly felt that there was no need for him and Feng Miao to secretly meet their master. The two of them could totally appear in front of their master openly with the sixth elder accompanying them. However, Little Six didn't agree to it. We'll go out when King and Lord Lianwu are almost done with their discussion. The sixth elder said after some thought. She was absolutely unwilling to get involved in the grudge between the king and Lord Lianwu. She only cared about the development of the Feng clan. Seeing that the sixth elder had made up his mind, the two of them could only nod in agreement. However, they really felt that the sixth elder was too naive. How could the Phoenix King, that scum, let them go? When the Phoenix King sees that there is no one to use, he will definitely send someone to find them. Sure enough, not long after the two of them thought this, the secret guards of the Phoenix King appeared and conveyed the order of the Phoenix King. After the three of them readily agreed, none of them immediately took action. Instead, they became calmer. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue had also brought her men and was approaching the entrance of the Phoenix King's chamber. The Phoenix King, who was in the room, heard the sound of footsteps close at hand and the anger in his heart rushed to his head. *CK. The elders of the Feng clan actually dared to go on a strike, and she was the last one to know about it. Such an important piece of news, and none of her secret guards had reported it to her. This was preposterous. Looking at the head of the secret guards kneeling in front of him with disdain, the Phoenix King wanted to cut him into pieces. After glaring at the other party, the Phoenix King roared angrily, "Do you think I'm dead? The elders are on strike, why didn't you tell me? King, we're only responsible for your safety. Anything else has nothing to do with us. We can't cross the line, this is the rule you set in the beginning." The leader of the hidden guards said without any shame. "Protect me? Did you protect me?" Hearing the leader's words, the Phoenix King was so angry that he laughed. If these guys had really protected her, how could she have been so badly injured? Thinking of this, the anger in the Phoenix King's heart rose a few more steps. However, after hearing what the Phoenix King had to say, the leader of the secret guards did not panic. Instead, he said calmly, "The king doesn't allow us to get close to him when he's doing business. This is also the rule that the king set in the beginning." The Phoenix King was furious. So she didn't know that the elders really went on strike and that she was injured because of her own actions. This was clearly shirking responsibility. Thinking of this, the Phoenix King was so angry that he shouted again, "What about my secret agents? Were they also mute? Why didn't you tell me about this?" The king said that he would not see anyone. Therefore, the guards followed the king's orders strictly. The king's secret agents could not see the king even if they wanted to. The leader of the hidden guards said matter-of-factly. When the Phoenix King heard this, he almost vomited blood. *CK. She really didn't know how to describe her feelings at this time, because no matter how she asked, the leader of the secret guards had 100 reasons for waiting for her. More importantly, he said it so reasonably that she couldn't refute it. Who asked her, the Phoenix King, to set many rules? Previous chapter. Could she say that these secret guards were not doing their job well? However, the consequence of these guys doing their job so well was that she, as the king, knew nothing about what happened in the clan. Wasn't this price a little too big? You did that on purpose? The extremely angry Phoenix King took a deep breath and spoke without thinking. When the leader of the hidden guards heard this, he immediately felt wronged. "King, we secret guards have always been loyal to King. How can King doubt us? If King can't even trust the secret guards he personally chose, who else can King trust?" The leader of the hidden guards said very emotionally. Coupled with his fiery red eyes that were filled with tears, it was as if he had really suffered a great grievance. When the Phoenix King heard this, she suddenly felt a suffocating feeling in her chest. She wanted to spit it out, but she couldn't swallow it down. It was only until her pale face turned red that she finally let out this breath of air. After taking a deep breath, the Phoenix King panted and shouted, "From today onwards, your position as a hidden guard is revoked." She didn't need a disobedient leader of the secret guards. Although the words of the leader of the hidden guards sounded very reasonable, she was still unhappy in her heart. She kept feeling that something was wrong. At this time, there were some fluctuations in the air not far from the Phoenix King. Then, a man in black clothes appeared in the Phoenix King's bedroom. The man first glanced at the leader of the secret guards who was kneeling in front of the Phoenix King. After frowning silently, he said directly to the Phoenix King, "Your Majesty, this subordinate has already informed the sixth elder and the other two." "Very good. From today onwards, you are the leader of this king's hidden guards. When the Phoenix King heard the report, he was in a much better mood. Yes. The black-clothed man replied and then stood to the side. However, after waiting for a long time, the Phoenix King still did not see the sixth elder and the other two appear in her chamber. Instead, Leng Ruoxue did. Looking at the ugly woman who had pushed open the door of her palace and was standing there with a smile on her face, the Phoenix King's heart was filled with anger again. Damn it! This woman! You're so rude. Don't you know how to knock? The Phoenix King said in anger. She didn't want to see this woman the most, but she had arrived so soon. Knock on the door? I want to. However, I'm afraid that I'll disturb the Phoenix King's happy occasion and cause the Phoenix King to be frightened again. If that happens, it'll be my fault. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. When the peacocks behind her heard this, they all chuckled suggestively. That laughter greatly provoked the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King stretched out her snow-white fingers and said to the two men in black, someone has trespassed into this king's palace. Take her down. Hearing this, no matter if it was the former leader of the Hidden Guards or the new leader of the Hidden Guards, neither of them moved. Seeing this, the Phoenix King's anger rose again. Are you guys deaf? Didn't you hear my order? The Phoenix King was about to go crazy. Why did she feel that everything was out of her control after a few days of rest? It was fine if the elders were disobedient, but how could the secret guards that he had personally trained dare to disobey his orders? Your Highness, please calm down. I heard that your secret guards are only responsible for your safety and will only help you when you are in danger. Now that I am not a threat to your life, isn't it natural that they have not helped? Why do you have to make things difficult for them? As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. You can't take the lead and break the rules. You must know that secret guards are not attendants or male companions. They have to do whatever you want them to do. Seeing that the Phoenix King was being unreasonable, Leng Ruoxue spoke up for the two pitiful secret guards out of goodwill. Her words had successfully earned the two secret guards grateful gazes. However, the Phoenix King looked at Leng Ruoxue as if she could not wait to kill her. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't care about these things. She casually found a chair and sat down. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across the room as she asked curiously, it's rare to see no man serving the Phoenix King. I'm not used to it. You. The Phoenix King pointed at Leng Ruoxue fiercely. She was so angry that she could not even form a complete sentence. Was he mocking her on purpose? How could she be so lecherous that she had to be accompanied by a man wherever she went? Phoenix King, don't be afraid. I'm not here to fight with you. I just want to seek justice for my little peacock and some compensation. Leng Ruoxue saw that the Phoenix King's face had turned black from anger, so she quickly explained her intentions. She didn't want the Phoenix King to let his thoughts run wild or gather his clansmen to deal with her. If that happened, she would be very tired. Who knew that after hearing her words, the Phoenix King's face became even uglier and he shouted like a crazy woman without caring about his image, damn it. What justice do you have to seek? You still want compensation? Humph. No way. No way. Even a window would do. I'm not picky. Leng Ruoxue said in an infuriating manner. After saying this, Leng Ruoxue saw that the Phoenix King's face had turned even darker as if she was willing to. As she laughed in her heart, Leng Ruoxue continued, while I was in the parasol tree forest, you threatened and teased my little peacock, causing him considerable physical and mental harm. Even now, he still remembers your threat and has nightmares. Therefore, you must compensate me for this. Otherwise, I will report this to God Lord Fog Ripple and beg God Lord to make the decision for me. Leng Ruoxue's words were extremely serious. If others were to see this, they would not think that she was joking. In addition, with the dumbfounded Peacock King by her side, outsiders would believe her words even more. This was the effect that Leng Ruoxue wanted. However, the Peacock King's dazed look was definitely not because he was frightened by the Phoenix King, but because he was stunned by his master's shameless words. When did he suffer such a serious injury? When did she have a nightmare? Why didn't he know anything about it? The Peacock King was puzzled, but he also knew that he could not afford to let his master down. Hence, he had no choice but to cooperate with Leng Ruoxue in a distressed manner. At the same time, he put on a frightened expression. His skin was relatively fair, and coupled with his expression, he looked like a pale, frightened pretty boy. Even the Peacock tribe members who knew the truth deeply believed their master's words at this moment, thinking that the king had really been frightened. From this, it could be seen how well he had acted. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue gave the Peacock King a satisfied look, as if she was a promising student. Then, she turned to the Phoenix King and said, Phoenix King, look at how you've scared my little peacock. AI. How could you have the heart to scare him? Don't you take other people's men seriously? Or do you think that I don't dare to seek justice for my little peacock? Humph. Other people might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Her words were so imposing that even the Phoenix King was stunned at first. But very quickly, the Phoenix King reacted and said with a dark expression, is the Peacock King really frightened? Then wasn't he a little too timid? You're willing to have such a useless man. Even Lord Wu, I feel wronged for you. Previous chapter. The Phoenix King's words were obviously trying to sow discord. However, she didn't expect that her threat would really scare the Peacock King. Now that she thought about it, she didn't seem to have said anything too serious. Why was the Peacock King so frightened? She couldn't understand it. When Leng Ruoxue heard the Phoenix King's provocation, she did not get angry. Instead, she looked at the Peacock Queen considerately and said, Phoenix King, you're wrong. Your Phoenix clan is the leader of all birds. Isn't it only natural for the Peacock King to be afraid of your threat? It would be abnormal if he wasn't afraid. Don't you agree? When the Phoenix King heard this, he really wanted to lie to his conscience and say that it was wrong. However, she really couldn't bring herself to say such shameless and quibbling words. After all, her skin wasn't thick to such a profound degree, and all birds were afraid of the Phoenix clan. This was also determined by nature. If she really denied it, once these words were spread, she, the Phoenix King, would probably be laughed at by all the people and beasts of the immortal realm until their teeth fell off. It could be said that the Phoenix King still had his own pride in some aspects. Seeing that the Phoenix King was not responding, Leng Ruoxue could only continue to speak non-stop. Phoenix King, we are all women. I can understand your thoughts. In your heart, you must not want to see the Peacock King live well. However, if your threat was directed at me, I definitely wouldn't blame you. Who asked us to be love rivals? Which love rival would get along with each other in harmony? But the person you're threatening is my little peacock. You've touched my reverse scale. Thus, I have to make an announcement for my little peacock. I hope you can understand. Otherwise, where would I put my face? Leng Ruoxue's words were absolutely reasonable, and even the Phoenix King could not find any fault with them. Furthermore, Leng Ruoxue's words had also struck a chord in her heart. As a strong woman, it was only right and proper for her to stand up for her man. If it was her, and her man was threatened by another woman, she would also seek justice for her man. But now, she was not the one seeking justice, so she felt uncomfortable no matter how she thought about it. Especially when she saw the Peacock King looking longingly at the ugly woman in front of him, the fire of jealousy in her heart burned again. F***ck. He was making eyes at her again. Was he looking for death? The more the Phoenix King thought about it, the more she felt that it was unfair. It should be known that the Peacock King had never shown such a little man's expression in front of her, and she had taken a fancy to the Peacock King a long time ago. Although she had never been able to get him, she could not allow this adulterous couple to be so intimate in front of her. Wasn't this a slap to her face? At that moment, the Phoenix King, who initially thought that Leng Ruoxue's words made sense, immediately denied her words. Then, the Phoenix King said to Leng Ruoxue in a rage, You've also said that our Phoenix clan is the leader of the bird clan. Isn't it normal for me to say a few words to him? What was there to be scared of? You must know that not everyone is qualified to be taught by this king. This is his honor. In the face of the Phoenix King's unreasonable words, Leng Ruoxue only smiled and said calmly, Phoenix King, have you forgotten that the peacock race is already mine? It's none of my business if the Phoenix King wants to educate other birds, but it's not your place to educate my people, understand? Humph. Even if the Peacock clan is already your people, they are still birds, and are under the jurisdiction of our Phoenix clan. This is the nature of the Beast clan. The Phoenix King quibbled. It seems that I can't come to an agreement with the Phoenix King. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly after hearing the Phoenix Prince's words. What, you want to fight? You're only a divine emperor, and these peacocks aren't of much use to you. You'd better think carefully. When the Phoenix King heard this, he felt that this was the prelude to a fight. He quickly warned. It seems that the Phoenix King really likes to threaten others. However, what I want to say is that the Phoenix King should just take care of yourself. You don't have to worry about us. Leng Ruoxue said without any appreciation. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. The Phoenix King scoffed coldly and shot Leng Ruoxue a disdainful look. If it wasn't for her identity, she would have attacked this annoying woman long ago. However, it wasn't too late. Moreover, this was the other party's initiative to stir up trouble, so she presumably couldn't blame her for it. When the Phoenix King thought of this, his mood immediately became better. Who knew that Leng Ruoxue would return her gaze and say, since I can't come to an agreement with the Phoenix King, then we won't talk anymore. We'll take our leave. With that, Leng Ruoxue led a group of dazed peacocks and left the Phoenix clan as if there was no one else present, under the gaze of the similarly dumbfounded Phoenix King. Even after Leng Ruoxue left with the peacocks, the Phoenix King was still in a daze and was completely petrified. She couldn't understand how things had suddenly become like this. What was going on? The Phoenix King only reacted when the sixth elder, Old Fire, and Feng Miao arrived. She grabbed the sixth elder's hand and asked angrily, where's that bitch Lien Wu? King, Lord Lien Wu has already left. The sixth elder said honestly. They had just happened to see Lord Lien Wu leaving with a large group of peacocks at the gate. Although they had met face to face, neither side had spoken, so the sixth elder was somewhat confused about what had happened. After the sixth elder finished speaking, he saw that the Phoenix King's face was like a color palette, white then red then green then black. Obviously, his king was very angry. The Phoenix King was not only furious. She was so angry that she was going crazy. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. F***ck. She was already prepared to fight and was planning to teach that B***tch Lien Wu a good lesson. Who knew that not only did she not want to fight with her, but she also directly left. This was like a person who had long been prepared for battle, but his punch landed on cotton. How powerless was this? The Phoenix King was depressed. He was still very, very depressed. He felt extremely aggrieved, as if there was a fire burning in his chest, but he couldn't let it out. This feeling was not good. Looking at the silent and sulky Phoenix King, the sixth elder didn't know what to say. Could she say that she was starting to pity the king? Based on her understanding of Wang Ding had intended to make a move, but his opponent had left so easily that she no longer had the best reason to make a move. And if his opponent had not made a move, Wang Ding would not have taken the initiative due to his relationship with God Lord Fog Ripple. As such, the sixth elder concluded that the king must be feeling extremely aggrieved. The tactful sixth elder did not want to be the king's punching bag, so he gave Old Fire and Feng Miao, who were happily watching the show, a look, and the three of them promptly left the Phoenix King Palace. Sure enough, when the Phoenix King came back to his senses and wanted to ask the sixth elder about the strike, he couldn't find him at all. According to the guard's report, the sixth elder had left the Phoenix clan with Old Fire and Feng Miao to find natural treasures for healing, and the date of his return was uncertain. Now, the only elder in the Phoenix clan who wasn't in seclusion had also run away from home. When the Phoenix King heard the news, he smashed all the decorations in the Phoenix King Palace in a fit of anger. But what was the use of that? The Phoenix King, who had become the commander of the army, could only sulk alone. However, Old Fire and Feng Miao did not run away from home of their own will. The two of them had been dragged out by the sixth elder. Moreover, it was after they left the royal Phoenix Palace. They didn't even have the chance to return to their rooms before they were directly led out of the Phoenix territory by the sixth elder. The two of them couldn't understand the sixth elder's actions, and they were even more depressed. They were carrying the mission of instigating a rebellion. If they were to leave the Feng clan just like that, how were they going to complete their mission? More importantly, they had only taken a glance at their master previously. Although they were shocked by their master's appearance, she was still their master. He couldn't even say a word to his master. What a great regret. With this thought in mind, the two of them looked at the sixth elder with even more resentment. The sixth elder felt the gazes of the two old men and smiled helplessly. You don't know the king as well as I do. When she comes back to her senses, she'll definitely find trouble with us. So, in order to prevent trouble before it happens, we'd better leave. When are we going back to the clan? Old Fire could not help but ask. I don't know. We'll see. The sixth elder let out a soft sigh, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Old Fire was speechless. If they were never able to return to the clan, how were he and Feng Miao supposed to complete this mission? This was the first mission given to them by their master after they had acknowledged him as their master. If they failed, they would be too ashamed to face their master. Old Fire was worried. Feng Miao was also silent. The sixth elder kept sighing. The three aimless old phoenixes were at a loss, not knowing where to go. However, Old Fire still reported his current situation to his master. After Leng Ruoxue expressed her understanding, she instructed them to take good care of themselves. Just like that, the three old phoenixes began their wandering life in the god world. At this moment, after Leng Ruoxue had left the Phoenix clan and returned to the Peacock clan with a group of peacocks, she was immediately surrounded by a group of peacocks led by the Peacock King. Leng Ruoxue burst out laughing when she saw the peacock's anxious expressions. Master, you can still laugh? Isn't it too cowardly of us to leave the Phoenix clan just like that? I'm afraid that the Phoenix King will look down on us even more in the future. The Peacock King said with a face full of hidden bitterness. He had originally thought that his master would have a great fight with the Phoenix King. Who would have thought that after the other party showed their provocative state, they would actually leave with their tails between their legs like a feather? Previous chapter. Next chapter. This. Wasn't this a case of loud thunder and light rain? The Peacock King was extremely disappointed. They were full of vigor and energy as they headed towards the Phoenix clan's territory. Who knew that even if they didn't get justice, how could they leave so easily? Wouldn't this benefit the Phoenix King? That damned Phoenix King would definitely think that they were afraid. However, the truth was that ever since they acknowledged Leng Ruoxue as their master, the Peacock clan's morale had been greatly boosted. They had almost forgotten how to spell the word fear. Hence, they could not wait to have a great battle with the Phoenix clan to boost their morale. However, it was clearly impossible now. The Peacock King was disappointed, but he didn't know what his master was doing. The other peacocks wanted to ask but didn't dare to. Hence, they could only stare at Leng Ruoxue with resentment. When Leng Ruoxue saw the peacock's little expressions, she was indeed laughing quite happily. However, she couldn't help but look at the number of peacocks she had with a resentful gaze. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't bear the pitiful gazes. After sighing, Leng Ruoxue explained helplessly, "What are you guys so impatient for? I didn't say that I would let the Phoenix King go. Don't worry, I will get justice for you." Hearing this, the peacock's spirits were lifted again. The Peacock King looked at his master with a face full of guilt. His eyes were filled with tears, and he said, "Woo. Master, I was wrong. I should have believed you." Even so, the Peacock King couldn't help but ask, "Master, when are we going to attack the Phoenix clan? Now that the elders of the Phoenix kind are not here, it's a great opportunity." Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. When did this little peacock become so violent? Was this still the beastie that she knew that had a little suffering attribute? This was clearly a male T-Rex. Leng Ruoxue was speechless, but she would never admit that this little peacock had learned to be violent from her. She couldn't take the blame for this. After coming up with an excuse, Leng Ruoxue shot a disapproving glance at the Peacock King and said calmly, "Peacock King, and you little peacocks, Master will give you a good lesson today." After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she deliberately paused to see the peacock's reaction. As expected, the peacocks, including the Peacock King, were at a loss when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words. "Teach them?" What class? Or did they do something wrong, and their master wanted to teach them a lesson? However, it didn't look like their master was going to educate them. They could still feel whether their master was angry or not. Even though the peacocks did not quite understand Leng Ruoxue's words, they all put on a modest front and looked up at Leng Ruoxue, waiting for their master's next words. Leng Ruoxue looked at the cute little peacocks who were waiting to listen to her. Her heart was itching. At the same time, she stretched out her snow-white claws and touched the head of one of the little peacocks. Then, she touched them one by one before she reluctantly retracted her wolf claws. The peacocks were even more confused after being touched. What was master doing? Taking advantage? Many peacocks thought so, but they did not dare to say it out loud. They could already feel the little white cat's sharp gaze in its owner's arms. Sob. That was so scary. After the peacock sensed the danger, they all moved back in unison to maintain a safe distance from their masters. Master, you. Didn't you want to give us a lesson? We'll be waiting. Okay, let's start now. Leng Ruoxue was naturally happy to see the peacocks so motivated. After a few coughs, she continued, today, I'll give you all the first lesson. That is, you can't defeat your enemies by force. If we don't rely on force, then what should we rely on? An older peacock asked with a puzzled expression. To the beast race, force was the best way for them to show off their strength. Therefore, they really couldn't think of a better way than force. Even though she was interrupted, Leng Ruoxue was not angry. She was also very happy that these peacocks took the initiative to ask her questions. She then patiently explained to this old peacock, of course it's wisdom. When the peacocks heard that it was wisdom, they immediately exploded. They didn't like to use their brains, as it was too tiring. It was better for them to have a direct fight. However, they had to listen to their master's advice. For a moment, the peacocks were at a loss. Master, we beasts are not like humans who like to use schemes and intrigues. It's better for us to take action directly. After a long time, the similarly conflicted peacock king finally couldn't help but speak. To make the beasts use their brains, wasn't this the same as asking for their old lives? It was possible to make the 4 king divine beasts use their brains for everything because the 4 king divine beasts had always been proud and arrogant. They felt that they were not inferior to humans and even wanted to be stronger than humans in every aspect. However, ordinary beasts like them did not have such ambitions and did not want to be in the limelight. To the majority of the magical beasts in the divine realm, as long as they were not bullied by others, had a wife, and had a few children, it was enough for them to live for the rest of their lives. So, what was there to be ambitious about? It was really quite far away from them. If there were conflicts between the beasts and humans, or between the beasts and beasts, the most common solution was to fight. This was the behavior of a man, and it was more satisfying. If the beasts were to become like humans, many of them would die of suffocation. Take action directly? That was the behavior of barbarians. We're all well-bred beastie, so we naturally can't do this. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. The peacock king didn't know how to react. Could he say that he didn't know many words and wasn't cultured? However, looking at his master's expression, it seemed as if being uncultured was a rather embarrassing thing. Therefore, the peacock king really didn't dare to say that he was illiterate. Otherwise, he might be despised by his master. Sob. Uncultured child, I can't afford to hurt you. Seeing that the peacock king seemed to be in a dilemma, Leng Ruoxue continued, actually, I don't mean that you can't directly attack any enemy. It's not a problem for you to directly attack an enemy of equal strength or even lower strength than you. If you have to use wisdom against such an enemy, then I can only say that you are too weak. The enemy I want you to use your intelligence on must be stronger than you. For example, the Phoenix King. With your current strength, it's not quite possible for you to defeat the Phoenix King. As for me, I can't use my full strength now. Otherwise, my identity will be exposed, and my plan will be in vain. Thus, we need to avoid them as much as possible and find an opportunity to catch them off guard. This way, we can obtain the greatest benefits with the least losses. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Previous chapter. Master, are you saying that we should launch a sneak attack on the Phoenix King? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Peacock King was stunned for a moment before he replied. I won't ambush you. Leng Ruoxue denied. Then how do we catch them off guard? The Peacock King was even more confused now. He felt that he could not keep up with his master's pace. During this period of time, he had seen with his own eyes how Leng Ruoxue had toyed with the Phoenix King. She had even made up an identity to fool the Phoenix King. Apart from his admiration, he also felt that his master would do this because his master was a human. If he let a beast do this, even the Phoenix King would not have the ability to do so. Most importantly, he did not expect it to be like this. But now, after hearing his master's words, the Peacock King's not-so-smart brain had turned into mush. It's a secret. As long as you know, although I won't confront the Phoenix King directly, I won't let her go. Leng Ruoxue said with a mysterious look. Hearing her words, the peacocks were instantly depressed. The master said that he was giving them a lesson, but in the end, he still kept them in suspense. Wasn't this bullying? One had to know that their curiosity was all piqued. Woo-woo. How could master be like this? The peacock's gazes became even more resentful. However, Leng Ruoxue ignored them and said, as the master, I can't teach you everything step by step like I'm teaching a child. So, the feeling of using my wisdom can only be slowly experienced by you. Now, I'll let May and Baby teach you how to identify ordinary medicinal herbs. Take advantage of the time before we leave and try to pick all the ordinary medicinal herbs in the Phoenix territory for me, your master. Whoever picks the most will be rewarded. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she immediately took out the succubus, Baby, Ling, Mo, and a few other beasts from the bangle. The moment these little beasts appeared, they immediately entered the zone and divided the peacocks into a few groups, teaching them separately. When the peacocks heard that there would be rewards, they naturally studied very seriously. On the other hand, many peacocks had a basic understanding of herbs and learned relatively quickly. As soon as they learned it, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts to collect ordinary herbs for their master. Most of the territory in the Phoenix territory was the Phoenix clan's territory. The affiliated beast clans that lived in the Phoenix territory were naturally those that were stronger or had close ties with the Phoenix clan. However, the Phoenix clan only had the Phoenix king as their leader now, and the other beast clans were in Leng Ruoxue's hands. Hence, the peacocks gathered the ordinary herbs that the Phoenix clan did not care about as if they were strolling in their own backyard. Not only did the beasts not stop them, the Eagle clan and a few other beast clans, upon hearing that their masters were interested in those wild grass, also automatically helped to collect them. Their knowledge of medicinal herbs was naturally spread on the spot by the precious beasts. The Phoenix king had also received the news of this situation. However, she didn't take it seriously. The ordinary herbs in the Phoenix territory were almost overflowing. Those things that were not worth much were not picked by any beast on normal days. Therefore, the Phoenix king did not even think about it and guessed that this must be the idea of that ugly monster, Lien Wu. The Peacock clan was about to leave the Phoenix territory. That ugly woman must be short of money to raise so many beasts. Those herbs might not be worth much in the eyes of the Phoenix king, but to human alchemists, they could still be sold for a price. However, to the rich Phoenix clan, that price was too cheap. This was why the Phoenix king was not interested in the common herbs that could be found everywhere. This was also beneficial to Leng Ruoxue. Even though most of these herbs were fire attributed due to the geographical location, Leng Ruoxue needed them as long as they were herbs. She didn't care what attribute they were. After all, she had many fire attributed beasts by her side. Very quickly, the ordinary herbs in Leng Ruoxue's bracelet had piled up into a small mountain. These herbs were the result of the beasts' hard work for a day. When she saw these herbs, Leng Ruoxue could not help but sigh. It was still better to have more beasts. Look at the quality of the work. In order to reward the beasts for their hard work, Leng Ruoxue tried her best to change the food she ate. While the beasts were satisfied with their food, they were also more agile in their work. All the beasts worked together for 3 days and finally collected all the ordinary herbs in the Phoenix territory. They didn't even leave a single root for the Phoenix clan. They had picked all of them. Other than being happy, Leng Ruoxue also gave out a few bottles of pills to each of the beasts as a reward. When the beasts saw this, they were all moved to tears. Sob. There's meat to eat if I follow master. There were pills to eat. Leng Ruoxue's heart ached when she saw how easily these beasts were satisfied. These beasts, none of them were sneaky when it came to doing work, but such a small favor made them shed tears of gratitude. They were really a group of honest children. Actually, according to Leng Ruoxue's thinking, since she had already bribed others and given them pills, she would naturally not be stingy with her beasts. The pills that she had given out were not considered precious in her heart. After all, as an alchemist who had no lack of herbs, the most she had were pills. Hence, she did not wish for these beasts to be so excited. As the master, he would not let his beastie suffer losses no matter what. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue said, "Calm down. Don't be reluctant to eat these pills, I'll give you more after you finish them, so you can eat as much as you want." The pills she gave out were the most suitable for these beasts. Most of them were pills that increased Shen power and could be eaten as snacks. However, with her short understanding of these beasts, she guessed that they would most likely be reluctant to give it up, which was why she said this. Now, when the beasts heard her say this, they were even more excited. Immediately, some beasts couldn't help but take a pill and put it in their mouths. Then, they immediately sat down cross-legged to regulate their breathing. Not long after, that beastie actually advanced a rank in front of everyone's eyes, from a first-rank sacred beast to a second-rank sacred beast. All the beastie beasts were stunned when they saw this. Oh my god. Is this true? He actually advanced just like that. This was simply too unbelievable. After they came to their senses, the beasties went completely crazy. All the beasts opened the bottles and poured the pills into their mouths. Then, they quickly sat down. A moment later, the laws of heaven and earth that had advanced in rank descended one after another. The Peacock clan's territory had become a paradise for advancement. Most of the beasts had advanced in rank. The weaker beasts naturally advanced in rank more, and the beasts had advanced at least one rank. After a long time. Only then did the rank advancement craze end. When the beasts woke up, they could not hide the joy on their faces. The beasts were so excited that they couldn't speak. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin read light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel online. After a while, some of the beasts suddenly reacted. They had eaten all the Shen power pills that their master had given them. Woo-woo. The beasts who had come to their senses suddenly burst into tears. Then, the cries grew more and more. Leng Ruoxue was dumbfounded when she saw this. Ugh! What was this situation? Shouldn't it be a happy thing to advance? She had also benefited a lot from this, but why were these beasts suddenly crying? Could it be that he was so excited that he cried tears of joy? However, the sullen expressions of these beasts definitely did not look like they were crying tears of joy. Leng Ruoxue denied her own guess very quickly. Peacock King, why are you all crying? Leng Ruoxue helplessly glanced at the Peacock King, who was also bawling his eyes out. The Peacock King, who had just advanced from a Class 7 sacred beast to a Class 8 sacred beast, immediately raised his head when he heard his master's question. He said with tears in his eyes, "I've finished all the pills that master gave me." The Peacock King was filled with regret. In truth, he was only a step away from becoming a Class 8 Saint God beast. Even if he didn't eat all those pills, he would still be able to advance in a few hundred years. However, because of his greed, he ate all the pills that increased his divine power. Although he had advanced to the Class 8 Saint God beast as he had wished, when he thought about how he had eaten all those precious pills in a single moment, his heart ached. Although the Peacock King had acknowledged his master, he had not fully realized that his master was a nouveau riche. Therefore, after the joy of advancing, his heart ached for those precious pills. In the entire immortal realm, the most precious medicinal pills were undoubtedly those that could heal injuries and increase one's divine power. It was precisely because of this that he was unable to let go of his own wasteful behavior. What a precious pill! He had actually finished it so quickly. The Peacock King was so regretful that his intestines had turned green. So what if you finished it all? It's not a big deal. After hearing the Peacock King's reason, Leng Ruoxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that these beasts were crying because they had consumed all the pills. She knew it. Looking at how sad they were, it didn't look like they were crying from joy. Master, this is a very serious matter. Those pills are too precious. We shouldn't be so wasteful. After hearing his master's words, the Peacock King was so shocked that his forehead was covered in sweat, but he still didn't forget to remind him. It's fine. I have plenty of pills. I'm not afraid of you losing. Leng Ruoxue said in an unusually forthright manner. After she finished speaking, she felt like laughing. With her current appearance, she was definitely a true nouveau riche. However, in order to appease these beasts, she went all out. They were her beasts anyway, so no one would laugh at her. Master, you have a lot of beasts around you, so you should be more thrifty. Otherwise, you'll have to sit and eat. When the Peacock King heard his master's words, he quickly began to worry for her. He couldn't help but glance at the beasts present from the corner of his eye. Other than the Peacock tribe, there were also the Eagle tribe, the Condor tribe, and other beast tribes. How many mouths did they have? The owner would really choke on it. The more the Peacock King thought about it, the more worried he became. Among the beasts that his master had taken in, other than the Eagle and the Condor race, which were the strongest, the other beast races, including his own Peacock race, seemed to be lacking in combat power. Thinking about this, the Peacock King was deeply worried. He felt that it was his clan that was dragging his master down. Woo-woo, master. I've let you down. I'm too useless. Our Peacock clan may seem impressive, but we're actually quite weak. When Leng Ruoxue heard that the Peacock King was so considerate of her, she was very touched. However, Tsang immediately told Leng Ruoxue about the Peacock King's thoughts. When Leng Ruoxue heard it, she also felt depressed. This Peacock King's worry was too. Leng Ruoxue did not know how to praise him. He should still be criticized for his distrust of his master. However, after thinking about it, although the little peacock's worry was a little unnecessary, she still had good intentions. She could not reject this favor, but she would feel quite aggrieved. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue heard Tsang say, "Peacock King, what you said makes sense. Since you have this awareness of being diligent and thrifty, then I'll leave the matters of the beasts to you in the future. You'll be Nyo's beast chief butler, do a good job." What? Hearing this, the Peacock King was so agitated that he didn't know how to react. However, Leng Ruoxue looked at Tsang in astonishment. The meaning behind her words was, "Tsang, what are you trying to do? Why did he find her a butler?" Actually, Leng Ruoxue had not arranged for anyone to be the head butler. Basically, all the matters around her were handled by Fengde and the others. If Fengde and the others were in closed-door cultivation, someone else would be in charge. All this while, as they were all on the same side, everyone got along very well and did not cause any unpleasant incidents. However, with the increase in the number of people and beasts by her side, Leng Ruoxue knew that she couldn't continue to raise them freely. She needed someone to manage them. Otherwise, her life would be in chaos sooner or later. However, she didn't know if her grandfather and the others would be able to adapt if the Peacock King was the head butler. That's right, Tsang was talking about the beast chief butler. Could it be that there was also a human chief butler? However, no matter what, Leng Ruoxue was not optimistic about the Peacock King taking up the position of the head butler, even if it was for her beasts. Leng Ruoxue had great foresight. She truly felt that her beasts would not listen to the Peacock King, so Tsang's idea would be hard to achieve. Sensing Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, Cold One patted his chest and promised, "Girl, don't worry. I'm here. It's precisely because I have you that I'm worried." Leng Ruoxue replied with her eyes. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Tsang was playing a trick on the pitiful Peacock King. She was very clear about how wild and unruly her beasts were. She wanted to let the beasts, who had always been free and unfettered, suddenly have someone to control them. Difficult. It was really difficult. It wasn't just difficult. However, since this was Tsang's decision, Leng Ruoxue would not interfere. Otherwise, if Tsang Ruo were to get angry, the one who would be in trouble would be her beastie. Thinking about it this way, Leng Ruoxue decided to turn a blind eye to it. With that, the Peacock King's identity as the head butler of the Beast clan was finally confirmed. The newly appointed Peacock King had never dreamed that he would become the chief butler of his master beastie. He was so excited that he felt like he was floating as he walked. However, after its master entered the bracelet once and saw all of his beasts, the Peacock King calmed down after being dumbfounded and petrified. Sob. He knew that the kitten was up to no good. Although he had been arranged to be the head butler of his master beastie, there was still the Phoenix clan among his master beastie. Would he dare to interfere? He had always been the one being controlled by the Phoenix clan. Moreover, he didn't expect that his master would have so many phoenixes as his beasts. At first, he thought that his master was already very powerful when she kidnapped Feng Xiu's family of 4 from the Phoenix territory. Now, he knew that he had underestimated his master. He was too short-sighted and could not imagine how powerful his master was. However, what made him quite pleased was that the beastie that had followed him to visit the master space had only been more petrified than him. After the tour, the clan leaders of the Eagle clan, Condor clan, and a few other beast clans had even requested Leng Ruoxue to let them live in the medium in the future. After obtaining Leng Ruoxue's approval, the few clans were overjoyed. The Peacock King had the same thoughts as them, hoping that the entire clan would stay in their master's space. However, Leng Ruoxue had told them clearly that this was not the time. She still needed the Peacock clan to put on an act with her. Upon hearing this, the Peacocks immediately expressed their obedience to their master's arrangement. Just like that, other than the Peacock clan, the other spiritual beasts who had surrendered were all moved into Leng Ruoxue's bracelet. However, to the outside world, which was to say to the Phoenix clan, it was said that the spiritual beasts of those clans had all gone into seclusion. When the Phoenix King heard this news, she was instantly furious. In her opinion, this was the time to use beasts. How could these beasts go into seclusion just like that? Even those damned family patriarchs didn't come to greet her personally. They really didn't put her, the Phoenix King, in their eyes. She expressed her anger. The new leader of the Hidden Guards, who was responsible for reporting the news, had a different view on this. He felt that it was understandable for those beasts to choose to go into seclusion since they had just advanced in rank. Otherwise, the consequences of their strength being unstable would be quite serious. After tactfully conveying his thoughts to the Phoenix King finally wasn't so angry. At this time, the Phoenix King remembered something and asked, did those spirit beasts advance because they ate that *tch Lien Wu's medicinal pill? Yes, I am. The leader of the Hidden Guards replied. Are her pills really that good? Can you go and exchange a few for me to see? The Phoenix King said after thinking for a while. Your Majesty, last time, Lord Lien Wu left in a fit of anger. I'm afraid she won't be willing to trade with our Phoenix clan. Why wouldn't I? She even takes in the common herbs from the Eagle clan. I'll exchange the good ones with her, what's there to be unwilling about? She had always thought that the magical beasts of the Phoenix territory had been wantonly gathering ordinary medicinal herbs to exchange for medicinal pills with Leng Ruoxue. This was exactly the illusion that Leng Ruoxue wanted to give her. After those magical beasts had advanced in rank after eating Leng Ruoxue's medicinal pills, the Phoenix King's thoughts became even more intense. If that pill really had such a good effect. That was impossible. There wouldn't be a pill that was so effective. The Phoenix King's heart was in a dilemma. One moment, she wanted to confirm the effects of the pill, and the next moment, she completely denied it. Because she really didn't want to see Lien Wu's proud face. It was really too annoying. However, no matter how unhappy the Phoenix King was, she still wanted to test the effects of Leng Ruoxue's elixir. After she heard the news, she felt as if a kitten was living in her heart, and it was very itchy. Seeing that the Phoenix King had made up his mind, the leader of the secret guards had to bite the bullet and accept the task. In fact, he really wanted to say, Your Majesty, this matter is not under our control. However, compared to the previous leader of the Hidden Guards, he was a new official, so he was less courageous. Seeing that this subordinate was so obedient, the Phoenix King was naturally very satisfied. Otherwise, if this new leader of the secret guards were to reason with her, she would be depressed to death. After ordering the butler he trusted to bring some of the best herbs, the Phoenix King handed the herbs to the leader of the secret guards he had just promoted. After taking the herbs, the leader of the secret guards turned and left. However, the leader of the Hidden Guards did not go directly to the Peacock tribe. Instead, he brought some food to the former boss. After the former leader of the Hidden Guards was dismissed from his position, he, who had nothing better to do, other than sleeping, taking a stroll, and playing with the birds, She was just teasing the little phoenix in the clan, and her days were free and unfettered. At this moment, the former leader of the Hidden Guards was repeating his daily schedule as usual. He was playing with a bird. When he arrived at the courtyard of the former leader of the Hidden Guards, he saw the former boss surrounded by a bunch of little phoenixes. The current leader of the Hidden Guards smiled helplessly. This boss was still the same as before. He liked to take care of children. One had to know that these secret guards were all raised by this boss. This had almost become boss's instinct. Boss, I'm here to see you. The current leader of the Hidden Guards said. Waiter, you've come. A young man raised his head and said indifferently. Hearing these two words, the current leader of the hidden guards was completely depressed. Woo. He has a name, can you not call him Shower? He felt really awkward listening to her. Seeing the current leader of the hidden guards crying, the young man smiled even more happily and said, "What, you all call me boss, aren't you just the second among us brothers? There's nothing wrong with calling you Shower, so don't give me that face." "Boss, I wouldn't dare." When the current leader of the hidden guards heard this, he immediately said with an aggrieved expression. "You don't dare? Then why did he look so bitter? Do I owe you money?" The young man's face turned serious as he spoke in an unusually serious manner. At this time, the little phoenixes around him saw that the situation was not good and all flew away in fear. "Ha ha ha. Waiter, you're really stupid. I'm just scaring you. Can't you tell? AI. What are you going to do? I'm really worried about your future. Forget it. Forget it. It's better if I work harder and keep an eye on you." With that, the young man became even more unbridled. The cold air in his body was also slightly released. The leader of the hidden guards was dumbfounded when he saw that his boss seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and was really angry. After about 3 minutes of silence, the young man suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Waiter, you're really stupid. I'm just scaring you. Can't you tell? AI. What are you going to do? I'm really worried about your future. Forget it. Forget it. It's better if I work harder and keep an eye on you." The young man sighed repeatedly and muttered to himself. After hearing these words, the current leader of the hidden guards was speechless, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The boss was playing with him. Sob. Boss is so bad, how can he do this? The current leader of the hidden guards complained. However, he only dared to complain in his heart. He absolutely did not dare to say it in front of his boss. Otherwise, his boss would definitely teach him a lesson. Boss. After thinking about it, the current leader of the hidden guards still pretended to be pitiful and looked at his boss with hidden bitterness. "What's wrong? Is there something you need from me?" The young man said. "Yes." The current leader of the hidden guards nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, then looked at the young man expectantly and said, "The king asked me to take these herbs and exchange them for some pills from Lord Lianwu." The young man frowned and said, "This isn't something a secret guard should do, right? How could you agree to such a thing? You'll spoil him like this. The duty of us secret guards is only to protect the king's safety. We don't care about anything else. Have you forgotten?" The more the young man spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, his face darkened. Of course, he wasn't angry at this poor little guy whose face was already pale. He was angry that the king of Qi actually used secret guards as servants. Wasn't this overkill? I didn't want to either. The current leader of the hidden guards lowered his head and said in a low voice. Without his boss's support, he did not dare to disobey the king. Moreover, he did not have the eloquence and strength of his boss, so he could only be led by the nose by king. Now, he did not dare to let the boss know that his secret guards had taken on the role of secret agents. If there was anything, the king required the secret guards to report to her without the slightest concealment. AI. I've protected you too well. Looking at the current leader of the hidden guards, the young man sighed helplessly and sighed. In the past, he had always helped them settle everything. Now, he could no longer help them deal with these things. These little guys naturally had no choice but to let the Phoenix King do as he pleased. After thinking it through, the young man began to blame himself. All this while, he had treated his subordinates like children and neglected other aspects of their education. However, it was fortunate that he had discovered it early, so there should still be time. With this thought in mind, the young man smiled and said, "Waiter, you've just taken over the job of the leader of the hidden guards and have no prior experience, so it's understandable that you'll listen to the king. But you have to remember that we are secret guards responsible for the safety of the king, not guards, not stewards, not the king's servants. Other than protecting the king's safety, we don't need to care about anything else, so as not to waste our energy. Think about it. If the king is attacked by a powerful enemy and is seriously injured while you are helping him, will the clansmen blame us for not protecting the king, or will they blame the king for giving us extra work?" The young man deliberately paused for a moment before he continued. "Boss, I know I was wrong. In the future, I will be like you and will not listen to Wang Yan's orders. Other than protecting the king, I don't care about anything else." After listening to the young man's brainwashing, the current leader of the hidden guards said with extreme shame. He knew that his boss was right. The hidden guards should not indulge in the king's willfulness. Otherwise, if something really happened to Wang, they would probably have to die to atone for their sins. The secret guards also had families. Naturally, no one was willing to pay for the willfulness of the Phoenix King. Therefore, such a thing must never happen again. The current leader of the hidden guards thought to himself. However, he had already agreed to this, so he had to do it. At the thought of this, the current leader of the hidden guard said with a troubled expression, "Boss, I don't care about the future anymore, but I've already agreed to this. What do you think I should do?" "Fine, I'll go with you. However, Lord Lianwu is not someone who will play by the rules, so I can't guarantee whether she will agree or not." The young man couldn't bear to make things difficult for his subordinate and said after thinking for a while. "Thank you, boss. However, there's no hurry. I've brought food and wine. Let's have a good meal first." The goal had been achieved, and with the help of the boss, the current leader of the hidden guards felt relieved. Woo. With boss around, it was as if he had a pillar of support. His heart was extremely calm. The young man nodded with a smile. After the two finished eating, they slowly made their way to the Peacock tribe. When they arrived at the entrance of the Peacock clan, the young man directly asked to see Lord Lien Wu. When the Peacock guard heard this, he sized them up and told them to wait while he went to report. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but sigh. AI. The Peacock tribe was different from the past. In the past, when they saw the Phoenix clan, they would directly invite us in. There was no need to report. Boss, when the current leader of the hidden guards heard this, he tugged at his boss's clothes, indicating that the walls had ears. These words could not be heard by the peacocks. Otherwise, those peacocks who now had a backer might gang up on him. Who knew that the young man would just smile nonchalantly and say, "Don't worry, I'm telling the truth. Lord Lien Wu won't be so stingy. You're an interesting phoenix." At this moment, a female voice sounded in the young man's ears. When the two heard it, they immediately looked around, but they didn't see any trace of a woman. Seeing this, the current leader of the hidden guards couldn't help but change his expression. "I'm finished." The boss's words were caught red-handed. What was this good? If Lord Lien Wu became angry because of this, boss might be in danger, and he might not be able to complete his mission. "The Lord wants you to go in." Without giving the current leader of the hidden guards a chance to let his thoughts run wild, the peacock guard who appeared later said directly, "Thanks. Let's go." After thanking him, the young man immediately pulled his slightly dazed subordinate and walked straight into the territory of the Peacock clan. The two of them were so familiar with the Peacock clan's territory that it was like their own backyard. When they arrived at the courtyard where the Peacock King's palace was located, they found Leng Ruoxue sitting there drinking tea. "Hello, Lord Lien Wu." The two of them greeted him politely in unison. "Hello." Leng Ruoxue returned the gesture and invited them to take a seat. She then directly asked them why they were here. When the two of them saw how direct Leng Ruoxue was, they were both a little surprised. However, it was also because of this that the young man had a good impression of her. He liked to interact with people who were quick to do things. After explaining the purpose of her visit, Leng Ruoxue remained silent for a long while. However, her beautiful eyes were sizing up the two of them. Under Leng Ruoxue's gaze, the young man remained as calm as ever. The new leader of the hidden guards felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The pressure that Lord Lien Wu gave the new leader of the secret guards was too great, even greater than the Phoenix King. This made him feel rather incredulous. How did this happen? The newly appointed leader of the hidden guards couldn't figure it out. After sizing them up for a long time, Leng Ruoxue saw that the old and new head of the hidden guards was calmly drinking his tea while the other was breaking out in cold sweat. She stopped teasing them and smiled. "It's not impossible to exchange for my pills. However, my pills are very precious. Are you sure you can afford them?" "This. I don't know what Lord Lien Wu wants to do with this exchange." After swallowing his saliva with difficulty, the current leader of the hidden guards asked carefully. However, the young man didn't ask that. Instead, he said, "I can afford it. I can afford it. The Feng clan is very rich." Leng Ruoxue was extremely calm when she heard the two's different answers. On the other hand, the current leader of the hidden guards broke out in even more cold sweat when he heard his boss's words. Now, he was very suspicious. Did this boss follow him to ruin his reputation? Otherwise, why would he expose his own weakness before the conditions were agreed? No. It wasn't short, it was their own trump card. That. They were from the Phoenix clan, right? At this moment, he deeply felt that he was not here to talk about other people's affairs. "Since you can afford it, then bring me the herbs according to what is written here." Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, then handed the two of them a piece of paper. After the young man looked at it, he didn't say anything and passed it to his stupid subordinate. The current leader of the hidden guards took a quick glance and immediately widened his eyes. F***CK. What was written on it? Although he didn't know many words, he could still recognize most of them. But wasn't the number and name of these herbs a little too much? What he had brought was not even a drop in the ocean of the requirements. His cold sweat instantly increased by quite a bit. His face was even paler. "What's the matter?" the young man asked. "Did you not bring enough herbs?" When he said this, he had no intention of avoiding Leng Ruoxue. His voice was not soft either, and in an instant, the current leader of the secret guards was so agitated that he came back to his senses. The current leader of the hidden guards looked at his boss with a hint of resentment. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Boss, please wake up. You're a member of the Feng clan, don't ruin my reputation like this. He didn't bring enough herbs, but you should know that. Why did you have to tell him?" Being exposed like this, the current leader of the hidden guards felt very embarrassed. However, the young man didn't think as much as he did. The young man directly said, "If you didn't bring enough herbs, you can go back and get them. The king will not blame you." Hearing this, the current leader of the hidden guards regretted asking his boss to come with him. Originally, he thought he was stupid and hoped that his boss would come to boost his prestige and haggle with Lord Lien Wu. However, after this boss came, not only did he not plan to haggle, but he even kept tearing down his stage. Wu. He really wanted to strangle his boss. "Yes, I also support you to go back and get it. If the Phoenix King wants to exchange it with me, it's absolutely impossible to do it without paying a lot of money." Leng Ruoxue was still smiling as her beautiful eyes kept on scanning the two men in front of her. She found their interaction to be rather interesting. Sob. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had said the same thing, the current leader of the hidden guards felt that it was hard to back down now. Especially since she had clearly stated that it was impossible for the king to not pay a huge price if he wanted to exchange the pills from her. He didn't know what to say when she was so honest. Call him a profiteer. She didn't beg you to change. You can call him a villain. He had made everything clear. In short, even though he was depressed by Leng Ruoxue's words, he could not find a single fault with her. After hesitating for a while, the current leader of the hidden guards stood up helplessly and said, "Boss, let's go back first." He had to go back and report this to the Phoenix King, and he knew that the Phoenix King would be furious. Who knew that the young man would listen to his subordinate's words, but he had no intention of returning to the clan at all. He said, "You can go back by yourself. I'll wait for you here." Hearing this, the current leader of the hidden guards was a little dumbfounded. What? What kind of situation was this? The boss didn't want to go back with him, but instead wanted to stay with the Peacock tribe? In an instant, the current leader of the hidden guards felt as if he didn't recognize his boss anymore. Woo, how could this be? Quickly go back and gather the herbs according to my requirements. I'll treat your boss well. Leng Ruoxue joined in the fun. The moment she finished speaking, the current leader of the hidden guards, that poor little thing, turned even paler. Even Leng Ruoxue started to pity him. However, he had a boss who was not under anyone's control, so he could only endure it. I'll go back first then. After a long while, the current leader of the hidden guards, that poor little thing, finally spat out these words. Then, he slowly left with his tall and hunched body. There was still a trace of cowering and desolate aura around him, looking quite pitiful. Why didn't you go back with him? After the current leader of the hidden guards left, Leng Ruoxue glanced at the young man and asked curiously. He should learn to grow up and learn how to refuse. The young man said honestly. In fact, he still had one thing to say. He was very interested in Lord Lien Wu. That's true. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in agreement. She then reminded, when he goes back, the Phoenix King might use him as a punching bag. Don't be sad when that happens. I watched them grow up and raise them into my secret guards. Now that I've been relieved of my job, I can't continue to look after them, so they have to adapt to living on their own. The young man sighed and said. After saying these words, he was a little surprised. He didn't know why he would say these things to the human in front of him. And these words were said by him inadvertently. Leng Ruoxue, who had also heard this, nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, she suddenly asked, "Do you know Feng Imo?" Feng Imo? I don't know him. Hearing these two words, the young man's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly calmed down. The flash of panic in his eyes did not escape Leng Ruoxue's eyes. You really don't know him? Then you should be familiar with this name. Leng Ruoxue asked. I've never heard of this name. The young man denied. Feng Chuan, you don't even recognize your ancestors. Suddenly, an angry voice rang in the young man's ears. Then, an angry woman in red appeared in front of him. When the young man, Feng Chuan, saw this woman, although his heart was already in a state of shock, he still pretended to be calm and asked carefully, "May I know which senior you are?" This woman gave him a lot of pressure. He was very sure that he did not know this woman. However, the fire attribute aura on this red-dressed woman was unusually strong. This made him have to be careful. I'm the mother parasol tree. Wu Tong said while suppressing her anger. Ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Hearing this, Feng Chuan immediately knelt down to the mother parasol tree. The excitement on his face couldn't be described with words. He knew that the ancestor of the parasol tree would not die so easily. Feng Chuan was so excited. However, Leng Ruoxue was puzzled when she saw Feng Chuan addressing the mother parasol tree as ancestor. This doesn't make sense, right? Seeing through Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, the parasol tree explained helplessly, the parasol tree tribe and the phoenix tribe have always accompanied each other. The little phoenixes either grew up on our parasol tree or grew up together with the little parasol tree. So, it's only natural for him to call me ancestor. Does he not doubt your identity? He believed you when you said you were the mother parasol tree? Don't forget, the phoenix tribe has been saying that the mother parasol tree is no longer around. Leng Ruoxue could not help but remind him. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the mother parasol tree glared at her helplessly and rebuked, "Little girl, which side are you on? Are you trying to undermine me?" Hee. I'm just curious. Leng Ruoxue said, a little embarrassed. If it was her, she would not easily believe the words of others. Listening to the conversation between the two, although Feng Chuan found it very interesting, he still kindly explained, "We phoenixes are born with a sense of closeness to the parasol tree, so I felt a sense of closeness when I saw the old ancestor. It was just that I didn't know her identity at first, but my intuition told me that she must be related to me." You brat, since you're calling me old ancestor, do you still dare to deny that you know Feng Imo? The mother parasol tree said viciously, as if it was going to destroy him if he denied it. Feng Chuan was helpless when he heard the words of the violent parasol tree grandmaster. After glancing at Leng Ruoxue, he said with a slightly aggrieved tone, "Lord Lien Wu is the divine master's man, of course I can't admit it." Then why do you dare to admit it now? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. With ancestor Wu Tong here, I guess your identity is definitely not simple. Feng Chuan wasn't stupid. He knew very well how much the parasol tree mother tree hated the mist ripple godlord and the current phoenix king. Naturally, it wouldn't join the two of them in their evil ways. Thus, he naturally had new speculations and ideas about this Lord Lien Wu's identity. Humph. You're smart. This little girl is Leng Ruoxue. The parasol tree revealed Leng Ruoxue's identity. After Feng Chuan heard this, his eyes instantly widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Leng Ruoxue? Was she the Leng Ruoxue that he had heard of? Leng Ruoxue, the one who has a grudge against God Lord Fog Ripple? After a long time, Feng Chuan couldn't help but ask. He had always been secretly paying attention to Leng Ruoxue's achievements and had thought that one day, he might be able to contact her. Who would have thought that before he could do anything, this Leng Ruoxue, who was rumored to have turned the entire god world upside down, had actually appeared on her own. He saw a living one. At the thought of this, Feng Chuan's eyes widened even more. He sized Leng Ruoxue up and down as if he was trying to see what kind of superhuman ability she had that could make the entire beast clan panic. Whenever the Phoenix King mentioned her, he would clench his teeth in hatred. But after looking at him, Feng Chuan was obviously disappointed. He had seen Leng Ruoxue's image before, but it was not the same person as the one in front of him. Obviously, the poor child didn't know about the existence of appearance-changing pills in the world. Just as Feng Chuan was still puzzled, Leng Ruoxue nodded calmly and said, "That's right, it's the one who has a grudge against Wu Cheng." Liar. Leng Ruoxue doesn't even look like you. Feng Chuan, who had always been calm and collected, was suddenly possessed by a baby and complained. "I've taken a disguise pill. Now that I'm here at the Feng clan, you can't possibly ask me to show my true face, right? If that were the case, the Phoenix King would have already attacked me." Leng Ruoxue said helplessly as Feng Chuan's IQ suddenly dropped. The look of distrust on Feng Chuan's face made her even more furious. "Oh. So that's how it is." Feng Chuan nodded. He knew it. No matter how a person dressed up, it was impossible to make themselves unrecognizable. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in embarrassment, "Can you let me take a look at the disguise pill? This is the first time I've heard of this pill." "Sure." Leng Ruoxue felt rather helpless. She then took out a disguise pill and gave it to Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan was curious and ate it without thinking. After that, she bounced around and asked the two of them excitedly, "Forefather, Lord Lien Wu, has my appearance changed?" Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue exchanged a look with the mother parasol tree helplessly. Her eyes were red as she said, "This is the secret you guys have planted?" "Yes." This Feng Chuan, who was normal at first sight but not very normal now, was the secret line that Feng Mo and the mother tree of Wudong had buried. However, the mother tree of Wudong had never looked for Feng Chuan. And that Feng Mo, who was the leader of the secret guards of the previous Feng King, had the foresight to bury Feng Chuan as a secret line after he noticed the abnormality of Feng Tong. In the war hundreds of thousands of years ago, in order to protect the Feng King at that time, he was seriously injured and sealed with Feng Wu. Therefore, Feng Chuan's role as a secret spy was left idle. Feng Chuan, who could be considered smart, in order to hide his identity, had always done his job as the leader of the secret guards and had withstood all kinds of tests from Feng Tong. In general, Feng Tong was quite satisfied with him. The only dissatisfaction was that Feng Chuan was too old-fashioned and always used the rules to do things. Every time this happened, Prince Feng would be angered to death by Feng Chuan. But even so, the Phoenix King was not willing to fire him. But this time, the elders of the Feng clan went on strike, which made the Phoenix King really angry. Feng Chuan happened to become cannon fodder and was severely punished by the Phoenix King. However, Feng Wang felt that he had severely punished Feng Chuan, but Feng Chuan didn't think so. He couldn't wait to be free. Because no one could understand how painful it was to look at and protect one's own enemy every day. There were even a few times when Feng Chuan almost couldn't hold back and wanted to make a move. But at the last moment, his rationality controlled himself. He knew that he could not reveal himself. With his current strength, he was no match for the Phoenix King. Thus, all he could do was to be patient. After finding out Leng Ruoxue's identity, Feng Chuan had been excited for a while. He felt that he had found a companion. Who asked Leng Ruoxue to have a common enemy with him. However, out of caution, he did not dare to act rashly. He had been secretly collecting information related to Leng Ruoxue. Furthermore, he did not expect to see Leng Ruoxue so soon. He was not prepared at all and had obviously lost his composure. And Leng Ruoxue knew about Feng Chuan's existence because the parasol tree had revealed it to her. When Leng Ruoxue first found out that the previous Phoenix King had a trick up her sleeve, she was extremely shocked. It was only after the parasol tree's detailed explanation that she realized that things were not as she had thought. Feng Wu and Feng Tong were sisters. Feng Wu trusted his sister very much and gave her a lot of power. The only ones who felt that Feng Tong was not the same on the surface and abnormal were the mother Phoenix tree and the leader of the secret guards beside the Phoenix King. However, the two of them knew Feng Wu's character very well. Although they had hinted to the Phoenix King not to give Feng Tong that much power, it was a pity that the Phoenix King didn't care. In the Phoenix King's heart, Feng Tong was her only sister. How could she harm her? When Leng Ruoxue first heard about this, she had already expressed her disapproval of Feng Wu's low vigilance. She truly felt that the Phoenix King was too stupid and too naive. One must know that sometimes, the knife of a family member was much sharper than the knife of an enemy. More importantly, one could defend against the enemy's saber, but not the saber of one's family. However, Leng Ruoxue was also clear that this matter could not be entirely blamed on the Phoenix King. It could also be that this little sister of hers was too good at acting, to the point that the wise phoenix king that the parasol tree spoke of did not notice at all. In short, for her to fall for the trap of her kin, she must have some sort of weakness. For example, the trust in family, the desire for family, and so on. When she thought about it this way, Leng Ruoxue felt a little more sympathy for the previous phoenix king on account of Feng Zhan. After all, if it was possible, no one would be willing to be plotted against by their own family. It was precisely because of this that she was more interested in the hidden spy that the parasol tree had mentioned. She also had more expectations. But now, it seemed that she had been looking forward to it a little too early. Or could it be that this child was under too much pressure, so he had gone crazy? Looking at Feng Chuan, who was still jumping around excitedly, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but glance at the mother parasol tree. The other party also returned her a helpless look. The two of them sighed at the same time, expressing that they were powerless to comment on Feng Chuan's actions. After a long time. After finding the organization, Feng Chuan, who was extremely excited, finally calmed down. As soon as he calmed down, Feng Chuan immediately felt embarrassed. He also knew that his reaction just now was a little abnormal, but he did not know what was wrong with him to actually do such an embarrassing thing. AI. Please understand that after being alone for so many years, the moment he heard that he also had a backer, he became abnormal. Leng Ruoxue's eyes softened as she looked at Feng Chuan. Poor kid. Leng Ruoxue expressed that she could understand his agitation. He was not fighting alone. With that thought in mind, Leng Ruoxue revealed a kind gaze as she looked at a junior and said, "Welcome to my pirate ship. You're not fighting alone. Hee hee. I'm very happy too." When Feng Chuan heard that Leng Ruoxue wanted to join them, he was immediately excited. However, he seemed to have heard the word pirate ship, or did he hear it wrong? A pirate ship? Feng Chuan was a man of action. If he had any questions, he would ask them. So, these two words became his biggest doubt at the moment. Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng Chuan, who seemed to be slow to react, and felt worried. Was this guy really the leader of the secret guards that the parasol tree had mentioned? In her opinion, Feng Chuan's IQ was obviously not high enough. At least, he couldn't be compared to Feng Da and the others. Look at his silly and cute little appearance now. Oh. She was quite cute. Tsang, who often peeked at Leng Ruoxue's inner thoughts, heard Niu say that this guy was quite cute and instantly lost his good impression of this phoenix. At the same time, he glared at the innocent Feng Chuan. This guy is cute? Which part of her was cute? Humph. It couldn't win against that annoying man, but it couldn't win against these beasts, could it? At this time, Feng Chuan, who had been slow to notice, also clearly felt the unfriendly eyes of the little white cat in Leng Ruoxue's arms. He was confused. He really didn't know what he had done to provoke this little cat. The subtle interaction between the two of them could not be hidden from Leng Ruoxue and the mother parasol tree's eyes. However, the two of them chose to ignore it. Leng Ruoxue did not intend to participate in the exchange of feelings between Tsang and the spirit beasts. Ahem. After a long while, the mother parasol tree coughed and changed the topic. Feng Chuan, we're planning to leave Phoenix territory in a few days. What's your plan? Leave the Phoenix territory? Where is the ancestor going? We're leaving with this little girl. We'll be by her side from now on. Arg. Old ancestor, who are you all including? Feng Chuan asked the most important question. We, the sycamore tree tribe. The mother parasol tree said with a smile. She felt that her decision was rather wise and brilliant. Then what about our Phoenix clan? When he heard that the entire sycamore tree tribe was going to leave with Leng Ruoxue, Feng Chuan started to get anxious. Although the Phoenix tribe was not welcomed by the parasol tree now, as long as the parasol tree was still in the Phoenix tribe would still see hope and wait for the day when they would be accepted, right? But what Feng Chuan didn't expect was that after all the elders went on strike, the parasol tree tribe also wanted to move collectively. Was he going to abandon the Phoenix clan completely? It wasn't hard for Feng Chuan to imagine what the Phoenix clan would be like without the help of the Phoenix tree. Woo! How could the old ancestor leave just like that? More importantly, he knew that with the old ancestor leading the way, no parasol tree would be willing to stay. Thinking of this, Feng Chuan was even more afraid, because he knew that the old ancestor was definitely not joking. Cold. What does it have to do with me what happens to the Feng clan? The current Phoenix kind is no longer the Phoenix kind that we used to be. Therefore, we, the parasol tree clan, will no longer serve the Phoenix kind. Forefather, many Phoenix kind people are innocent. So what? They were all brainwashed by Feng Tong, and our Phoenix tree clan is loyal to Feng Wu. Therefore, I won't help Feng Tong cultivate her power. Of course, if a phoenix is willing to forsake the darkness for the light and acknowledge this little girl as her master, I'm still very willing to accept them. The mother parasol tree made it very clear. When Feng Chuan heard this, he knew that the mother parasol tree had already made up her mind and it would be difficult to change it. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue understood what Feng Chuan meant. He just wanted her to help persuade the mother parasol tree. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't that kind. What she wanted to say was similar to what the parasol tree mother tree had said. I have the same idea. Unless a phoenix is willing to forsake the darkness for the light, I support the parasol tree mother tree to cut off their food. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Feng Chuan knew that there was no point in saying anything more. He couldn't help but sigh on behalf of the abandoned Feng clan and fell silent. After a while, the mother parasol tree asked again, Feng Chuan, are you going to leave with us or stay in the Feng clan? I'll leave with you for the time being. Feng Chuan said after some thought. Although the parasol tree elder had shown that he had absolute trust in Leng Ruoxue and he was also aware of Leng Ruoxue's identity, he still wanted to observe Leng Ruoxue from a closer distance. At the same time, he wanted to see where the parasol tree tribe lived. Otherwise, he would not be at ease even if he stayed in the phoenix tribe. That's good, you're free now anyway. The mother parasol tree nodded. I wonder when old forefather and the others are planning to leave? Feng Chuan asked again. In 2 or 3 days. Leng Ruoxue replied. What about the pills that you want? Feng Chuan didn't finish his sentence but he believed that Leng Ruoxue would understand what he meant. She probably couldn't bear to give me the types and quantities of herbs I asked for. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Feng Chuan was a little speechless. The Phoenix King would definitely be reluctant. However, he could also tell that Leng Ruoxue most likely knew that the Phoenix King would be reluctant to part with her, so she had deliberately given such a condition. It was a pity that the waiter was going to suffer. With a sigh, Feng Chuan silently expressed his sympathy for the waiter, but he couldn't do anything about it. Just as Feng Chuan had expected, the current leader of the Hidden Guards returned to the Phoenix clan and reported Leng Ruoxue's conditions to the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King's expression changed drastically and he flew into a rage. Her anger was even greater than what the current leader of the Secret Guards had expected. Her face was blacker than the bottom of a pot. The huge Phoenix Palace had been immersed in low air pressure because of the anger of the Phoenix King. Around the palace, many little phoenixes were trembling. From the aura, the little phoenixes knew that this was the king's aura, and the king was very angry. Although the little phoenixes wanted to hide and not be affected by the king's anger, they were too weak to withstand the king's pressure. All of them were suppressed to the point that they did not dare to move. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The current leader of the Hidden Guards, who was also pale, gathered his courage and said. He was the closest to the Phoenix King, so he was naturally injured by the aura that the Phoenix King emitted. However, he was mentally prepared, so his injuries were not serious. However, the other clansmen were not prepared. Calm your anger. How can I calm my anger? King, if you don't agree to the other party's conditions, then we won't do this business. There's really no need to be angry. You have to know that anger is harmful to the body. You are angry right now, but the other party not only doesn't know, but may even watch a good show. It had to be said that he was quite clever. He knew that the Phoenix King was most concerned about Lord Lien Wu's reaction. That's right. The more angry she was, the happier that annoying woman would be. With this thought in mind, the Phoenix King slowly calmed down, and the anger in his body also subsided. The little phoenixes who felt the pressure had lightened quickly took the opportunity to leave the place. However, although the Phoenix King had calmed down for the time being, she was still very unhappy. She felt that she had already put down her status and wanted to exchange medicinal pills with that hateful woman. How could that hateful fellow not give her face? He really didn't know what was good for him. It had to be said that the Phoenix Prince was a rather selfish person. She thought that she had put down her pride, but would Leng Ruoxue think so? The answer was no. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue didn't think that the Phoenix King had lowered her status just because she wanted to exchange for another pill. How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? Of course, the Phoenix King was not clear about Leng Ruoxue's thoughts. Otherwise, she would be even angrier at Leng Ruoxue's insensitiveness. At this moment, the Phoenix Prince was racking her brain to think of Leng Ruoxue's faults and comparing it to her own compromise. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Leng Ruoxue shouldn't have done that. However, Leng Ruoxue could not care less about what she was thinking. But the Phoenix King cared. The more Leng Ruoxue deliberately made things difficult for her, the more the Phoenix King wanted to know the effects of those pills. Sometimes, she even wondered if the effects of those pills were not as good as she had imagined, which was why that damned woman was not willing to exchange with her. With this thought in mind, the Phoenix King's determination to get those pills grew even stronger. However, how could he obtain those medicinal pills without spending a lot of money? She was extremely unwilling to exchange pills with the other party according to the requirements on the list. The current leader of the Hidden Guards saw the Phoenix King's frown from time to time. However, he didn't want to interrupt it this time, in case he was treated as cannon fodder by the king again. The current leader of the Hidden Guards, who didn't want to be cannon fodder, held his breath and tried to lower his presence. After a long time, the Phoenix King finally responded. Go and tell that B*TCH Lien Wu that I've agreed to use the items on the list to exchange for her pills. The Phoenix King gritted his teeth and said. The current leader of the Hidden Guards was obviously stunned when he heard this. He did not expect the king to agree. And it was after thinking about it for so long. This was really too unbelievable. One had to know that he was very curious as to why the king had changed his mind. However, he did not dare to ask such a question, because he could see that the king did not look very good. Yes. After being stunned for a moment, the current leader of the Hidden Guards immediately reacted. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait, tell her that I need 3 days to gather all the herbs. Tell her to come to the Phone clan to get them herself. After calling out to the leader of his secret guards, the Phoenix King was so angry that he gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. His voice was also squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. Yes, the current leader of the Hidden Guards replied. When Leng Ruoxue heard this news, she was stunned for a long time. Never in her dreams would she have thought that the Phoenix King would actually agree to her conditions. Leng Ruoxue truly regretted it. However, she also believed that if she wrote more medicinal herbs on it, the Phoenix King would not agree even if he died. But now. Sigh. Why did he feel a little depressed when the Phoenix King agreed? Could it be that she had guessed it wrong? Leng Ruoxue believed that this was definitely not the reason. She wasn't arrogant enough to think that everything was within her calculations, so why would she be depressed? After thinking for a long time, Leng Ruoxue finally understood. She didn't want to exchange the pill with the Phoenix King at all. Right. This must be the reason. Leng Ruoxue, who felt that she had thought things through, raised her head and saw the current leader of the secret guards, as well as Feng Chuan, who was still in disguise, staring at her. What are you still doing here? Leng Ruoxue glanced at the leader of the hidden guards and asked in confusion. Wasn't the little phoenix supposed to be here to pass on a message? Now that she knew, why was this guy still here? She had thought that the phoenix had already returned. The current leader of the secret guards, who had been ignored for a long time, was speechless for a long time. He thought to himself, he has always been here, okay? I want to ask, where's my boss? After hesitating for a moment, the current leader of the hidden guards asked. What? Leng Ruoxue looked at the dumbfounded head guard and then at Feng Chuan, who had just regained his senses. She asked him with her eyes, doesn't he know you are him? Feng Chuan gave Leng Ruoxue an innocent look. He was also shocked by the fact that the Phoenix King had agreed. How could he have the chance to say that he was their boss? Moreover, he really felt that he shouldn't scare the waiter anymore. Otherwise, if the waiter knew that he had changed his face, he would be scared half to death. Leng Ruoxue could tell from Feng Chuan's expression that he didn't want the other party to know. So, she could only helplessly say, your boss has already returned to the Feng clan. Didn't you see? Leng Ruoxue was very serious when she said this. The current leader of the hidden guards didn't doubt her at all because he felt that there was no need for Lord Lien Wu to lie to him. As soon as he heard that his boss had gone back, he also quickly left. The moment the current leader of the hidden guards left, Leng Ruoxue glared at Feng Chuan and said, you're not leaving? That little fellow will definitely come and find you. Yes, I have to go back and make some arrangements. Where should we gather? Feng Chuan nodded and asked. There's a small mountain 1,000 m away from Phoenix territory. Do you know that place? Leng Ruoxue told them the rendezvous point that she had agreed to meet Demon and the others at. Yes. Feng Chuan nodded. Then, he asked Leng Ruoxue for the antidote for the disguise pill and left the Peacock clan. The moment the two of them left, Leng Ruoxue immediately took out the mother parasol tree from her bracelet. The parasol tree mother tree thought that Leng Ruoxue was looking for it for an urgent matter. Who knew that Leng Ruoxue would only look at her calmly and asked, Senior, do you know where the Phoenix clan's treasures are kept? What? The mother parasol tree was stunned for a moment before it reacted. Little girl, could it be that you're thinking of getting your hands on the Phoenix clan's treasure? Yup. I should at least prepare some gifts for my beastie. Don't you think that all the treasures of the Phoenix clan should be inherited by Feng Zhan? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Of course, by taking away the treasure of the Phoenix clan, she could also make the Phoenix King have no medicinal herbs to exchange for medicinal pills with her. When the parasol tree heard Leng Ruoxue mention Feng Zhan, it nodded its head and said, that's right. All the treasures of the Feng clan belong to Feng Wu. It's only right that Feng Zhan, that little fellow, inherit them. I know where the Phoenix clan's treasure vault is. However, there are many traps there. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to enter without alerting Feng Tong. The mother parasol tree continued. She could not help but shiver at the thought of the traps in the treasure room of the Phoenix tribe. Those traps were all designed by a cunning old phoenix in the Phoenix tribe. They were definitely a trap. With Tsang here, I'm not afraid. Leng Ruoxue saw that the mother parasol tree was gritting her teeth when it mentioned that area. Even though she did not understand the reason, she was smart enough not to ask. When Tsang heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he raised his snow-white claws and said, Girl, there's no need to ask this old tree. I can find the treasure vault of the Phoenix clan. You have to believe in my ability. I just wanted to save you some trouble. Leng Ruoxue explained helplessly. Of course, she believed in Tsang's ability. However, with a spy in the Phoenix clan, was there a need for Tsang to look for him? It would be a waste not to use such a convenient resource. The mother parasol tree listened to the conversation between the man and the beast and was deeply worried. Why did she have the thought that she would be led astray by them one day? This was too terrifying. The mother parasol tree did not dare to think further. However, she was quite clear that with Senior Tsang, who was famous for his destructive nature, if he really found the treasure room of the Phoenix tribe, it would not be able to be preserved. No. That treasure room was the fruit of Feng Wu and a certain someone's wisdom. They only needed to take the treasures. She would do her best to protect the treasure room. With that thought in mind, the mother parasol tree urged him anxiously, Little girl, when are we leaving? There's no time like the present, let's do it now. Alright, let's go then. Wait, Senior. You can't go like this. Also, you have to restrain your aura. Then how do we go? Leng Ruoxue took Ling out from the bangle and instructed, Ling, make us invisible. Yes, master. Ling Ying said, and at the same time, he cast an invisibility technique. Before they left, Leng Ruoxue especially went to inform the Peacock King so that the little peacock wouldn't be anxious when it couldn't find them. However, when the Peacock King heard that his master was going to the Phoenix clan's treasure vault, his thoughts immediately became active and he strongly requested for his master to bring him along. In fact, the Peacock King had been longing for his master's invisibility for a long time. Now that he had such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? The mother parasol tree was extremely unwilling to bring along this child who was a burden. However, Leng Ruoxue's heart softened when she saw how pitiful he was. Leng Ruoxue laughed nonchalantly and thought to herself, if she doesn't pamper her own beastie, who else would she pamper? Just like that, he brought along Leng Ruoxue, who was a burden, and the mother parasol tree, and headed to the Phoenix clan in high spirits. On the way, the mother parasol tree introduced the treasure vault of the Phoenix tribe. There were 2 treasure rooms in the Phoenix clan. One of them was used to store rare and precious treasures, while the other was used to store precious natural treasures and precious ores. When the mother parasol tree asked Leng Ruoxue which one they were going to first, Leng Ruoxue didn't even think and directly said that they were going to the one with the herbs. Who asked him to be an alchemist? The thing he was most interested in was, of course, the herbs. However, after hearing Leng Ruoxue's answer, the mother parasol tree frowned deeply. Finally, she could not help but remind her, little girl, are you sure? That place isn't the most precious place for the Phoenix clan. I'm sure, and I'm certain. I'm very interested in that place, but I'm not that interested in the other treasure room. Little girl, I always thought you knew a lot about treasures. Today, I know that you're an outsider. The mother parasol tree was deeply helpless. Although she knew that this little girl was only using Feng Zhan's name to empty out the Feng clan's treasure vault, she didn't mind. After all, Feng Zhan had acknowledged this little girl as his master. This girl had done a great favor to the Feng clan, and she would find a way to save Feng Wu in the future. So, she really felt that it was reasonable for the Feng clan to give her the treasure. This was the Feng clan's reward in advance. Besides, even if she didn't do this favor now, Feng Zhan, that ungrateful little fellow, would still want to give all his good things to this girl. Since he knew this, why not do her a favor? In addition, she really didn't want the Feng clan's treasure to fall into the hands of that *tch Feng Tong. That would make her depressed. After comparing the two, she was smart enough to choose Leng Ruoxue. However, this little girl's taste really made her speechless. Those medicinal herbs were not worth much money at all. The most valuable things were in the other treasure room. What if? She was saying what if Feng Tong found out about their theft? At that time, that *tch would definitely be more vigilant. At that time, if they wanted to go to the other treasure room to steal something, it would not be so smooth. However, Leng Ruoxue was completely unaware of the mother parasol tree's internal struggle. As for Azure, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Humph. It was just the Phoenix clan. What's the big deal? If they really startled Feng Tong, at worst, they would just rob her openly. One had to say that Tsang's bandit attributes weren't light. Just like that, while the mother parasol tree was in a dilemma, she still brought Leng Ruoxue, Tsang, and the Peacock King to the treasure room where the herbs and ores were kept. When they reached the door of the treasure room, Leng Ruoxue was surprised to find a formation that was in operation. After observing for a while, Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask, who set up this formation? The formation in front of him looked very simple, but it was quite exquisite. It was not difficult to see that the person who set up this formation was also a person who had studied formations. It's the high priest of the Phoenix tribe. The mother parasol tree gritted its teeth and said in an evil tone. The high priest of the Phoenix tribe? Leng Ruoxue was not unfamiliar with these words. However, from the tone of the parasol tree's voice, could it be that there was a story between the mother tree and the Phoenix tribe's high priest that had to be told? Leng Ruoxue's curious gaze drifted towards the mother parasol tree, causing the mother parasol tree to fly into a rage. This girl's gaze was too. At the thought of this, the mother parasol tree could not help but roar in anger. Bad girl, what's that look in your eyes? I'm really going to die of anger. The mother parasol tree was furious. The consequences. However, the consequences weren't too severe. As soon as she finished shouting, Azure's icy glare landed on her body, causing the mother parasol tree's heart to tremble in fear. Sob. How could she have forgotten about Senior Tsang? This was such a huge low-level mistake. She shouldn't have ignored Senior Tsang's existence just because he looked like a harmless kitten. But now, he had just shouted at his master, and Senior Azure was furious. The sudden change made the mother parasol tree instantly act like a mistreated little wife. It lowered its head in grievance, and its beautiful dark green eyes were still filled with tears. Leng Ruoxue was also shocked by this scene. She did not expect the parasol tree mother tree to have such a side to it. This was really too unexpected and also very scary. However, Leng Ruoxue only looked at the mother parasol tree in disbelief for a short while before shifting her attention to the array. Coincidentally, she saw the Peacock King extending his claws towards the array out of curiosity. She was so frightened that she quickly stopped the Peacock King. Little Peacock, don't do anything stupid. Leng Ruoxue broke out in cold sweat from the Peacock King's audacious actions. However, the Peacock King replied in an extremely aggrieved manner, I want to help you break the formation. Leng Ruoxue was stunned when she heard that. Did she hear wrongly? This little peacock said that she would help them break the formation. Does he also know about formations? You know about formations? Leng Ruoxue, who couldn't believe it, took a long time to react and ask, I know a thing or two. Master, let me try. I'm very interested in the formation that the high priest of the Phoenix clan set up. Alright. Leng Ruoxue's heart softened and she saw the Peacock King's pleading face. One had to know that beastie who knew how to use arrays were rare, but following that, Leng Ruoxue watched as the Peacock King's delicate and snow-white fingers moved about, forming a series of hand seals in midair before floating towards the center of the array. After about half an hour, the exquisite formation outside the door became dimmer and dimmer. 10 minutes later, the light of the formation weakened and gradually extinguished. It's done. The Peacock King said with sweat all over his head. That's right, when he felt aggrieved, he would run around Phoenix Ridge. When he was tired from running, he would stop and then have a good sleep. As he recalled his tragic past, the Peacock King instantly became listless. Leng Ruoxue thought that the Peacock King was tired from breaking the array. The formation had truly been broken. Furthermore, the process of the Peacock King's decoding of the array was also recorded in her mind. Leng Ruoxue carefully recalled that every step of the Peacock King's was very compact. There was not a single waste or unnecessary art. She really didn't expect that the Peacock King actually had such talent. It seemed that she had picked up a treasure. After Leng Ruoxue's initial shock, her heart was filled with joy. She knew it. His beastie was definitely extraordinary. The mother parasol tree, which had its head lowered all this while, had also raised its head at some point. It looked at the array that had been broken and its face showed a dazed expression. That. Could she say that she knew how to dispel the array at the door? The mother parasol tree shrunk her neck. This thought had just appeared in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Woo. She did not dare to say it out loud. She was afraid that this little girl would fly into a rage if she said it. Just now, she had only cared about her sorrow and had not thought that the quick-handed Peacock King would be the first to undo the defensive array outside the door. But what she had not expected even more was that this seemingly unremarkable, weak little Peacock King was actually an array master, to be able to undo the formation of that hateful old priest. He was definitely not simple. The mother parasol tree was stunned. Her beautiful eyes first looked at Leng Ruoxue, then stopped at the Peacock King. At this moment, Peacock King had just taken a pill to recover his divine power and was adjusting his breathing. However, the gaze that fell on him was too intense. Peacock King's entire body was burning. The Peacock King had no choice but to open its bright eyes. When it realized that it was the mother parasol tree that was staring at it, the Peacock King tactfully swallowed the words that it was about to ask. Master, please protect me. This old woman looks like she wants to eat your little peacock. It was too terrifying. After receiving the message from the Peacock King's eyes, Leng Ruoxue could not help but wipe the cold sweat off her forehead. She then picked up the little Peacock King, who had already recovered his energy and was glowing with health. She gave the mother parasol tree a look and led the way into the secret room. Entering the secret chamber, Leng Ruoxue was dumbfounded. What was this? Leng Ruoxue was speechless as she looked at the colorful, operating small-scale formations. This was because every place that she could see, or it could be said that every place where the herbs and ores were placed, was protected by a small and exquisite array. If she wanted to take away those herbs and ores, it was not impossible, but she had to remove the array one by one. This secret room was not small, and the herbs and ores inside were piled up like mountains and scattered all over the secret room. There were at least 8,000, if not 10,000, of these small protective arrays. How long would it take to solve them? Was this the pace of exhaustion? Leng Ruoxue was deeply worried. After being in a daze for a long time, she slowly reacted and pulled the equally dumbfounded mother parasol tree over, asking, these formations were set up by the high priest of the phoenix kind? Is he trying to tire the thief to death? Yes, little girl, you're right. When the high priest was responsible for the construction of these two secret rooms, he had said that whoever dared to steal from the Phoenix clan would be exhausted to death. If the thief didn't die from exhaustion and even managed to steal the treasure of the Phoenix clan, then it's his good fortune and the Phoenix clan will definitely let bygones be bygones. The mother parasol tree explained in a low voice after wiping the cold sweat off her forehead. Leng Ruoxue expressed her helplessness. The Peacock King, who was initially excited, had turned numb after seeing so many formations. Previously, breaking a single formation had already used up a third of his divine power and physical strength. Now that there were so many formations before him, the Peacock King was certain that he would be exhausted to the point of spitting blood. By the way, little girl, you must be careful in cracking this array because there are traps in these arrays. If you make one wrong step, then the whole secret room's trap will be activated, and at the same time, it will also alert that slut Feng Tong. So, you must be careful. After observing Leng Ruoxue's slightly ugly expression, the mother parasol tree carefully reminded her. She had no idea how to break the array here. It wasn't that the Phoenix High Priest didn't tell her, but that she didn't remember. She felt so ashamed. We'll be careful. After Leng Ruoxue heard the mother parasol tree's words, she fell silent for a moment before she replied. Then, she looked at the crying Peacock King and patted his shoulder. Little Peacock, let's get to work. Master, how long will it take to solve this? Even though he was a little grumbling in his heart, he did not dare to disobey his master's orders. As for Leng Ruoxue, after taking a look at the distribution of treasures in the secret chamber, she chose the most expensive pile of herbs. After a careful observation, Leng Ruoxue began to cast spells one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the array that Leng Ruoxue had broken first stopped working. The herbs that were protected by the array naturally became hers. At this moment, she lifted her gaze and looked at the Peacock King. She realized that the Peacock King's array was only one-third undone. Since she did not disturb the Peacock King, Leng Ruoxue quickly set off for her next target. When the Peacock King finally cracked a formation, he wanted to show off to his master. However, he suddenly realized that his master had cracked almost 10 defensive formations. In an instant, Peacock King's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? As his master's beastie, he actually didn't know that his master's attainments in formations were so high. The moment this thought appeared in the Peacock King's mind, he was ecstatic. He had finally found his master. He must acknowledge master as his master. If master doesn't accept him, he will cry in front of master. After making up his mind, Peacock King seemed to be invigorated. He became energetic, but Song really couldn't bear to see Peacock King like this. He glanced at Peacock King and said with an unhappy face, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and get to work. Look at your work efficiency, it's really too low." Ugh. Hearing this, the Peacock King was depressed. His understanding of formations was clearly not as good as his master S, so wasn't it only natural that he would be slower in breaking them? Why did this cat attack him like this? Beastie, who were also masters, were born from the same root, so why was it so urgent to attack each other? Although the Peacock King thought this way, he didn't dare to refute the fierce and brutal kitten. He could only lower his head and continue to work. Little did he know that the Azure capital was in a bad mood because Leng Ruoxue was trying to break the array and could no longer hug him. The Peacock King happened to become the cannon fodder for the Azure capital to vent its anger. At the same time, the Azure capital could also sense the Peacock King's inner thoughts and thought to himself, humph. He even recited a poem. Wasn't this showing that he was uncultured? Actually, these were words that Leng Ruoxue often said to the beasties. Her intention was to unite the beasties and unite them against external threats. Now that the Peacock King had used it, Tsang couldn't help but feel discontented. He secretly made a note of the Peacock King in his heart. The poor Peacock King didn't even know that he had unintentionally provoked Tsang. After being pressured by Tsang, Peacock King could only lower his head and work. He didn't even dare to raise his head to avoid being scolded again. The mother parasol tree, who had been observing Leng Ruoxue's attempt to break the formation, was shocked when it saw the dazzling array of spells. After observing for a long time, the mother parasol tree could not help but ask, "Little girl, I didn't expect you to know so much about formations. Today, I've really broadened my horizons." If that old priest were to see this, he would definitely be depressed. You must know that it took him hundreds of years to set up these formations. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue, who was breaking the array, replied in a speechless manner, "Senior Wu Tong, you know that there are so many formations here and you still dare to bring me here? It's a good thing I know a thing or two about formations. Otherwise, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip?" Hee hee. How could that be possible? Your master Yu's disciple, this small formation can't trouble you. The parasol tree mother laughed in embarrassment. When she brought Leng Ruoxue here in high spirits, she did not think too much about it. She did not even consider if this little girl knew anything about array formations. The main reason was that she had too much confidence in Leng Ruoxue. In addition, she had Senior Tsang's assistance from the side. Hence, she naturally thought that nothing could stump Leng Ruoxue. Humph. What's a small formation like this, right? One must know that the old priest of the Feng clan had been taught by Master Yu in the past. Master Yu had only given him a few casual pointers, but the old priest's achievements in the field of formations were already amazing. Not to mention that this little girl was Master Yu's disciple. She must have learned a lot from Master Yu. The mother parasol tree thought to itself. However, she had overlooked one point, and that was that even as the Master Yu's disciple, she might not know how to use arrays. At the very least, Leng Ruoxue's two senior brothers did not know how to. However, the excited mother parasol tree would not think so much. Now that she saw how familiar Leng Ruoxue was with the array, she would not think about all these messy things. The parasol tree mother tree truly felt that watching Leng Ruoxue break the array was a form of enjoyment. Looking at her 10 fingers moving around, the spells she executed were so beautiful. Each of them was as beautiful and exquisite as a 7-colored butterfly. It could not take its eyes off them and could not move its gaze away. She felt as if her mind was being pulled by Leng Ruoxue's attempt to break the array. She also felt that 2 eyes were not enough. In the next moment, the entire secret room fell silent again. Other than the slight sounds of Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King breaking the array, even the sound of breathing was unbelievably soft. A few hours later, under Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King's hard work, half of the array in the secret room was finally broken. However, the two of them were also exhausted. Finding an empty space, the two sat down to adjust their breathing. They took a few pills to replenish Shen power, and their tired bodies were slightly relieved. However, neither of them had any thoughts of breaking the array immediately. Now, they felt like vomiting as soon as they saw the array. There were simply too many formations. Glancing at the two of them, Tsang Yi snuggled up to Leng Ruoxue's legs. After rubbing against her fawningly, she said with a smile, "Nyo. I know you're tired, do you want me to do the rest?" Azure can also break the formation? Leng Ruoxue was surprised. Why hadn't she heard Tsang mention it before? "I won't. I know how to set up and destroy formations." Azure raised her head and said proudly. Hee hee. In this day and age, who still put in the effort to learn how to break formations? Just destroy it directly. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue didn't know how to react. Destroy the formation? If she didn't understand it wrong, it meant to violently destroy the array, right? Looking at Tsang Xiaoxiao's body, Leng Ruoxue couldn't understand why this little thing's thoughts were so violent. This was seriously inconsistent with its size. After a long while, Leng Ruoxue finally could not help but remind him, "Tsang, if you destroy the formation, you will be discovered by the Phoenix King. The herbs I want will also be destroyed." "I won't. Girl, you have to believe me, I will protect these herbs well." Tsang raised his little white paws and promised. If it wasn't for the fact that Nyo was so tired that she was about to vomit, he wouldn't help. Most of the time, Tsang liked it when Leng Ruoxue did everything herself. This way, she could get some training. However, there were too many arrays in front of them. Their time was tight and their task was very heavy. Hence, Tsang knew that he had to act. This was the only way to save time. Otherwise, the longer he delayed, the more dangerous it was for him to be discovered by the Phoenix King. Although it wasn't afraid of the Phoenix King, their actions couldn't alert the Phoenix King. It must be known that it wasn't a wise choice to fight the Phoenix King now. At the very least, it hoped that when Nyo's strength was a bit stronger and was evenly matched with the other party, the two sides would truly shed all pretenses of cordiality, but now, it was not the right time yet. Hearing Tsang's promise, Leng Ruoxue pondered for a while before saying, "Tsang, I understand what you mean. However, it's better for me and the Peacock King to continue breaking these formations. Although we're about to puke from breaking the formation, this is also a good training for us. It's a rare opportunity." "Alright then." Seeing Nyo so stubborn, Azure didn't insist. His heart ached for Nyo because she was too tired. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for help. But now that he heard Leng Ruoxue reject his help, Tsang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was rather happy. Hee. This was what it liked about Nyo. As the saying goes, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. After all, relying on other people's help was only temporary. After resting for a while, Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King continued with their work. The parasol tree mother tree, who was watching from the side, saw that Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King were so tired that their faces were pale, but they still persisted in their work. She could not help but feel a trace of admiration for the two of them, and the Peacock King's impression in her heart also improved greatly. Who asked the original Peacock King to be a useless pretty boy in the eyes of the parasol tree? He didn't expect that this pretty boy would still be of some use now. Could this be what humans often said, that you can't judge a book by its cover? The parasol tree mother tree sized up Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King. From the corner of her eyes, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Tsang, who had a look of relief on his face. Instantly, she shuddered and her little heart trembled. This senior was a violent one. She must stay away from him in the future. Only the heavens knew how scared she had been when she heard Senior Azure say that he was going to use abnormal means to destroy the spirit array here. She was so worried that the little girl would agree to this in order to save time, but she didn't dare to say anything to stop him. Otherwise, this senior would definitely fly into a rage. It was a good thing that the little girl Leng Ruoxue had rejected him in the end. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable and would alert the enemy. She wasn't afraid of being discovered by Feng Tong. Instead, she was afraid that Feng Tong would join forces with Rime Ice and make the other party on guard. At that time, the difficulty of their operation to rescue Feng Wu would increase greatly. This was not something she wanted to see. It's alright now. In any case, even if the things here were lost, Feng Tong would not know who did it. At the thought of this, the mother parasol tree, who had calmed down, could not help but reveal a lecherous smile. She believed that when Feng Tong found out about this, she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. However, the mother parasol tree did not know that its little thoughts had already been seen through by Azure, but it was too lazy to care. 3 hours later. The secret chamber's array was finally cracked. Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King relaxed and fell to the ground. At this moment, both of their foreheads were drenched in sweat and their faces were frighteningly pale. In order to save time, the two of them broke through the array while taking pills to replenish their divine power. In addition, they became more and more familiar with the array here, so from the second half of the journey, the speed at which they broke through the array became faster and faster. Seeing that his girl was exhausted, Azure considerately took out a small handkerchief from God knows where and attentively wiped the cold sweat off Leng Ruoxue's forehead. The mother parasol tree was in charge of collecting the herbs in the secret room. In the later stages, in order to not affect the speed of breaking the formation, all the herbs and ores were collected by the mother parasol tree. As for the Peacock King, who was as tired as a dead dog, no one cared about him. Looking at the cold treatment he received, the Peacock King wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't hurt a child without a mother. Although the Peacock King was not surprised by his treatment, he still felt uncomfortable when he met them. AI. Looking at the current situation, not only was he a child without a mother, his strength was also inferior to others. After taking a few pills to replenish his divine power, the Peacock King immediately sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Upon seeing this, Leng Ruoxue moved the Peacock King into the bracelet. When she saw that the mother parasol tree had also finished collecting the herbs and ores, she then brought the remaining 2 humans and 1 beast into the bracelet. Rest here. We'll continue to the next room after we've rested enough. When the Peacock King heard this, he almost jumped for joy. However, he had to still have the strength. At this moment, a deep voice sounded in the Peacock King's ears, "Have some fruit." Peacock King raised his head and saw a tall shadow blocking his view. The owner of the shadow was the Eagle tribe leader. The eagle was still looking at the Peacock King with concern. It stuffed the fruit into the Peacock King's hand. The Peacock King gave him face and bit into the fruit. He was moved to tears. Sob, it felt so good to have someone care for you. The Peacock King had never expected that the Eagle tribe leader, who had always looked down on him, would suddenly show concern for him. This surprised him greatly. Under the Peacock King's gaze, which clearly said, "You didn't take your medicine today," the Eagle tribe leader's entire body was seething with anger. His face darkened and he said angrily, "Damn it, what's with that look? I knew I shouldn't be too concerned about you." After saying that, the furious Eagle tribe leader turned around and strode away with his long legs. The Peacock King saw that the situation was not good and quickly extended his arms to hug the Eagle tribe leader's legs tightly. He howled, "Don't go. Don't go. It's rare for someone to care about me. Woo-woo." The Eagle tribe leader could not help but cover his face when he saw the Peacock King hugging his thigh without a care for his image. This guy was really too embarrassing, wasn't he? Even if it had a master, why was this peacock still so out of line and liked to embarrass itself as always? At this moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted when he saw that the Peacock King was exhausted like a dead dog. However, it was too late to say anything now. The Eagle tribe leader was deeply worried, especially when he saw that there were countless beasts watching from a distance. At this moment, he heard the Peacock King ask shyly, that. Why do you care about me? She asked. You bastard. Peacock King's bashful appearance made the tough man, the Eagle tribe leader, unable to accept it. The tribe leader of the Eagle tribe was going crazy. If this continued, he had the urge to strangle the Peacock King to death. Of course, if he wasn't afraid that his master would say that they were killing each other, he would have done so long ago. However, the Peacock King's face had long been trained to be extraordinary. He didn't care about the attitude of the Eagle tribe leader at all. On the contrary, he still smiled and said, You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you so concerned about me? This was what he was most concerned about. Because we have a common master. The Eagle tribe leader held his forehead and said, All right. He was convinced. He had to admit that he was no match for the Peacock King, all right? Just like this? Peacock King asked with some disappointment. What else do you want to do? The tribe leader of the Eagle tribe widened his sharp eyes and started grinding his teeth. Not only that, his gaze towards the Peacock King was also burning with flames of anger. The surrounding beasties could already tell that if the Peacock King dared to pull any tricks at this moment, this old eagle would definitely fly into a rage. At the thought of this, the beastmen couldn't help but shiver. Then, they moved to a safe place. Although they were only surrounding to watch, it was hard to guarantee that the angry eagle wouldn't kill the beast to silence it. AI. Although it was important to watch, his life was more important. The beastmen were very clear about the current situation. It was a pity that the eccentric Peacock King was completely unaware that the Eagle tribe leader had already flown into a rage from embarrassment. Instead, he spoke with a matter-of-fact expression, I don't think you should care so much about me just because we have a common master. You should be touched by my dedication and loyalty. You should worship me, right? The Eagle tribe leader's eyes turned deep and silent. All the spirit beasts fell silent. The Peacock King's surroundings were completely silent. After a long time, all the beasts present could hear was the angry roar of the Eagle tribe leader, followed by a series of loud bangs. Finally, it was the Peacock King's painful howl. Woo! Master, save me! Help me! Someone is going to murder your cute little peacock. Master! If you don't stop it now, you won't be able to see your little peacock again. Woo! We are from the same root, so why are you in such a hurry to torture each other? The Peacock King, who was being beaten up, was crying and wailing at the same time. The Eagle tribe leader, who was beating people up, had black lines all over his forehead. Not far from them, Leng Ruoxue's eyes were tightly shut as she lay on a deck chair, turning a deaf ear to the noise. On the other hand, the mother parasol tree's impression of the Peacock King had changed greatly, so she could not bear to do it. After hesitating for a long time, the mother parasol tree finally said carefully, Little girl, aren't you going to stop them? If the Peacock King is beaten up by that little eagle, no one will help you break the formation. After the mother parasol tree finished speaking, it even turned around to look at the Peacock King who was being beaten up. Aya. It was really too tragic. The weak Peacock King, in the face of the strong Eagle tribe leader, did not have any power to fight back. The Peacock King's originally beautiful face was now covered in patches of green and purple. It was a terrible sight. Did the little girl really not care? The kind mother parasol tree looked worriedly in the direction of the Peacock King before turning its gaze back to Leng Ruoxue. Seeing that the little girl was still resting with her eyes closed as if nothing had happened, the mother parasol tree did not know what to say. Just as the mother parasol tree was thinking about how to help the Peacock King, Leng Ruoxue's voice was heard, Don't worry about them. The Eagle tribe leader knows what to do. All right. The mother parasol tree replied. Since the master had said so, what else could she say? However, the Peacock King's howl was too out of sight, out of mind. The mother parasol tree thought for a moment before turning around and returning to her residence. Woo! Master! How can you not care about your little peacock? I'm going to be beaten to death by this eagle. Not long after the mother parasol tree left, the Peacock King continued to howl, but unfortunately, no one came to help. At this time, the Eagle tribe leader saw that he had beaten them enough and decided to stop and rest. Besides that, he also decided to stop. He knew that even if his master didn't care about it, he would still be scolded if he really beat the Peacock King up. Therefore, he had only given this Peacock King who loved beauty some superficial wounds. There were no internal injuries at all. It was just that the outside didn't look good. The moment the tribe leader of the Eagle tribe stopped, the terrified Peacock King immediately ran to Leng Ruoxue's side to seek protection. He hugged Leng Ruoxue's leg and sobbed softly, Master, how can you not care about me? I could only watch as that eagle beat me up. Master, you've made me so sad. To think that I've worshipped you so much. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue opened her beautiful eyes slightly and spat out 2 words coldly, Shut up. Master, it's not right to leave someone in the lurch. The Peacock King felt even more aggrieved when he saw his master being so fierce to him, and he reminded him in a low voice. You didn't die, did you? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. If she could, she really didn't want to bother with this fellow. He was too stingy. Oh. I almost never saw my beautiful master again. The Peacock King cried. No, the Eagle tribe leader won't kill you. Just relax. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at the Peacock King and pointed out this fact calmly. Master is wise. When the Eagle clan leader heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he immediately coquettishly replied. Alright, stop flattering me. In the future, don't get into so many fights for me, and don't hit me so hard. Leng Ruoxue shot a glance at the pig-headed Peacock King and warned the Eagle clan leader. Yes. The Eagle tribe leader nodded his head obediently, but he couldn't help but think in his heart, Master said to fight less, right? Oh. The meaning of less fighting could be understood literally. It should mean that they could still fight, but not too much. At the thought of this, the Eagle tribe leader couldn't help but look at the Peacock King provocatively. When the Peacock King received this gaze, he instantly felt a chill down his spine. He was so frightened that he shifted closer to Leng Ruoxue. The Eagle tribe leader shot a contemptuous glance at the cowardly Peacock King. After bowing to Leng Ruoxue, he turned around and returned to his own residence. After the Eagle clan leader left, Leng Ruoxue sighed helplessly and said with an exasperated expression, "Why are you so useless? Don't you know how to fight back? Woo. Master, his fist is too hard. I was beaten senseless, how could I think of retaliating? Besides, even if I fight back, I can't beat him. That guy is famous in the Phoenix territory for being bloodthirsty and brutal." "Oh, really? Are you sure it's not because you're too useless?" "Absolutely not. But I don't want to believe it. After I'm done with the matters in the Phoenix territory, I'll ask Azure to arrange a special training for you. Your combat strength is really too weak, Master. Can I not do it?" Hearing this, the Peacock King was filled with grief and indignation. If he let that little kitten give him special training, would he still be alive? Furthermore, his specialty was not fighting. Could it be that his master wanted to train him to become another Eagle tribe leader? It was really too rough, wasn't it? One had to know that he was a man of status, and temperament. He definitely couldn't have the aura of a bandit all over him, as that would affect his image too much. "You can, T." Leng Ruoxue rejected him immediately. Zhang Ziyi looked at Peacock King with a smile. "I'll train you well." When Peacock King saw Zhang's expression of, "You've finally fallen into my hands," he was so scared that he trembled. Then, he said to Leng Ruoxue with a sad face, "Master, actually, I'm not a combat-type beastie." Then tell me, what type of beastie are you?" Hearing the Peacock King's words, Leng Ruoxue's curiosity was piqued. "I'm a support-type beastie, and my most powerful point is that I have a good eye, which is not something ordinary beastie can compare to." When the Peacock King spoke of his specialty, he immediately became proud. Good eyes? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. This was considered powerful? However, when she saw the Peacock King's expression of, "The heavens are number one, the father is number two," other than being speechless, Leng Ruoxue really didn't know how to react. After a long silence, Leng Ruoxue finally asked, "What do you mean by good eyes? Tell me the details." She really didn't understand. "Alright." The Peacock King was very happy to see his master interested. Then, he began to talk non-stop, "Master. Our Peacock clan's vision among beasts is absolutely unrivaled. Whenever there's a big or small matter in the beast clan, many beasts would come to ask me how to dress up and how to improve their temperament." By the time the Peacock King was done nagging, Leng Ruoxue was already drowsy. She had already understood. The Peacock King liked to show off, so when Beastie needed help in this area, it would come to him for advice. Moreover, from the Peacock King's words, it was not a voluntary help. The Beastie who asked for help would be paid a certain amount. This was what the Peacock King was most proud of. After hearing all this, Leng Ruoxue really wanted to pat the Peacock King's shoulder and tell him, "Child, if you were in the other world, you would have a bright future in this job. It's a pity that this is the immortal realm where strength is everything. So, you're definitely not doing your proper job." However, after Leng Ruoxue thought about it, she decided not to hurt her beastie's confidence. Hence, she replied perfunctorily, "Oh. Not bad, you have a bright future. Hee hee. I knew Master would say that." The Peacock King was so proud that his tail was about to stand up. Then, he changed the topic and said to Leng Ruoxue happily, "Master, let me take care of your image in the future. I'll make sure that no matter where you go, you'll be the focus of everyone's attention. What do you say?" The Peacock King's request was insatiable, but he didn't realize it. "Not good, we need to keep a low profile." Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with black lines when she heard this. She really did not dare to imagine how the Peacock King would dress her up. Was she dressed according to human or beastie's aesthetic? One could imagine how terrifying that would be. Alright. However, since when did Master not keep a low profile? You must let me take care of your image." Leng Ruoxue realized that she had underestimated the Peacock King's stubbornness. Feeling his girl's struggle, Zhang's claw smacked the Peacock King's swollen face, roaring angrily, "In your dreams. You don't need to worry about Nyo's image, just manage your own." "Oh. Alright." He was being threatened again. The Peacock King was quite worried, but he didn't dare to disobey the words of this little cat. After all, the other party's fist was bigger than his. In front of this cat, he didn't have the slightest thought of resisting. Seeing that Zhang had settled this matter so easily, Leng Ruoxue looked at him with admiration. Instantly, Zhang was so happy that his tail was raised to the sky. "Arg! Why are you here?" Suddenly, an earth-shattering cry rang out beside Leng Ruoxue and Zhang. Following that, the space in front of them rippled slightly and Qing Ju appeared. After hearing Qing Ju's words, Leng Ruoxue did not know how to explain to him that she was the one who had brought Zhang in. After leaving Tsang outside a few times, Leng Ruoxue would feel an inexplicable heartache every time they went out and saw Tsang looking at her with a sad expression. Originally, she wanted to refine a divine artifact for Azure that could conceal his strength. That way, Azure might be able to come in with her. However, Azure told her that such a divine artifact was not of much use to him. Ordinary materials would not be able to withstand his cultivation. After that, Leng Ruoxue flipped through the books and notes left behind by her master and discovered that her master had once refined a divine weapon called the Concealed Defiance. The so-called invisibility didn't mean invisibility, but rather concealing one's heaven-defying cultivation. This god tool was also refined by his master for himself, but his master didn't have time to test its effects before he died, which just happened to benefit Tsang. After Leng Ruoxue had found the god equipment, she had given it to Tsang. Only now did she remember that she had forgotten to tell Qing Ju about this. What should he do? The little fellow would definitely be angry. Leng Ruoxue, who felt that things had gotten out of hand, was so angry that she felt like an ostrich. Although Leng Ruoxue was afraid that Qing Ju would be angry, Tsang was not. It smiled at Qing Ju and said, I came in when I wanted to. This is impossible. I'm not at my peak right now, so this space won't accept you at all. And it's impossible for me not to sense you when you entered. Speak. How did you get in? Seeing that green vessel didn't believe him, Azure had no choice but to raise a small, snow-white paw to show him. There was a golden bangle on the furry paw. Looking at the bracelet, Qing Ju felt that it looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. He could only shamelessly ask, what is this? This is called Hidden Rebellion, it was made by that idiot. It's quite useful. Azure said with a smile, that idiot? Qing Ju did not react in time, while Leng Ruoxue could not help but cough twice. Her heart was filled with tears. Sob. This was the prelude to being exposed. It's your previous master, Nyo's master, Tsang Ming said. Arg. How detestable. I was wondering why this thing looked so familiar. So it was refined by the old master. But is this thing of any use to you? Qing Ju suddenly remembered that he had indeed seen his old master refine such an item. However, his old master had been particularly obsessed with refining weapons for a period of time. He had refined too many things, so he really could not remember what use this item had. Of course it's useful. With this, I can come and go freely in this place, and you can forget about finding an excuse to keep me outside, humph. Azure said with a smug look. When Qing Ju heard this, he was extremely displeased. Could he say that he did not welcome this fellow? This guy I don't want to see the most. Who asked this guy to call his old master an idiot? However, the most hateful thing was his sister. She didn't tell him about this and he wasn't prepared at all. At the thought of this, Qing Ju felt sad. Sob. How could his sister be like this? He looked at Leng Ruoxue with tears in his eyes. Leng Ruoxue saw the sorrow on Qing Ju's face. Leng Ruoxue felt guilty and looked at Qing Ju carefully. I'm so sorry. Qing Ju, I forgot to tell you. You really forgot to tell me? Qing Ju asked while sobbing. It's true. It's absolutely true. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she hurriedly replied. However, Qing Ju did not say anything. He only looked at Leng Ruoxue with a hidden bitterness. Leng Ruoxue felt her head throb from Qing Ju's expression. Sob. Let her faint. After she found the traitor, she only wanted to tell Tsang the good news as soon as possible and had indeed forgotten to tell Qing Ju. Thus, she could only say that everything was fate. Sob. Leng Ruoxue was at a loss as to what to do with Green Vessel, so she could only ask for Tsang's help. When Blue saw this, it didn't want to care and admire Nyo's embarrassment. However, when it saw Leng Ruoxue's pitiful expression, it couldn't bear to do so. It could only speak with loyalty. Nyo really forgot. I didn't tell her not to tell you. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. Wasn't Tsang's words a cover-up? Who knew that when Qing Ju heard this, he only snorted coldly and left without looking back. Leng Ruoxue's heart ached as she looked at Green Vessel's small and lonely back. Just as he was about to call out to Green Vessel, he was stopped by Tsang. Girl, give him some time to accept the truth. He'll be fine. It had to be said that Dark Green understood Green Vessel better. They were indeed old friends. Not long after, Dark Green appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and reminded her, Sister, you guys should continue with your work. Leng Ruoxue was surprised. Was Qing Ju alright now? She looked at Tsang and then glanced at Green Vessel. Leng Ruoxue felt that the scene of these two little fellows being together was quite lovely. Leng Ruoxue fantasized about the two of them together, but she didn't notice that Tsang and Qing Ju were sighing helplessly at the same time. Sister, you guys should continue with your work. After a while, Qing Ju reminded her again and interrupted Leng Ruoxue's wild thoughts with a helpless expression. Oh. Good. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head awkwardly. At this moment, the parasol tree mother tree, who had received Qing Ju's notice, walked out from her own residence. In the next second, Leng Ruoxue moved the original team out of the bracelet. Under the guidance of the parasol tree, they headed to another secret room. When they reached the entrance of the secret room, Leng Ruoxue gave the Peacock King a look. The Peacock King tactfully stepped forward to break the array. Although the defensive formations of the two secret rooms were slightly different, the Peacock King's method of breaking the formation was much more brilliant with his previous practice. 10 minutes later, the array outside the secret room had been completely broken by the Peacock King. Master, I'm done. The Peacock King said. Yes, you've improved since last time. After entering the secret chamber, Leng Ruoxue and the rest felt their heads throb again. The secret room in front of him was more than double the size of the previous one, and the defensive formation was twice as large. This was definitely going to tire him to death. Leng Ruoxue had entered many secret chambers in the clan. She had no choice but to admit that the secret chamber in the Phoenix clan was the one with the tightest security and the most formations out of all the secret chambers she had been to. Furthermore, he had heard from the mother parasol tree that the Phoenix tribe's treasure had never been stolen. AI. It was obvious that any thief who saw such a secret room would turn around and leave. I can't afford to be hurt. Even if the array here couldn't kill people, breaking the array would exhaust people to death. However, Leng Ruoxue knew that she wasn't an ordinary thief. Since she had come, she didn't intend to return handed. Hence, after giving the Peacock King a look, Leng Ruoxue began to work. When the Peacock King saw this, he could only accept his fate and continue to be a coolie. Due to her training in the previous secret room, the formations here could be said to be broken within seconds by Leng Ruoxue. Even though the Peacock King could not reach that level, breaking a formation within 2 to 3 minutes was not a problem. The mother parasol tree could not help but sigh. As expected, practice makes perfect. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue's face darkened. This wasn't practice making perfect, alright? Although there were many formations here, most of them were basically the same. Even if they weren't the same, there would only be slight differences, because no one would have thought that many of the arrays here were repeated. However, whoever dared to steal the Phoenix clan's treasure must be quite powerful, right? Otherwise, they would have been discovered before they could even succeed. Time passed minute by minute. Dozens of hours later, the secret room's array was finally completely cracked. Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King did not say a word and immediately collapsed onto the ground. Seeing the two of them lying on the ground in exhaustion, not wanting to move at all, the parasol tree mother tree, who had finished collecting the treasures, said with heartache, AI. Poor child, you're really exhausted. Have a good rest. Hearing the mother parasol tree's excited voice, Leng Ruoxue really did not want to say anything more. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed, and they were already inside the bracelet. It was Qing Ju who saw that his sister was exhausted and took the initiative to help. After moving them in, Green Vessel took the initiative to send Leng Ruoxue to the bed in the purple bamboo house. He then threw the Peacock King on the cold ground in disdain. The Peacock King cried when he saw the obvious difference in treatment. Woo. It's fine if Master's inhumane beasts don't care about my life or death, but why don't my own clansmen care about me too? Was this a rebellion? The Peacock King was enraged. The consequences would be severe. After a few howls and summoning a small peacock in the mother tongue of the peacock race, the Peacock King glared at him and roared angrily, quickly carry me into the house. When the little peacock heard this, she was so frightened that she trembled and sobbed, No, King. The eagle tribesman has already threatened us. Whoever cares about your life or death is his enemy, and he will definitely show us what he's capable of. You bunch of spineless things, could it be that you're afraid of that guy's threat and don't care about this king's life or death? King, the eagle tribe leader will beat us up. You can't beat him and protect us, so just bear with it. Anyway, it's not very cold here, and it's just nice to let my mind clear up a bit. That. I won't be here to accompany you, take care, King. F***CK. He actually asked him to endure it. The Peacock King lay on the ground in sorrow. Coincidentally, a few leaves from a tree not far away drifted over and fell on his body, making him seem even more sorrowful. After an unknown amount of time, the enraged Peacock King finally got up from the ground. After patting the dust and fallen leaves off his body, the Peacock King took heavy steps and returned to his room miserably. Then, he laid down on his bed in the shape of a Chinese character. Sob. The Peacock King, who had been deserted by his friends and relatives, felt that he would never love again. Not long after he thought about this, the heartless Peacock King actually fell asleep. After waking up, the Peacock King's spirit and aura were roused. He felt that he had come back to life. He left the room in high spirits and went to the courtyard. He happened to see his master sitting in the garden, feeling refreshed. The Peacock King went up to him and said, Master, you're awake too. Sob. I've missed you so much. Did you sleep well? Leng Ruoxue glanced at the Peacock King and asked with a smile. Not good, no one's taking care of me. They're just watching me sleep on the ground. They're such bullies. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had asked, the Peacock King brazenly complained. We'll return to the Peacock tribe in a while, then come back to exchange for the pills with the Phoenix King. What? The Peacock King was also a heartless person. He had never expected his master to stand up for him. But what he didn't understand was, why did they still want to exchange the pills with the Phoenix King? What could the Phoenix King use to exchange with them? Did that old pervert still have money? When the time comes, you only need to watch the show. Leng Ruoxue did not explain in detail. After that, Leng Ruoxue brought her men back to the Peacock clan's territory. She turned around and brought a large group of peacocks back to the Phoenix clan openly. As the agreed time was 3 days, and today was the day that the deadline was due, when the Phoenix King heard that Leng Ruoxue had come to visit, he immediately got someone to invite her in. When they arrived at the entrance of the Royal Phoenix Palace, the guard looked at Leng Ruoxue with a troubled expression and whispered, Lord Lianwu, the king will only allow you to go in. These peacocks have to stay outside. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue turned around and looked at the peacocks who were all crying. She shook her head and said, No. I have to take them with me, they still have to protect me. If I can't reach an agreement with your king and he wants to attack, they're my helpers. Leng Ruoxue's words were spoken in a matter-of-fact manner. Her voice was not soft either, causing the guard's forehead to be covered in cold sweat. In the Royal Phoenix Palace, the Royal Phoenix, who was sitting high up on her throne, gritted her teeth when she heard the conversation. Damn that Lien Wu. Didn't we already discuss the conditions? Why couldn't they come to an agreement? Or was it that annoying ugly freak who wanted to raise the price? When the Phoenix King thought of this possibility, he immediately became angry. His face turned from normal pink to red, then green and then black. When the new leader of the hidden guards saw this scene, he really didn't want to become the cannon fodder for the king to vent his anger, so he could only try his best to lower his presence. He knew that Lien Wu Darren had the ability to anger the king to death. However, in the past few days, he had been brainwashed by Feng Chuan a lot, so he had some experience in dealing with the king's orders. Naturally, he wouldn't follow the king's orders like before. In the main hall, the Phoenix King was secretly angry. Outside, Leng Ruoxue was in a deadlock with the guard who was in a dilemma. The peacocks behind her also looked like they had to enter no matter what. The guard really wanted to knock himself unconscious with a piece of tofu. Sob. Isn't this too much bullying? The guard was very worried. He truly didn't want to go against Lord Lien Wu, but he couldn't disobey the king's orders. After a long while. This is the king's order. I can't make the decision, the guard stammered. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Leng Ruoxue understood. Then, she stretched out her snow-white hand and aimed it at the guard's neck. Before the guard fainted, he had a relieved smile on his face. Before he fainted, he was thinking, this is good. There's nothing for me to do now. Let's go in. After she was done, Leng Ruoxue turned to the peacocks behind her. Oh whoa. Go in. Go in. The excited peacocks howled and surrounded Leng Ruoxue as she pushed open the doors of the great hall. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she could not help but cover her face. She thought to herself, can you not cheer like this? You're not wolves. Upon entering the main hall, Leng Ruoxue immediately saw the Phoenix King, who did not look too good. She quickly asked out of concern, Phoenix King, you haven't recovered from your injuries. AI. It seems that you were quite badly injured last time. Be careful in the future and don't let yourself be indulged. Why do you care? The Phoenix King was so angry that she gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to make a deal with this ugly woman, she really wanted to teach this woman a lesson. I'm not caring. I'm just casually showing my concern. If you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. After she finished speaking, she found a chair and sat down without any hesitation. Looking at the empty main hall, Leng Ruoxue said fastidiously, Your Highness, your place is so deserted. Are the elders still not done? She had touched on a sore spot, and the Phoenix King was once again enraged. Red, white, green, and black appeared on the Phoenix King's face one by one. In the end, her face turned into an ugly dark gray. Leng Ruoxue's smile became even more cheerful when she saw this. In order for the transaction to go smoothly, the Phoenix King could only suppress her anger and ignore Leng Ruoxue's provocation. However, her fiery red phoenix eyes were fixed on Leng Ruoxue. If looks could kill, Leng Ruoxue would have died 1,000 times over. Phoenix King, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't look at me like that, I'm so scared. Leng Ruoxue feigned fear after receiving the sharp glare from the Phoenix King. Who knew that when the Phoenix King heard these words, he was quite scornful. Humph. You're still afraid? Do you know how to write the word, fear? The Phoenix King knew that although she had not known this woman for a long time, she had a deep understanding of her shamelessness. The Phoenix King believed that even if all the people in the immortal realm were afraid of him, this woman would not be afraid. Thinking of this, the Phoenix King's anger rose by a few levels. Humph. Wasn't this annoying woman relying on that B*TCH, Wu Cheng, to support her? Without fog, how could such a woman be his opponent? How would he dare to snatch the Peacock King from her? The Phoenix King's fury rose once again when she saw the Peacock King standing beside Leng Ruoxue like a little bird. I'm seeing this adulterous couple acting all lovey-dovey in front of me again. Damn it. If it was possible, the Phoenix King really wanted to tear this shameless couple into pieces. Seeing the Phoenix King's face changing like a color palette, and the flames of anger in his fiery red phoenix eyes from time to time, Leng Ruoxue did not need to guess to know that the Phoenix King was probably very angry. However, it was a good thing that she did not know what the Phoenix King was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, she would definitely be depressed. At that time, Leng Ruoxue would definitely say, Auntie, what's with your gaze? There was clearly a fist's distance between her and the Peacock King. How did the two of them become so intimate that they were an eyesore? However, at this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who only knew that the Phoenix King was very angry but did not know what she was thinking, could only remind her when the Phoenix King did not speak for a long time, Phoenix King, if you asked me to come here just to stare at me, then I won't accompany you. I still have a lot of things to do. I don't have much time to waste on you. With that, Leng Ruoxue stood up and was about to leave. However, she had only taken 2 steps when the Phoenix King, who had regained his senses, called out to her and suppressed his anger, Wait. We haven't even made the deal. So the Phoenix King still remembers this. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Leng Ruoxue's smile was an eyesore to the Phoenix King. F***ck. Of course she remembered, but when she saw this damned woman Lien Wu, she almost couldn't control her anger. However, the Phoenix King was clear that he couldn't let this woman leave just like that. Otherwise, who would be able to satisfy her curiosity about the pill? The Phoenix King, who wanted to know if the elixir was really that effective, had been thinking about it for several days. If she still didn't know, she would go crazy. After taking a few deep breaths, the Phoenix King forced herself to calm down and quickly said, "Let's exchange for the pills. I'll order someone to retrieve the item you've requested." "All right," he said. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue sat down again. The expression on her face was unusually calm and composed. However, the heart of Peacock King, who was beside her, could not help but race. Oh my god. The Phoenix King had sent people to retrieve the treasures. If she knew that all those things had disappeared, would she let them walk out of the Phoenix territory alive? Thinking of this, the Peacock King shivered. He had seen the Phoenix King's anger before. Previous chapter. Sensing that the Peacock King was a little afraid, Leng Ruoxue stretched out her arm and pulled him to sit down beside her. She then gave him a consoling look. The moment the Peacock King saw this, he immediately felt at ease. Oh. With Master around, they would not let the Phoenix King blame them. The interaction between the two of them was once again captured by the Phoenix King's eyes. It caused the anger that the Phoenix King had suppressed to rise again. Actually, Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King's actions were extremely normal. However, in the eyes of the Phoenix King who was burning with jealousy, they were extremely unpleasing to the eye. Right at this moment, the Phoenix King's trusted aide, the head butler, ran into the main hall with a flustered look on his face. With a long face, he cried out in tears, "King, it's not good. Our treasure room has been broken into." "What did you just say?" When the Phoenix King heard this, he stood up from his throne with a whoosh. "Your Majesty, the treasure room has been broken into. The medicinal herbs and ores inside have all disappeared." The trusted butler of the Phoenix King trembled as he reported. His pretty little face was as pale as snow, and his body couldn't help but tremble. "This is impossible," the Phoenix King said angrily. Then, she teleported and disappeared. As for Leng Ruoxue, she remained calm and composed as she sat on the chair. On the other hand, Peacock King could not help but remind her, "Master, should we find an excuse to leave? Otherwise, the Phoenix King will not let us off." "Why won't you let us go? We're just sitting here, she can't possibly blame us for what she lost." Leng Ruoxue replied disapprovingly. "Master, the Phoenix King loves to vent her anger. Even if she has no evidence to prove that we stole those things, she will still think that we are suspicious. In short, if we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave." The Peacock King said worriedly. "No, we can't leave now. We came here openly, so we have to leave openly. If we leave now, the Phoenix King will have a higher chance to pin the theft on us. At that time, she will fan the fire, and we may be hunted down by the 4 great King Divine Beast clans. What do you think?" Leng Ruoxue advised the Peacock King with a heavy heart. The Peacock King thought that it made sense. He no longer tried to persuade his master to leave. Instead, he sat on the chair with a calm heart. Not long after, the space in front of them distorted, and the angry Phoenix King appeared with a face that was darker than the bottom of a pot. The next second, the Phoenix King roared, "Men!" Thump thump thump. Many guards pushed the door open and entered under the lead of the head butler, Prince Feng's trusted aide. "Lock these guys up." The Phoenix King pointed at Leng Ruoxue and the group of peacocks. "What is the meaning of this, Phoenix Prince?" Hearing the Phoenix Prince's words, Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked indifferently, "Humph. What did he mean?" "You're the biggest suspect in the theft of the Feng clan." This time, she couldn't suppress her anger at all. The treasures of the Feng clan for hundreds of thousands of years had disappeared just like that. She didn't even know who did it. How could she not be angry? Therefore, Lord Lien Wu, who had come to trade with her, naturally became her punching bag. At this moment, she couldn't care that this Lord Lien Wu was one of that B***TCH, Wu Yan's people, humph. The Feng clan had been robbed, and this woman had to be a suspect. Otherwise, who could she vent her anger on? It had to be said that the Peacock King knew the Phoenix King quite well. Under the circumstances that he didn't know who the thief was, the Phoenix King could only force the matter on Lien Wu's head, treating them as suspects and venting his anger on them. Who asked the only outsider in the Phoenix territory to be this woman? If the Feng clan lost something, who else could they look for other than her? This time, this hateful woman can forget about escaping. The Phoenix King thought to herself hatefully. She had already decided in her heart that she would definitely teach this woman a lesson. She wanted to let this ugly woman know the consequences of going against her. In just a short moment, the Phoenix King had not only identified Leng Ruoxue as the biggest suspect in the theft case, but had even thought of how to torture her. When she thought about how she would have the chance to torture this damned woman and the Peacock King, the anger she felt towards the theft miraculously dissipated. "Phoenix King, do you have any evidence?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. "Humph. There's no need for evidence, you can't escape responsibility for this." The Phoenix King pretended to be certain, but deep down, she was gritting her teeth in hatred. Leng Ruoxue's calm and composed expression made it seem as if she was mocking her. She was an eyesore. Convicting someone without evidence? Was this a rule set by the Divine Master's estate? Moreover, according to your excuse, I just lost a piece of low-grade crystal in your palace. You must have stolen it. You can't escape this, so I'm going to arrest you and interrogate you. What do you think?" Leng Ruoxue said in an infuriating manner. Upon hearing their master's words, the peacocks around them all burst out in laughter. There were even some peacocks who were not afraid of death, and they started jeering, "Your Excellency, quickly capture this Phoenix King who may have stolen your low-grade crystal. We'll be in charge of interrogating him for you." The peacocks assumed a position that they would immediately capture people if their master gave the order. The first elder and the guards, who were the Phoenix King's trusted aide and wanted to capture Lord Lien Wu and the peacocks, were all dumbfounded and petrified. The words of Leng Ruoxue and a certain peacock made the Phoenix King so angry that the blood in her body flowed backward. A sweet and fishy taste surged out of her throat. In an instant, her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. However, the Phoenix King endured it and swallowed the blood that she had almost spat out. Damn it, would I steal a low-grade crystal from you? The Phoenix King's eyes were spitting fire as he roared. It's hard to say, Leng Ruoxue was calm and composed. What evidence do you have? The Phoenix King gritted his teeth and asked while suppressing his anger. There's no need for evidence. You're definitely involved in this. Leng Ruoxue returned his words. You. The Phoenix King pointed at Leng Ruoxue with hatred. She was so angry that she could not even form a complete sentence. However, Leng Ruoxue did not seem to mind and continued to look at the Phoenix King calmly. The Phoenix King was furious. For a long time, the Phoenix King's face darkened and he was speechless. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue did not disturb the Phoenix King's thoughts. She just sat quietly on the chair and watched her. Half a day passed by quickly. In the end, the Phoenix King had no choice but to compromise. Sir Lien Wu, the theft of our Phoenix clan is a big matter, so please forgive me for not being calm just now. However, please understand and assist us in our investigation. Of course, we won't only investigate you. Anyone who has entered and left the Phoenix territory will become our investigation target. The Phoenix King's words were reasonable. She apologized and asked for Leng Ruoxue's understanding. Leng Ruoxue was at a loss for words. Furthermore, she did not expect the Phoenix King to be so flexible. He was obviously furious, but after thinking for so long, he could still calm down. With such endurance, it was no wonder that the Phoenix King could successfully usurp the throne. It seemed like a person's success was not without reason. Since the Phoenix King had said so, Leng Ruoxue had to give him some face in order to prove her innocence. Leng Ruoxue said, "It's not a problem for me to assist in the investigation, but I don't want to be locked up as a suspect by the Phoenix King. So, I hope the Phoenix King can understand my feelings. Besides, I also want to ask, the treasure room of your Phoenix clan should be heavily guarded, right? How did it get stolen? What kind of strength did the thief have to dare to come to the Phoenix King to steal things? If it was me, I would never have the guts to do that." Leng Ruoxue's words made the peacocks beside her laugh like crazy. Hehe, master was really too evil. Her words made the Phoenix King depressed to death. However, the peacocks were also glad that they had acknowledged their master. Otherwise, they would have ended up like the Phoenix King today. When the Phoenix King heard Leng Ruoxue's words, his expression turned even uglier. How could she not know that Leng Ruoxue's words were correct? However, under the circumstances where she could not find the thief, she had to at least find someone to vent her anger on, right? But now, it seemed that his idea was going to fail. Lien Wu was worthy of being the advisor of that B***tch, Wu Cheng. He was really difficult to deal with. The Phoenix King was secretly depressed for a while. Then, he directly ordered his confidant, the head butler, who had just regained his senses, invite Lord Lien Wu to the guest courtyard to serve him. Lord Lien Wu, before this matter is fully investigated, I can only trouble you to stay in the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix Prince then turned to Leng Ruoxue. No, I'm not. I've long heard of the beautiful scenery in the Phoenix clan's territory. I've long wanted to live here and experience it. Now that the Phoenix King has given me a chance, I can't ask for more. With that, Leng Ruoxue immediately stood up and instructed the head butler to lead the way. She then led the peacocks and strolled behind the head butler, who was obviously in a daze, as they headed to the guest courtyard to settle down. As soon as they left, the Phoenix King's face immediately darkened. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't aware of this. At this moment, she was in a good mood as she brought the peacocks to tour the Phoenix clan's territory. However, the trusted butler of the Phoenix King, who led the way, was absent-minded all the way. No one knew what he was thinking. As they walked, Leng Ruoxue suddenly stopped. The peacocks behind her did not know why their master had stopped, but since their master had stopped, they naturally could not continue forward. The moment they steadied themselves, the peacocks heard a loud thud. Following that, they saw a certain head butler who was leading the way had crashed into a huge tree that required at least 10 people to encircle him. In the next second, a certain unlucky head butler fell to the ground with a thud. All the peacocks covered their faces and thought to themselves, this is too tragic to look at. At this moment, a certain peacock put on a curious look and asked, why is there a tree here? It's not a parasol tree either. This is just a decorative tree. It's probably used by the Phoenix clan to admire. Leng Ruoxue sized up the giant tree not far away and made a guess. It had to be said that Leng Ruoxue was right. This tree had been prepared by the Phoenix clan for the guests who had been invited here. Since this place was close to the guest courtyard, many of these giant trees had been planted along the way. As for the unlucky housekeeper, the Phoenix King's confidant, he had been so preoccupied with his thoughts that he had long forgotten about the road conditions here. That was why he had bumped into them. Seeing that a certain head butler had not been able to get up after falling to the ground, Leng Ruoxue could only lead the peacocks forward to express her concern. Head butler, are you alright? Leng Ruoxue saw that the Feng Prince's trusted butler's fingers were still moving. She knew that he was still conscious and had not completely lost consciousness. However, this person's injuries weren't light. There was already a red bump the size of a fist on his forehead. His slightly opened eyes were also rippling. Leng Ruoxue started to pity him. I'm fine. Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, a certain butler, whose eyes were filled with stars, said with a trembling voice, "Wu, it hurts." However, in front of Lord Lien Wu, he didn't want to show his weak side, so as not to embarrass the Feng clan. However, Leng Ruoxue disagreed with him when she saw how he was holding it in. "Head butler, if it hurts, then cry. We will not laugh at you. It was true. I promise. It's true, it's true. Boo-hoo." A certain butler wanted to say that he was not in pain, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. In the end, he couldn't help but cry out loud, feeling deeply wronged. When he was done crying, he received even more sympathetic gazes. The next second, his old face quickly turned red, and he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had lived for so many years, why was he still so useless? If the Phoenix King knew about this, he would definitely punish him severely. When he thought of the Phoenix King, his heart trembled. The Phoenix King was so terrifying. If he could, he really wanted to go on strike like those elders. Unfortunately, he didn't have the guts. "Don't be afraid. We won't tell anyone about this." Leng Ruoxue explained in an understanding manner as she saw through a certain butler's thoughts. "Thank you, Lord Lianwu." The Phoenix King's confidant, the head butler, said gratefully. After resting for a while, the head butler got up from the ground and said, "Lord Lianwu, the guest courtyard is up ahead. I'll take you there first." "All right," he said. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. When they arrived at the guest house, the head butler, King Feng's trusted aide, made all the necessary arrangements and immediately went back to his room to recuperate. As Leng Ruoxue received the gratitude of the head butler, their treatment in the guest house rose sharply. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest stayed in the guest courtyard for a few days, they were rather satisfied with the service here. With good food and drinks at their service, they would be fools if they did not enjoy it. They were living happily, but the Phoenix King had been so depressed for the past few days that he vomited blood and almost hit the wall. Originally, she had wanted to use the theft of the Phoenix clan as an excuse to call back the elders who were in seclusion and those who had left home to discuss the matter. However, who knew that the elders who were in seclusion were so thoroughly closed off that she could not contact them at all? She did not dare to use forceful means to force them out of seclusion. Otherwise, if she caused those elders to be seriously injured, she would really be despised as the Phoenix King. Therefore, she had to temporarily put aside the idea of waking these elders who were in closed-door cultivation. What made her angrier was that the elders who were in closed-door cultivation did not reply to her at all after they received the news that she had sent out. This time, the Phoenix King was completely furious. Never in her dreams would she have thought that those elders would actually dare to disobey her orders. Were they really that unconcerned about the affairs of the Feng clan? How could the elders not react to such a big theft? The Phoenix King was enraged, and the consequences were severe. What she didn't know was that most of the elders who had left home had received the news, but no one believed her. This was because all the elders knew that they couldn't even break the defense in the treasure vault, let alone outsiders. Moreover, who would dare to steal from the Feng clan? It wasn't like he was tired of living. With this thought in mind, the elders who received the news all took it as an excuse for the Phoenix King to summon them back, so they naturally ignored it. If they didn't want to come back, the Phoenix King would have no way to vent her anger. Thus, the hot-headed Phoenix King immediately thought of Lien Wu and the others who were locked up in the guest house. The Phoenix King didn't even think and went straight to the guest courtyard. When they arrived at the entrance of the guest courtyard, the Phoenix King saw the tight security and felt particularly satisfied. She couldn't help but think to herself, "Humph. Damn you, Lien Wu. Although I didn't manage to lock you up in the prison, you won't be able to escape from here even if you have wings." After thinking about this, the Phoenix King stepped into the guest courtyard. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue was lying comfortably on a deck chair in the guest courtyard's garden, basking in the sun. Not far away, there were a few Phoenix clan attendants serving her. Her days were extremely comfortable. Beasts followed their master. When they saw their master enjoying the service of the Phoenix clan, they naturally followed their master's footsteps and found a place to lie down in the garden. There were also Phoenix clan servants serving them by their side. All the peacocks felt an unprecedented sense of joy when they saw the Phoenix kind servant's sullen face, but he had no choice but to do this and that as per their requests. It was really too satisfying, the life of ordering these phoenixes around was so satisfying. When the Phoenix King walked into the courtyard and saw the scene in front of him, he was so angry that his lungs exploded. F***ck. What was going on? Why did Lien Wu and the others she locked up in the guest courtyard enjoy such good treatment? The Phoenix King was furious. Then, she shouted, "Damn it. What are you guys doing?" Hearing the Phoenix King's angry roar, Leng Ruoxue's eyelids twitched slightly. She said indifferently, "Phoenix King, you've come to see us? What for?" She was here to cause trouble. The Phoenix King cursed in her heart. But from the current situation, it was obvious that she was the one who was angry. What was going on? Where's the butler? Was he so thoughtful as to send people to serve these prisoners? Even though the Phoenix King had spoken nicely to Leng Ruoxue and asked for their assistance in the investigation, in the Phoenix King's heart, she had actually treated Leng Ruoxue and the others as her own prisoners. Now, seeing that her prisoners were being treated like top guests, the anger in her heart instantly started to surge. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's smiling face, the anger in the Phoenix King's heart burned even more. Her beautiful fiery red phoenix eyes searched the room, but she couldn't find the shadow of the head butler she trusted. She was even more furious. F***ck. What the hell is this? How could these prisoners live such a carefree life? Especially after their clan was robbed, how could they still live such a luxurious life? The Phoenix King looked at the precious fruits placed on the table beside Leng Ruoxue's reclining chair. The anger in his heart instantly burned like a volcano, and it was out of control. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she glanced at the enraged Phoenix King. She naturally knew why the Phoenix King was angry. However, she had no intention of caring about it. Instead, she stretched out her chubby, snow-white hand and picked up a small red fruit from the table. She placed it to her lips and took a light bite. Damn it! Let go of my fruit. When the Phoenix King saw that Leng Ruoxue had actually eaten his favorite phoenix fruit, the anger in his heart rose even higher. One had to know that the phoenix fruit took 1,000 years to bloom and 10,000 years to bear fruit. Even she was usually reluctant to eat it. But now, she had actually fed it to an ugly pig. How could she feel balanced in her heart? Especially when she saw Leng Ruoxue's big mouth nibbling on her favorite fruit, she suddenly felt like the phoenix fruit was being eaten by a pig. She really felt that the phoenix fruit was not worth it. Although the Phoenix King could not wait to rush up and snatch the phoenix fruit from the pig's mouth, Leng Ruoxue had already finished the phoenix fruit before she could do anything. The Phoenix King was at a loss for what to do with such an outcome. However, she had already taken the food into her mouth. She couldn't possibly ask this ugly monster to spit it out, right? But the next second, the Phoenix King's eyes widened again. F***ck. Still eating? When the Phoenix King saw Leng Ruoxue's hand reaching for the small table at the side, he picked up another phoenix fruit. After playing with it for a while, Leng Ruoxue smiled and said, although this fruit is a little small, it still tastes good. You should try it. Leng Ruoxue's words were naturally not directed at the Phoenix King, but at Tsang. After Tsang heard this, his snow-white claws stretched out unceremoniously and grabbed the fruit that was almost the same size as his claws, then threw it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, a phoenix fruit was destroyed by Tsang. When the Phoenix King saw this scene, she was so angry that her eyes were wide open. Her face turned green and then purple, and her towering chest heaved up and down violently. She pointed at Leng Ruoxue, unable to say a single word. F***ck. It was really too detestable. He actually fed her fruit to a cat. If it was possible, the Phoenix King really wanted to tear the cat that ate her phoenix fruit into pieces. Her angry eyes turned into burning daggers and shot towards Tsang. However, Tsang didn't feel it and kept smacking his lips, as if he hadn't had enough. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could not help but laugh to herself. Of course, she could see that the Phoenix King was very angry. However, she was not a person who would restrain herself just because the other party was angry. Moreover, the Phoenix King was also her enemy. She naturally did not need to care about the Phoenix King's thoughts. Thinking of this, she coldly glanced at the Phoenix King and smiled faintly. Phoenix King, you are the host. As a guest, I won't treat you to these fruits. By the way, please ask your chief steward to send more of these small fruits. There aren't enough to share with so many of us. Leng Ruoxue spoke lightly, but the Phoenix King's face turned darker and darker. F***ck. Still not enough to share. Do you all want to eat all of her phoenix fruits? The Phoenix King gritted her teeth and cursed in her heart. The way she looked at Leng Ruoxue was becoming more and more unfriendly. However, she did not know why she could not vent her anger. This fact made her angry and frustrated. The next second, the furious Phoenix King disappeared from where she was. Seeing that the Phoenix King had left just like that, Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes in disbelief. The Phoenix King only stared at him and left after saying a few words. He didn't even roar. This wasn't the Phoenix King's usual style. Could it be that the Phoenix King had been switched? Leng Ruoxue's thoughts ran wild. The Phoenix King, who had already returned to the Phoenix King Palace, did not know what had happened to her. Why did she leave so easily? Didn't she go to find that damn Lien Wu to vent her anger? Why was he so angry that he didn't say anything and even turned around and left? Not to mention Leng Ruoxue, even the Phoenix Prince didn't know how this could have happened. Could it be because of that B***tch, Wu Cheng? Suddenly, the Phoenix King had a flash of inspiration. When she thought of this possibility, the anger in her heart grew even more. And this feeling of having a fire but nowhere to vent it was really not good. Someone, bring the head butler here. The furious Phoenix King suddenly ordered after a few minutes of silence. The guard outside the door responded and immediately went to pass the message. Not long after, the Foam King's confidant, the head butler, rushed to the Foam King Palace, panting heavily. Your Majesty, why are you looking for this subordinate? The head butler, Prince Feng's trusted aide, asked directly. Let me ask you, who asked you to give Lien Wu such good treatment? She's not an honored guest of our Phoenix kind, but a prisoner. The Phoenix King gritted her teeth in hatred. When the Phoenix King's confidant, the head butler, heard this, he was dumbfounded. After a long while, he said weakly, Your Majesty, didn't you say to serve them well? Bullshit. Why would I let you do that? When the Phoenix King heard this, he thought, damn it, how dare he refute her? He really didn't want to live anymore. King, you really said it. The head butler, the Phoenix King's confidant, felt wronged. Boo-hoo. Didn't humans always say that the Emperor would never joke? How could she go back on her words? This was really too much. You're going to do as I say. You idiot, can't you tell that I'm being sarcastic? The Phoenix King looked at his trusted butler with a face full of disappointment and roared. Ah. The Phoenix King's words petrified his trusted butler. This was ironic. Only humans would be like this, right? How could Beastie be so sneaky to know that its king was being sarcastic? The chief butler felt even more aggrieved. But this time, he was smart and didn't say a word. Seeing that the head butler had nothing to say, the Phoenix King nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "Be smart. Do you understand what I mean now? Lien Wu and the others are prisoners of our Phoenix clan. There's no need to give them such good treatment." "Yes. Does your majesty have any other instructions?" The housekeeper, the confidant of the Phoenix King, appeared to be very obedient, but in fact, he was quite dissatisfied in his heart. Although he was the confidant of the Phoenix King, he was not the only confidant of the Phoenix King. The others had long gone on strike, and he was the only one who did not have the courage to support himself. But now, after listening to the words of the Phoenix King, he deeply agreed. He was wholeheartedly working for the Phoenix King, but he was afraid that he would not have a good end. It was because the Phoenix King was too fickle in her emotions. Moreover, she liked to vent her anger on others. Who knew when she would be cannon fodder? It had to be said that although the head butler was a little timid, she was still a sensible person. Previously, when the Phoenix King was at her peak of anger, she did think of teaching him a lesson. But on second thought, now that the elders had gone on strike, there were not many people around her that could be used. If she got rid of the head butler who had always been loyal to her because of a moment of anger, she was afraid that she would have no one left to use. With this in mind, the Phoenix King temporarily spared this trusted aide. However, this debt had been recorded in the heart of the Phoenix King, and it was uncertain when he would settle it. Fortunately, the head butler was not stupid and had already seen through it. After the head butler, the Phoenix King's trusted aide, left the Phoenix King palace, he went straight to the guest courtyard where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying. When they arrived at the guest courtyard, he carefully recounted what had happened in the Phoenix Palace to Leng Ruoxue. Then, he said with an apologetic expression, "Lord Lien Wu, I can only help you this much. In the future, you should be more careful. The king will not let you off easily." Leng Ruoxue laughed to herself as she looked at the trusted butler of the Phoenix King who was trying to curry favor with her. How much of a failure was the Phoenix King? All of them had actually abandoned her. However, even though she was thinking this in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she asked with a concerned expression, "Head butler, what are you doing?" "I'm planning to leave the Phoenix kind and travel the world like the other elders." The head butler, the Phoenix King's trusted aide, said calmly. Although he had already thought of this, if it wasn't for the Phoenix King's provocation, he would not have thought of leaving the clan now. AI. He really couldn't stay in the Phoenix clan any longer. When Leng Ruoxue saw the worried expression on the face of the trusted aide of the Phoenix King, she thought to herself, all right. Yet another one who wanted to run away from home. However, this person's cultivation level seemed to be a little low. The strength of the chief butler was only equivalent to a human god king. With such strength and status, if he were to encounter a powerful expert, he might be forced to form a contract with him. After all, not all the powerful cultivators were afraid of the Phoenix clan. If they were really cooked, even if the Phoenix King stepped in, it would be of no use. Moreover, the Phoenix King hated the clan members who had run away from home to death. Would she stand up for them? At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue revealed a worried expression and reminded, "Head butler, are you sure you want to go out? You must know that it's quite dangerous outside. With your identity, you're the favorite beastie of many experts." "I know, I'll be careful." Leng Ruoxue's words touched the head butler, the trusted aide of the Phoenix King. Look at how loyal Lord Lien Wu was. She even knew to care about his safety, sigh. He really wouldn't know if he didn't compete, but once he did, he was shocked. Compared to the Phoenix King, this Lord Lien Wu was really cute. In reality, the reason why Leng Ruoxue said that was because she was truly worried about the Phoenix. More than that, she was trying to sow discord and divide the Phoenix clan. Only by drawing more and more members of the Foam clan to her side would it be more beneficial for her future actions, right? Let's see how she'll be able to do anything when the Phoenix King really becomes a commander with nothing. Leng Ruoxue was extremely satisfied with her own thoughts. She even felt that this head butler, who was the Phoenix King's trusted aide, was much more pleasing to the eye. Even though this fellow was the Phoenix King's trusted aide, he treated them pretty well and took care of them very well. Hence, Leng Ruoxue naturally would not vent her anger towards the Phoenix King on him. Not only that, Leng Ruoxue even generously took out a few bottles of elixirs and gave them to the head butler. In an instant, the head butler was moved to tears. "Lord Lien Wu, thank you so much." The Phoenix King's confidant, the head butler, sobbed with gratitude. He really didn't expect this. The pill that king had tried so hard to obtain was actually so easily obtained by him. It seemed that this Lord Lien Wu was not as greedy and lecherous as king had said. In an instant, the head butler, the Phoenix King's trusted aide, vindicated Leng Ruoxue. "Head butler, you should know that there is some unhappiness between me and the Phoenix King. So, you can't give the pills I gave you to the Phoenix King. Otherwise, if I find out, you will bear the consequences." Leng Ruoxue said the ugly words first. I won't give it to the Phoenix King, I promise." The head butler, the Phoenix King's trusted aide, quickly said. He needed these pills to protect himself when he left the Phoenix clan. How could he give them to the king? In the hands of the king, would he still have a share? Although the Foam King's trusted butler was not very powerful, he was definitely a wise man. Naturally, he would not offend Lord Lien Wu just to please the king. Moreover, Lord Lien Wu was able to take out such a good pill, which made him even more determined to make friends with him. That's good. Leng Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction. Following that, the head butler, the Phoenix King's trusted aide, took out a fiery red feather and gave it to Leng Ruoxue. He said, Lord Lien Wu, I really don't have anything valuable on me. This feather is a very important treasure to our Phoenix clan, and we won't easily give it to others. Now, I'm giving it to you. If there's anything that can help Lord Lien Wu in the future, Lord Lien Wu can just tell me. Alright. Then I'll accept it. Leng Ruoxue replied without any hesitation. From her perspective, this feather should be a token of this head butler's promise, so she didn't take it to heart and kept it in her bracelet. Prince Feng's confidant, the head butler, took his leave. After he left, Tsang chuckled. Leng Ruoxue saw Tsang's silly smile and didn't understand why. Seeing Niu looking at him with a face full of question marks, Cold laughed even more happily. Girl, you must not understand the significance of that feather to the Phoenix clan. Azure said with a mysterious smile. What? Leng Ruoxue didn't understand. Was there any other explanation for the feather? With that feather, I can summon the Phoenix for help at any time. This is also a kind of promise from the Phoenix clan. Although it's not a contract, as long as the Phoenix doesn't take back its feather, this promise will always be in effect. Azure explained with a smile. I see. Leng Ruoxue nodded. However, this feather might not be of much use to you, but it's still a token of my heart. Tsang added. Leng Ruoxue could hear a hint of sourness in its mouth when it spoke of its intentions. It seems like that Phoenix knows how to repay a debt of gratitude. Leng Ruoxue said after feeling a chill. He had only given him a few bottles of pills in exchange for a feather with the effect of a promise. He had profited, right? Tsang, who knew Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, pouted and said, those pills of yours are much more important than that useless feather. So, you've lost out. Tsang, debts can't be calculated like this. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. She didn't think that she would be able to gain a Phoenix's favor if she made a loss. What was a few bottles of pills to her? Seeing Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, Tsang could only surrender. Who asked Niu to not lack medicinal pills? Previous chapter. Girl, how long do you plan on staying here? Azure changed the topic. After Tsang asked the question, he realized that Leng Ruoxue was in a daze and didn't hear what he said. Instantly, he was a little angry. The reason why Leng Ruoxue was in such a state was because she had suddenly received a voice transmission from the demon. He heard the demon ask him where they were. How much longer until this matter was over? Leng Ruoxue truly did not know how she should answer because she had made the matter seem a little complicated. When she felt a pain in her arm, she looked down and saw that Tsang had made a cut on her white arm with his sharp claws. A trace of blood was already seeping out of the wound. Tsang, what are you doing? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Then, she quickly consumed an ordinary healing pill. After seeing that her wound had healed immediately, she looked at Tsang helplessly. What was Tsang doing? You're not concentrating. Humph. Azure said with dissatisfaction. Shue, what's wrong? At this moment, the demon's voice rang out in Leng Ruoxue's heart again. On the other side, the demon was also extremely worried when he saw that Shue had not replied after a long time. The demon just sent me a message. Wait a moment. Leng Ruoxue stroked Tsang Shue's white fur and consoled her. However, Tsang was quite dissatisfied with her words. Humph. Why was it ranked behind that fellow? Tsang Gung was furious. He simply turned his fluffy little head away and was prepared to ignore Leng Ruoxue. After Leng Ruoxue reported everything that had happened to Evildoer and told him not to worry about her, Leng Ruoxue then turned her gaze to Tsang. However, she suddenly realized that this little fellow was being at Sundra. Ugh. Was he really going to ignore her? Leng Ruoxue looked at Tsang helplessly. She realized that the people around her were getting harder and harder to serve. However, before she could pacify Tsang, a devilish voice came from her heart again. Shue, I'll go find you now. Wait for me. Why are you here? Leng Ruoxue asked hurriedly. Her current identity was Lien Wu. The demon was here, and if he was exposed, I can introduce myself and say that I'm your male pet. After saying that, the demon cut off the voice transmission. Male pet. When she heard these two words, Leng Ruoxue took a long time to regain her senses. She couldn't help but cover her face. Whoa. What kind of stimulation did this evildoer go through? While Leng Ruoxue was still in a state of shock, the evildoer who had been waiting for her at the gathering point had already told Uncle Long, Dongfangyu, and the others about his thoughts. When everyone heard this, they all bravely expressed that they would follow the demon to find Shue, or else they would not allow him to leave. The demon had no choice but to report Shue's current situation to them, and brought along many of his children. When they arrived at the Phoenix territory, everyone shouted a few times towards the inside in a very well-behaved manner, "Is there anyone? Are there any living things?" Shua. As they finished speaking, a few fiery red figures appeared in front of everyone and said angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the Phoenix territory?" "We didn't trespass. We're here to find someone." Uncle Long replied with a smile. "Looking for someone? Humph. The person you're looking for isn't in the Phoenix territory, so you'd better leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." One of the beautiful women, who seemed to have a bad temper, roared. This little girl's temper is really bad. Uncle Long turned to Dongfang Yu and said. Dongfang Yu nodded in agreement. Then, Uncle Long turned his head back and continued to smile. Little girl, the person we're looking for is Lord Lianwu. She's been ordered by Lord Wuchen to come to the Feng clan to handle some matters, so you can't lie to us. If you delay God Lord Fogripple's orders, your Phoenix clan will have to bear the consequences. Upon hearing Uncle Long's words, the few phoenixes who were responsible for guarding the periphery of the Phoenix territory were at a loss. Although their status was not high and they did not know much, they had even heard of Lord Wu's name. Now that this ugly old man had said that he had come under the orders of God Lord Foggripple, for a moment, these guards did not know what to do. But it was definitely impossible to let them enter the Phoenix territory just like that. Because the king had ordered that no one was allowed to enter or leave the Phoenix token, or else they would have to bear the consequences. The guards discussed among themselves through voice transmission. After a while, an older-looking servant asked, "You were sent by God Lord Foggripple?" "It can be considered so," Uncle Long said after thinking for a while. "What do you mean by considered?" The guard was displeased. "Yes, no, no. Why are you still calling it, Count ? It's like this, what about us? They are all servants from Lord Lianwu's house. They accompanied my lord's male pet to look for her. When God Lord River Ripple found out, she specifically asked us to pass a message to Lord to quickly bring Feng Xiu back to the imperial city. Thus, we are mainly here to accompany him in his search for his wife. As for God Lord River Ripple's words, we are just here to bring her along." After saying this, Uncle Long pointed at the evildoer and said to the guards in front of him. The meaning of his words was, of course, to say that he was the Lord's boy toy. The demon's mouth twitched when he heard Uncle Long's words. However, in order to match Uncle Long's words, he deliberately put on a resentful expression and said with a slightly choked voice, "My lord is naturally dissolute and likes men. I'm really worried about not being by her side for so long. If some random cat or dog seduces her and wants to take my place, I won't even have time to cry. So, I asked the guards to pass on the message. I'll definitely be eternally grateful to you." After saying these words, the demon felt goosebumps all over his body. As for Uncle Long and the others who were listening, they were even more confused. None of them had expected that this person would actually make things up like this. Fortunately, they knew that the demon had said it on purpose. Otherwise, they would have vomited blood from disgust. When these words came out of the mouth of a demon, the power was really too great, didn't you? Especially when he had accused Shui of being a playboy and lustful towards men. If Shui found out about this, ugh. The consequences were unimaginable. However, the few guards of the Phoenix clan who heard the demon's words were not as agitated as Uncle Long and the others. Instead, they looked at the demon with sympathy. What was this situation? Although Uncle Long and the others were curious, none of them dared to ask the question in their hearts for fear of hearing something terrible. However, just because they didn't dare to ask, it didn't mean that the demon wouldn't ask either. The demon looked at the few guards of the Phoenix clan in confusion and asked shamelessly, "My lords, is there something that I don't know about?" "Well." The guards looked at each other. In the end, it was a straightforward male guard who said with a sullen expression, "Umph. How many women were not lustful? Your Lord Lianwu has a new lover." The clear sky thunderbolt. This was definitely a huge bolt of lightning. Not only was the demon dumbfounded, but Uncle Long and the others also felt a sense of fear. "Oh my god. You can't just say this. It would kill." Uncle Long and the others instantly felt the temperature around them drop to at least 100 degrees Celsius. They shivered and looked at the demon in unison, consoling him through voice transmission. "This must be a misunderstanding. Shui can't possibly have a new lover. Don't worry." Although they were comforted like this, Uncle Long and the others were still worried about this time bomb that could explode at any time. This guy was too dangerous. If there was a slight mistake, they might lose their lives. The Dark Lord. The legendary brutal and bloodthirsty mistress of the Dark World was synonymous with slaughter. Uncle Long and the rest were trembling in their hearts as they silently prayed for Leng Ruoxue. "Little girl. You're on your own. We can't help you this time." Everyone present could see the demon's hidden anger. However, in order not to ruin Shui's plan, his anger was not sensed by the guards of the Phoenix clan. However, it could not be hidden from them, who knew the demon well. At this time, the evildoer, who was full of anger and had no way to vent it, flickered his eyes and tears welled up in his eyes. When the guards saw this, they knew that this man was not feeling good and did not know what to say. Following that, the guards heard the demon's slightly choked voice ask, "What's going on? Can the guards tell me more details?" "No problem, I'll tell you," one of the guards said with a sense of justice. Then, he told the demon everything he knew and heard. As the demon listened, although his expression did not change, the anger in his heart had long turned into a monstrous flame. "Humph. The Peacock King, right? To dare to snatch Shui from him, he must be tired of living." At this moment, the demon drew a big cross on the Peacock King that he had never met before. By the time the guard finished his vivid explanation, Uncle Long and the others were already covered in cold sweat. Although they believed that the guard's words were exaggerated, no matter what, the Peacock King was destined to be unable to escape the anger of the mistress of the Dark World. The kind-hearted Uncle Long and the others mourned for the unlucky Peacock King for 3 minutes. They were no longer bothered by this and asked excitedly, "Lord Guards, thank you for telling us the truth. That. Can I trouble you to help us report to the Phoenix King that we want to see Lord Lianwu? We won't mistreat you." After saying that, Uncle Long gave each of the guards a bottle of pills. The guards took the pills and immediately put them away without even looking at them. They had long heard that the effects of Lord Lien Wu's pills were surprisingly good. Since the other party was Lord Lien Wu's subordinate, the pills he gave should not be too bad. With this thought, the faces of the guards present became much more amiable. Even the female guard who spoke first had a smile on her face, not as cold as she was before. When Uncle Long and the others saw this, they thought to themselves, the charm of medicinal pills to beasts is greater. Look at these guys, their attitude had immediately changed 180 degrees. Then, they heard one of the guards say, wait a moment, I'll go report to the king. All right, he said. Uncle Long and the others nodded gratefully, but the demon still put on a sad look, which made the other guards feel bad. AI. Taking people's money and eliminating disasters for them. With this thought in mind, the guards took turns to comfort the evildoer. However, they also knew in their hearts that this person in front of them looked a little apologetic. She was a powerful woman from the divine realm. A few of them were not lustful. The guards consoled the evildoer and told him to get over it. They even said that it wasn't a big deal for a woman of status to have a few men. Were these phoenixes trying to comfort him? Uncle Long and the others were very uncertain, because they could clearly feel that the temperature around them had dropped quite a bit. At this moment, the guards of the Foam clan finally realized that something was amiss. One of them asked in confusion, why did the weather suddenly change? After he finished speaking, he even shivered. Uncle Long looked at the guards sympathetically, but didn't say anything. He only thought to himself, this isn't a change of weather, this is someone's anger. At the same time, the Phoenix King, who was pacing back and forth in the Phoenix King Palace like an ant in a hot pot, heard the guard's announcement that Lord Lien Wu's male pet had come to the door. She was stunned at first, then suddenly realized that it was Lien Wu, that B*TCH's man. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha. The heavens are really helping me. After a long while, when the Phoenix King was done laughing, she asked, what does Lien Wu look like? I'm still alright. The guard who had come to report quickly said. To be honest, he was a little frightened by the laughter of the Phoenix King and did not understand why the Phoenix King laughed so horrifying. Oh. Let them in. The guard received the order and immediately turned to leave. Not long after, the demon and the rest were led to the Phoenix King Palace by the guards. The Phoenix King's beautiful phoenix eyes sized up the men who were brought into the hall. The more she looked, the more her head hurt. These men were too unsightly to be seen by others, right? She had lived for so long, but she had never seen such an ugly man who was comparable to Lien Wu. Which one of you is Lord Lien Wu's boy toy? After frowning, the Phoenix King held back her disgust and asked. Seeing these men, her little bit of revenge was forcibly suppressed. I am. The demon whispered like a mosquito, and lowered his head, making a shy and timid look that did not dare to raise his head. Raise your head. The Phoenix King asked, unwilling to give up. I don't dare. It would be my fault if I scared the Phoenix King. Fortunately, the Phoenix King's hearing was good. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hear what he was saying. I'm not that timid. I told you to look up, so look up. When the demon heard this, he thought to himself, you asked for this. He knew that the Phoenix King was a lecherous person, so how could he not be prepared? Then, the evildoer raised his head and looked at the Phoenix King shyly. Blarg. The Phoenix King only took one look and almost vomited out all the acid in his stomach. F***ck. Was this even human? Was this even a man? How could he be so ugly? This man was 100 times uglier than the ones she had seen before. Not only was her face as big as a pig's head, but she also had a pair of bull's eyes the size of copper bells, a pig's nose, and a big, bloody mouth. Such facial features matched her face. It was really frightening. No matter how strong the Phoenix King's heart was, he was still scared half to death. However, the Phoenix King was the Phoenix King. No one could guess the thoughts of the Phoenix King. Although she was frightened and her heart was in turmoil, the Phoenix King's beautiful face did not show it at all. However, it took her a long time to come back to her senses. After she came back to her senses, the Phoenix King wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said, This young master really has a unique appearance. No wonder Lord Lien Wu took a fancy to him. That's right. My lord has a strong taste and likes me. What pretty boy. He only won her heart temporarily. After he gets tired of her, she will still abandon him. But I'm different. My lord will never get enough of me. After scaring the Phoenix King, the demon's goal had been achieved, so he suddenly became talkative. Moreover, he had expressed his dissatisfaction with a certain pretty boy in his words. When the Phoenix King heard this, he was happy. Hee hee. You guys go ahead. Strangle her to death. It would be best if this ugly woman could show off her divine might now. At that time, the timid Peacock King would definitely not dare to leave with that slut Lien Wu. If that was the case, who else could the Peacock King look for other than her? Thinking of this, the Phoenix King suddenly found the demon pleasing to the eye. Even that ugly face was not so scary anymore. After thinking for a while, the Phoenix King complimented, You're right. You'll get sick of beautiful faces sooner or later. So, a man can't rely on a beautiful face to keep a woman tied down. I support you. The Peacock King is no match for you. Thank you for your support, Phoenix King. The demon was happy and grinned. Instantly, he almost made the Phoenix King vomit again. May I know how to address you? After a long while, the Phoenix King finally recovered and continued to ask. My surname is AI, you can call me Lien Wu. The demon blurted out without even thinking. Previous chapter. When Uncle Long and the others heard the name that the evildoer had made up, they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Do you have to be so mushy? And even had the surname of AI and the name of Lien Wu? This name was really. Originally, the conversation between the demon and the Phoenix King was already unbearable enough for them. Now, he gave himself such a name. Wasn't he deliberately trying to make them vomit out their breakfast and lunch? Can we not do this? Uncle Long and the others were wailing in their hearts. When the Phoenix King heard this name, he was also petrified for a long time. After coming back to her senses, the Phoenix King was a little angry. You're also called Lien Wu, or do you love Lien Wu? Are you afraid that others don't know that you love that ugly monster? However, this name was quite unique. He believed that the Peacock King would not feel good when he heard it. When the Phoenix King thought of this, his mood suddenly became better. That Lien Wu. Young master, you have to know that I'm completely on your side. So, you can do whatever you want. I don't dare to say it in other places, but in the Phoenix territory, I have the final say. The Phoenix King was not happy to call young master Lien Wu by his name again. However, she still fully expressed her position. Then, the Phoenix King was afraid that the ugly man in front of him didn't understand his hint, so he explained more clearly, actually, the Peacock King that Lord Lien Wu has taken a fancy to should have been my man, but that vain man has taken a fancy to Lord Lien Wu's status. So, I'm saying so, if Lord Lien Wu no longer likes the Peacock King, can young master Lien Wu return the Peacock King to me? No problem, I can make the decision for such a small matter. When the demon heard this, he quickly agreed. Anyway, he would not suffer a loss if he agreed. He could also win the favor of the Phoenix King and save the Phoenix King from secretly hindering them. The Phoenix King knew how much this ugly man hated the Peacock King when he saw him agree so readily. While she was secretly happy, she quickly ordered the guards, take young master Lien Wu and the others to see Lord Lien Wu. You bastard! Why did this name sound so awkward? Even Lord Wu and young master Wu couldn't escape the word that she hated the most. The Phoenix King secretly hated it. The guard accepted the order and quickly left the Phoenix Palace with the demon and the others. On the way, the guard who led the way finally couldn't help but ask, young master Lien Wu, what happened to your face? When they met at the Phoenix Territory's gate, it was clearly not like this. Back then, young master Lien Wu was indeed a little ugly, but he was definitely not as ugly as he was now. AI. It was a long story. When I get angry, my face will change shape. The demon sighed and said. I see. The guard glanced at the evildoer sympathetically but did not say anything. When they arrived at the entrance of Leng Ruoxue's guest house, they informed the guards at the door of the identities of evildoer and the rest. The guard who led the way then turned around and left. When the guards at the door heard that they were Lord Wu's male companions, they invited them in without thinking. The demon and the rest walked into the courtyard and saw Leng Ruoxue lying on a deck chair in the garden. The demon didn't even think about it and ran over with jealousy burning in his heart. Then, he pulled Leng Ruoxue, who had her eyes tightly shut, into his arms. The snow-white furball on Leng Ruoxue's body was immediately pushed to the ground in disgust. He then glared at the two beautiful men from the Phoenix clan who were serving her. The two beautiful men of the Phoenix clan felt extremely aggrieved when they were glared at by those sinister and cold eyes. Woo! They had clearly not done anything. Why did he have to receive such treatment? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue opened her beautiful eyes. When she saw the man who was hugging her, Leng Ruoxue was stunned for a long time. This ugly man was a demon? How many disguise pills did he take? Leng Ruoxue shuddered, but a faint smile appeared on her face. She said gently, you're here. They're here. The evildoer said unhappily. Then, he snorted coldly and deliberately avoided looking at Leng Ruoxue. However, the arm that was holding her was still as tight as a rock. Ugh! Was he angry? Leng Ruoxue felt a little guilty. At this moment, she was still unaware that someone had already told the demon about her relationship with the Peacock King. She was afraid that the demon would be jealous, so she did not say a word. Hells, if you want to come, then come. Why did you throw me on the ground? A dissatisfied voice rang out. Leng Ruoxue didn't need to guess to know that it was Tsang's voice. Humph. You're really too useless. You actually let someone else take advantage of this. Evildoer was filled with dissatisfaction towards Tsang Yi. This guy, wasn't he quite capable when he was competing for his favor? Why did he let Xue have a Peacock King by her side? The more the demon thought about it, the angrier he became, and his gaze towards Azure became sinister and unkind. However, Azure didn't seem to mind and grinned, you can't wrong me. I've always done my job. Is that so? The demon narrowed his eyes and his voice was as cold as ice. When Leng Ruoxue saw the situation and heard the demon's words, she understood everything. She wanted to explain, but when she saw the evil man's unfriendly expression, she felt more and more guilty. Sob. I didn't do anything. What was she feeling guilty about? Leng Ruoxue was very depressed because of this. Was she a henchman? Leng Ruoxue's heart sank. Uncle Long and the others had already seen through the situation. This was clearly the rhythm of settling scores. They had to be on guard. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard the demon's roar. Who is the Peacock King? I am. Yes, the Peacock King replied softly when he heard someone calling him. It was only when the demon grabbed the Peacock King by the collar and lifted him up that the Peacock King finally reacted. My dear. Dear, save me. As they were in the Phoenix clan's territory, the Peacock King naturally addressed Leng Ruoxue as my dear. When Uncle Long and the others heard these three words, they also cried out in their hearts. Leng Ruoxue could not help but cover her face. This idiot. Didn't he feel any danger? He actually called her darling. Great, now she couldn't help even if she wanted to. Leng Ruoxue gave the Peacock King a good luck look and acted like an ostrich. Seeing this, Peacock King's face was covered in tears. Over her Seeing this, Peacock King's face was covered in tears. Woo, no way. Master doesn't care about me? The Peacock King was heartbroken. Was it being abandoned? There's no need to look at her, she can't even save herself. Seeing the man in his hands looking at Xue, the demon laughed coldly. The Peacock King was dumbfounded. Even his master couldn't protect himself? Was this man so powerful? This time, he was even more afraid. However, the demon didn't scare the Peacock King for too long. His fist landed on the Peacock King's beautiful little face. In an instant, the Peacock King let out an sound as half of his face swelled up. How tragic. Uncle Long and the others also covered their faces. Following that, one punch after another landed on the Peacock King's face and body. His incomparably beautiful face was the one that received the most greetings. The Peacock King was beaten until he cried out in pain, but he could only be like a little chick, unable to fight back at all. The man was holding him too tightly, and he couldn't break free at all. He could only let the steel-like fist hit his body. The surrounding peacocks saw their king's miserable state, but no one dared to step forward. Woo, this man was too terrifying. The peacocks trembled in fear at this bloody and violent scene, while Azure watched with great interest. He knew that this evildoer wouldn't let go of this flamboyant Peacock King. It hadn't even said anything yet. That pretty boy would be beaten up. Tsang felt great in his heart. The other servants of the Phoenix clan had also seen this, and their faces had turned pale with fear. After an unknown period of time, the demon finally stopped. The pitiful Peacock King had already passed out. Useless fellow. The evildoer said with a look of disdain. Then, he turned his gaze to Leng Ruoxue. My dear, it's your turn. The evildoer's voice was cold as he emphasized the word darling. Damn it. My girl. In the face of this situation, Uncle Long and the others felt that it was better not to participate. Then, they came to the Peacock King, who had been beaten up badly. Uncle Long gave the Peacock King a healing pill out of the consideration that they were all beasts. However, it was just the most ordinary kind. Soon, the Peacock King woke up. Feeling the bone-piercing pain in his body, the Peacock King's face was already covered in tears. The Peacock King felt that he would never love again. After thoughtlessly thinking about it, Peacock King finally remembered his injuries. I advise you not to eat it. Uncle Long said seriously. The Peacock King blinked his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a question mark. If you recover after eating and someone sees you, you'll be beaten up again. This is from my experience. Trust me. The Peacock King didn't dare to eat it after hearing that. However, he asked in a small voice, who's that violent and terrifying man? Why did you beat me up? Uncle Long glanced at him sympathetically and concluded that this guy was not the type that Xue liked. He was too stupid. It's Lord Lianwu's man. Arg. No wonder. Although he had reacted, the Peacock King still didn't realize that he had been beaten up because of a certain boy's jealousy. He also accidentally asked what he was thinking. Hearing the Peacock King's ignorant question, Uncle Long and the others could only sigh to express their sympathy. Stupid. He was really stupid. How dare such an idiot be a mistress? In the end, the Peacock King's pure and innocent expression made Uncle Long unable to bear it any longer. The one just now was Lord Lianwu's legal wife, and you are Lord Lianwu's new favorite. What do you think is your relationship? You snatched Lord Lianwu, so why wouldn't the main character beat you up? After hearing this, the Peacock King smoothed out this seemingly complicated relationship in his heart before coming to a sudden realization. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and explain with an aggrieved expression, Lord Lianwu and I. You don't need to say anything. We already know about the matter between you and Lord Lianwu. However, when the Peacock King heard this, he roared in his heart. You guys don't know. You don't know anything at all. Master and I are not what you think. The Peacock King felt wronged. However, he also knew the severity of the situation. How could he not feel aggrieved? The relationship between him and his master was obviously a show for the Phoenix King to see, but he had sob. This time, he really felt that he would never love again. He was not joking. Looking at the Peacock King's beautiful face, Uncle Long touched his head with sympathy and said, My condolences. You'll be fine once you get used to it. These words made the Peacock King's heart tremble with fear. In the next second, the Peacock King burst into tears. Beating habit, and everything that happened in the guest courtyard was reported to the Phoenix King by the spies. When the Phoenix King heard the news, he was in a great mood. Although the Peacock King's beating made the amorous Phoenix King's heart ache a little, she felt that when the Peacock King saw the ugly man's violent actions a few more times and couldn't stand being beaten up, would he still be afraid that the timid Peacock King would not throw himself into her arms? Thinking of this possibility, the Phoenix King laughed madly again, and his laughter spread far and wide. 3 days had passed. Leng Ruoxue and the demon were nowhere to be seen. For the past 3 days, although they were no longer threatened by the violent man, the pressure that the Snow-White Kitten gave them was not small either. This also made it so that no one dared to stay around Blue for more than a minute. Tsang listlessly laid on the deck chair. Suddenly, his small white ears moved and he suddenly raised his head. The next second, he quickly teleported away. Seeing Tsang's reaction, Uncle Long and the others didn't even need to guess to know that it should be Xue, an evildoer. AI. Poor Xue, she must have made countless unfair conditions in the past 3 days. It had to be said that Uncle Long and the others were right. For the past 3 days, on the surface, the two of them had returned to their room in the guest courtyard. In reality, the two of them had been staying in the purple bamboo house inside the Bengal. Other than explaining the cause and effect of her scandal with the Peacock King to the evildoer, Leng Ruoxue had also sacrificed her looks and made many unfair conditions before the evildoer was finally satisfied. Sob. Whenever she thought of her experiences over the past 3 days, Leng Ruoxue would feel so depressed that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Now, she could still remember the extremely smooth. No. I can't think about it anymore. Leng Ruoxue put away her perverted thoughts and put on an aggrieved and pitiful look as she followed the demon out of the room. Just as he took a step forward, a snow-white furball pounced into his arms. That furball first glared at the evildoer with hatred, then looked at Leng Ruoxue with tears in her eyes and asked, "Girl, did this guy bully you?" Tsang wanted this demon to deal with the Peacock King, but he didn't expect that this guy would also bully Nyo. Thus, it had been very worried about Nyo these few days. "No, I didn't, T." Leng Ruoxue replied guiltily, "Oh. Those things shouldn't be considered bullying. You heard it. Why would I bully my own woman?" The demon said with a smile. He was very satisfied with Shue's answer. "Don't laugh, it's so ugly." After hearing this, Tsang saw the smile on the evildoer's face and said unhappily. He couldn't bear to see this guy being so smug. "My woman doesn't even think I'm ugly." The demon reminded. "Humph. Look at how beautiful you are." Tsang was filled with hatred. He didn't want to bother with the evildoer. Leng Ruoxue saw that the two of them were about to start an internal fight again, so she could only say, "Let's go out quickly. Uncle Long and the others are probably getting anxious from the wait." After she finished speaking, she directly carried Azure and pulled evildoer as they headed towards the guest courtyard's garden. When they arrived at the garden, Uncle Long and the others sized Leng Ruoxue up at the same time, causing Leng Ruoxue's hair to stand on end. However, when Leng Ruoxue saw their relieved expressions, she was still depressed. At this moment, the demon's gaze turned to the Peacock King and asked with a smile, "Are your injuries all healed?" Hearing this, the Peacock King trembled in fear and immediately hid behind Uncle Long to seek protection. His little face instantly turned as white as snow, and his legs trembled. Without realizing it, he had leaned his body on Uncle Long. Uncle Long didn't push the Peacock King away immediately when he saw the Peacock King sticking to him like an octopus. However, their current position was really not good. This useless Peacock King. Uncle Long cursed in his heart and couldn't help covering his face. However, he was quite sympathetic to this guy. He could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke the terrifying demon. AI. The rhythm of seeking death. After sighing, Uncle Long revealed a helpless expression. He should have hit him when he was down. Or should he send charcoal in the snow? However, Uncle Long didn't think for long before he heard the demon ask with a faint smile, "Peacock King, I'm asking you a question. Are you going to refuse to answer?" "No, no." The Peacock King said in a low voice. His face was getting paler and paler. "Woo. Could you not scare him like this?" He knew that he was no match for this man. He could not afford to offend this guy. However, why did the other party want to bully him? He was a pitiful vulnerable group of people, and his master did not help him. The Peacock King truly felt that he was a pitiful child that no one loved. Thinking of this, the Peacock King became worried again, and tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing the Peacock King's pitiful look, the demon remained calm and continued, "Then tell me, have you recovered from your injuries?" "No, it's not done yet." The Peacock King said immediately. "Not done? But why do I feel like your injuries have already recovered?" The demon laughed evilly. "I really didn't, T. He really didn't, T. Although my external injuries look fine, my internal injuries are serious." No. I'm going to faint." The Peacock King stammered as he finished speaking. Then, his eyes rolled back and his body went soft. He fell unconscious on Uncle Long's body. When Uncle Long saw this, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. He had been hesitating about whether to hit the Peacock King when he was down, but now he didn't need to. He directly threw the Peacock King to the ground and pretended to dust off his body. He acted like nothing had happened and went back to doing what he was supposed to. Humph. He knew that this spineless fellow was not worthy of sympathy. Uncle Long was furious, and the consequences would be severe. Not only was Uncle Long infuriated, even Leng Ruoxue felt helpless when she saw the Peacock King pretending to be unconscious. She never thought that the Peacock King would do such an embarrassing thing, even though it was said that he did it to avoid getting beaten up. However, such a way of doing things was really too spineless. Leng Ruoxue despised him. However, the demon was in a good mood when he saw the Peacock King pretending to be unconscious. He felt that this guy was a potential for shamelessness. If he was properly trained, he would definitely be a good hand if he were to do any bad things in the future. With this thought in mind, the demon directly told Leng Ruoxue that he wanted to put the Peacock King under his name and manage it in the future. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she didn't dare to disagree. She immediately tried to please him, "What's mine is yours. You don't have to be polite, just use it." These words satisfied the demon. The Peacock King, who was already pretending to faint, actually fainted when he heard this terrifying conversation. Before fainting, the Peacock King was still thinking that he would not have good days in the future. When the Peacock King woke up, he found himself locked in a pitch-black room. He couldn't even see his fingers in the room. Not even a ray of sunlight could enter. The Peacock King crawled up in fear and slowly fumbled around the room. Is anyone there? Is there anyone there? Peacock King asked in a low voice with a sad face. However, no one responded to him. At this moment, a gust of wind blew into the room. The Peacock King immediately felt the cold wind and his legs trembled in fear. Woo! Where exactly is this place? Why wasn't there a single person? Master! Master! Help me! Peacock King sent a message to his master asking for help. Little Peacock, I'm sorry. I can't help you. The demon wants to train you well, so you should obediently accept his training. Replied Leng Ruoxue. After she finished speaking, she immediately cut off the connection between the two of them. When she turned around, she saw the evildoer looking at her. Leng Ruoxue replied honestly, the Peacock King is asking for help. I know. The demon said with a smile. That fellow had been locked up by him, what could he hide from him? Furthermore, he had already guessed that the timid fellow would ask Shui for help. In fact, if the Peacock King did not ask Shui for help, he would have felt that something was wrong. How long do you plan to keep him here? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. The demon had imprisoned the Peacock King under the pretext of training his courage. However, no matter how Leng Ruoxue looked at it, she felt that this fellow was taking this opportunity to take revenge. I'll let him out when he's not so timid. The demon promised. He then changed the topic and asked, my dear, when are we leaving the Feng clan? The moment she heard the word darling, Leng Ruoxue felt goosebumps all over her body. Sob. Is he trying to remind me that I've done something wrong? That was clearly an act. However, she knew that the evildoer was very possessive, so she naturally did not dare to have any opinions. Instead, she looked at him fawningly and said softly, when the Phoenix King is willing to let us go, we will leave. I see. Then I'll go find her now and ask her to let us go. After the demon finished speaking, he really stood up and walked out of the door. Leng Ruoxue wanted to follow him when she saw him, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was better for her to stay in the guest courtyard and wait for news. Otherwise, if the Phoenix King saw her, he might get angry again. Even though Leng Ruoxue did not want to join in the fun, the people in the courtyard were not easy to deal with. Their personality of wanting the world to be in chaos had determined that they would not let go of any fun. Hence, the moment the demon left, they immediately followed. Even the peacocks followed. In the blink of an eye, Leng Ruoxue was the only one left in the huge courtyard. However, Leng Ruoxue was very calm. She really did what she had to do. The demon left the guest courtyard without any obstructions and went straight to the Phoenix Royal Palace. When the guards at the entrance of the Royal Phoenix Palace saw the demon, they were all so frightened that their livers trembled. Why did this violent fellow come? What do you want to do? The news of this man beating up the Peacock King had spread throughout the entire Phoenix clan. Although they didn't think that this man would beat them up for no reason, they still had to be careful. Glancing at the guards who turned pale after seeing him, the demon laughed in his heart. It seemed that his bad reputation had spread these few days. However, this was good, so that no one would dare to have any ideas about Shui. The demon at this moment still treated Leng Ruoxue as a country-toppling beauty. She had never thought that after Leng Ruoxue had changed her appearance, how many men would be interested in her. However, no matter what, Shui was the most beautiful in his heart. After a few light coughs, the demon forced out an ugly smile and said, I want to see the Phoenix King, please pass the message. Please wait. When the guard heard that she was not here to cause him trouble, he immediately ran away. A few minutes later, the demon was invited into the Phoenix King Palace. The Phoenix King, who was sitting on the throne, didn't know why this ugly man had come to find her. However, in order to win him over, the Phoenix King still revealed a beautiful smile and said in a tender voice, Is there anything important for young Master Lianwu to look for me? There's nothing important. I just want to ask when we can leave this place. God Lord Rime is still waiting to marry Feng Xiu. If we let her wait anxiously and come to our door personally, the consequences will be beyond our expectations. Besides, there are so many of us, and the amount of food we eat every day is not small. I heard that the Feng clan was robbed a while ago, so, reasonably, I think the Feng King should let us go as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that we will eat your Feng clan until you're poor. AI. Among us, there are quite a few big eaters. The demon said worriedly. He even had an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good, on his face, which made the Phoenix King unable to vent her anger. The Phoenix King couldn't deny that raising these guys for nothing was a big pressure for the Phoenix clan. However, letting Lianwu leave just like that made her feel uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, the Phoenix King sighed and said, I also want to investigate the theft case as soon as possible so that I can let you leave, but I don't have any clues at the moment. Moreover, I also need Lord Lianwu to assist us in the investigation, so I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the Feng clan for a few more days. How long do we have to stay? The demon asked. After Lord Lianwu is cleared of suspicion, I will let you go. The Phoenix King said through gritted teeth. Originally, she had a good impression of this evildoer, but now, because of the ugly man's relentless pursuit, it had completely disappeared without a trace. Now, all she could think about was, why was this guy as annoying as Lianwu? However, she was still hoping that this man would cause trouble for the Peacock King. So, even if she hated him, she would not show it too obviously. However, the demon was not a fool. How could he not hear the displeasure in the Phoenix King's words? I don't know how the Phoenix King is going to clear my lord of suspicion. Interrogation? The demon asked curiously. This. I can't disclose it. The Phoenix King said with hatred. How could she not want to? However, as long as she thought of that ugly woman's identity, she had to be careful. Otherwise, if that B***tch, Wu Xian, really blamed her, then the one who would be slapped in the face would be her. More importantly, she knew very well that if they were to really interrogate him, Lien Wu would not cooperate. And she didn't think of a good excuse. When she thought of this, the Phoenix King was extremely conflicted. Since it's inconvenient to disclose, then I won't ask. However, I hope that the Phoenix clan can be more efficient. My lord and I are in a hurry to return to attend God Lord Fogripple's wedding. I hope the Phoenix King can understand our urgency. The demon laughed. Understand, my ass. These words infuriated the Phoenix King. However, she had to smile and reply, don't worry, I'll hurry the people below. Then I'm relieved. Goodbye. After saying that, the demon stood up and left. As soon as he opened the door of the hall, he saw Uncle Long and the others blocking the door. They were all here to eavesdrop. However, he didn't mind. Let's go back. The demon said as he glanced at Uncle Long. Uncle Long and the others nodded. Seeing the demon's serious expression, they all thought that he was in a bad mood, so they obediently followed him back to the guest courtyard. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who was lying on the deck chair and basking in the sun, did not ask anything when she saw that everyone had returned so quickly. She only instructed the Phoenix clan's attendant beside her, let's go get some more food. We're all hungry. Yes. The Feng attendant was helpless. These people had already eaten a lot today. Why were they hungry again? He couldn't understand how these guys could eat so much. At the rate they were eating, it wouldn't be long before the entire Feng clan became poor. Normally, the members of the Phoenix clan rarely ate. After all, as cultivators, they would never feel hungry. They ate more to satisfy their appetite. However, these guys kept saying that they were hungry. This made the attendant a little uncomfortable. However, a few days ago, after seeing the violent man's violent behavior, and with Lien Wu Darren's status, he didn't dare to refuse. Very quickly, the Phoenix clan's attendant brought food over. However, the amount of food was not as much as Leng Ruoxue had expected. Glancing at the food, Leng Ruoxue pulled a long face and said unhappily, are you guys feeding the birds? We're humans, we have big appetites, how can this little bit of food be enough? That. The butler only gave this much. He said that it was a limited amount and that we can't take too much at a time to avoid wasting it. The Feng clan attendant observed Leng Ruoxue's reaction as he spoke carefully. Afraid of wasting? Since when did the Feng clan know how to live so well? A few days ago, I even saw the Phoenix King eating and drinking in his own palace. Don't tell me this is discrimination. I'm telling you, I'm one of God Lord Fogripple's men. You must treat me like how the Phoenix King does. Leng Ruoxue deliberately picked a fight. That's right. Why can the Phoenix King eat and drink to his heart's content, but we can't even eat? Don't forget, we're the guests of the Phoenix King. Is this how the Phoenix clan treats their guests? Such a good opportunity to show off, of course, could not be missed by the peacocks who had been oppressed for a long time. After being freed, they were eager to see the world in chaos. They shouted in unison, we want to eat. We want to eat our fill. You can't abuse us. Otherwise, if word gets out, who would dare to come to the Feng clan as a guest? Hearing these words, the servant of the Feng clan broke out in a cold sweat and almost knelt down in front of them. How could these people be so boisterous? It was really too detestable. With a sad face and a choked voice, the servant took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then said with a pitiful voice, Wu, this has nothing to do with me. It's the butler's rule, I can't do anything about it. Forget it, we won't make things difficult for you, but you have to run a few more errands for us. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, no longer putting on a straight face. But looking at the smile on her face, the attendant was very worried. Wu. If Lord Lien Wu was angry, he would be unlucky. But if Lord Lien Wu laughed, he felt that he would be even more unlucky. Moreover, could he ask what it meant to run a few more errands? However, before he could ask, Uncle Long answered his question, that's right, since you've limited the number, then you should make a few more trips. Oh. Just tell them that we've finished eating, and we'll go get some more food. After Uncle Long finished speaking, he sent the servant away with a long face. After the Phoenix clan attendant left with a blank expression, Leng Ruoxue quickly called everyone to eat and told them not to stand on ceremony. When the Phoenix clan attendant returned and placed down the food that he had brought back, he was sent to get more food again. Just like that, 1 time, 2 times, after countless times, the servant finally collapsed in exhaustion and began to wail, Wu. Lord Lien Wu, the steward won't give me food, don't make me go get it. Oh, really? Then go and get some. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she didn't make things difficult for the poor fellow who kept running errands. Instead, she turned to the other Phoenix clan attendant and said. When the other Phoenix clan attendant heard this, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. Leng Ruoxue saw this and asked in confusion, I'm just asking you to get some food, not to go to the slaughterhouse. What are you afraid of? After Leng Ruoxue's brief lecture, the 2 Phoenix clan servants understood what she meant. However, in their hearts, what Leng Ruoxue had asked them to do was even scarier than sending them to a slaughterhouse. Lady Lien Wu did not know the situation of the Phoenix clan, but these 2 servants who were responsible for serving her knew very well that in just a few days, more than half of the food that the Phoenix clan had stored for many years had already gone into their stomachs. If they continued to be eaten like this, the phoenix kind would really run out of food and ammunition. But neither of them dared to say this, because the two of them knew that even if they said it, Lord Wu would still do it her own way, and wouldn't care if they had food. After a fierce struggle in his mind, the servant of the Phoenix clan who was about to be assigned to run errands made an expression as if he was about to go to the guillotine. He made up his mind and said, Lord Lien Wu, knock me out. I can't get any food. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion and said, I just asked you to get some food, do you need to look like you're going to die? Lord Lien Wu, the steward won't give you any more food. The Feng clan attendant had no choice but to tell the truth. Are you saying that he plans to starve us to death? Or was this the Phoenix King's intention? You can't find any evidence of our crimes, so you plan to trap us here and starve us to death? Damn it, the Phoenix King's idea is too vicious. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were spitting fire as she spoke indignantly. Leng Ruoxue's words made Yao Niancheng and the rest laugh in their hearts. However, the two cowardly Phoenix clan servants broke out in cold sweat once again. Lord Lien Wu's imagination is too rich. The two servants of the Phoenix clan wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads and sighed timidly. However, they didn't dare to cause their king to be misunderstood by Lord Lien Wu, so they could only patiently and honestly explain, Lord Lien Wu, you've misunderstood. I didn't give you food because I wanted to starve you to death. It's just that the Feng clan's food supply is running low. In just a few days, you've destroyed more than half of the Feng clan's many years of storage. If this continues, the Feng clan will really run out of food and ammunition. As a result, the housekeeper had no choice but to limit the amount. Originally, the two of them didn't dare to tell Leng Ruoxue about this. However, now that things had come to this, they knew that if they continued to hide it, Lord Lien Wu might really think that the king wanted to starve them to death. Wouldn't that cause a huge misunderstanding? However, after hearing the truth, Leng Ruoxue still could not understand. We probably didn't eat much these past few days. Why did they have to eat the entire Feng clan until they ran out of food? Is it because your Phoenix kind stored too little food, so we ate only a little bit and ran out? You guys didn't just eat a little. The two Phoenix guards thought to themselves as they glanced at the peacocks. He ate a lot of these peacocks. By the way, I've always wanted to ask you guys a question. What do you birds eat every day? Insects? Leng Ruoxue saw that no one was paying attention to her, so she asked curiously. The two servants of the Phoenix clan were silent. Could they say that they were not birds? He's really eating bugs. We'll have to help you destroy the food of these humans, otherwise, they won't be fresh after being stored for a long time. When they tacitly agreed, Leng Ruoxue continued to speak to herself, not even looking at the two attendants' darkened expressions. After a long while, the silent servant then helplessly corrected him, Lord Lien Wu, we are not birds. They said they're not birds? Leng Ruoxue turned to ask the evildoer, her face still filled with confusion. A bird. However, if they don't want to be a bird anymore, I can help them. The demon said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the two poor Phoenix servants began to tremble again. Woo. We're birds. The two of them were forced by the demon's abuse of power and admitted it without any backbone. If that's the case, you guys just have to eat the bugs. Leave the human food to us. Leng Ruoxue brought the topic back and ordered again, just do as I said and tell your new butler to look for me if he has any dissatisfaction. By the way, this time you will go together to get food. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the servant of the Phoenix clan, who was crying, and added. These words also made the two attendants, who both wanted the other to run errands, not dare to shirk responsibility. Then, the two brothers in distress left the guest courtyard together. Not long after, only one attendant returned. The moment the attendant saw Leng Ruoxue, he immediately said, Lord Lien Wu, the housekeeper refused to give us food and also refused to come see you. What should we do? Without waiting for Leng Ruoxue's reply, the demon stood up and said, I'll go with you to catch him. Humph. You dare to disobey my lord's orders, you're really tired of living. The demon would not let go of the opportunity to beat up the Phoenix in public. Speaking of which, ever since he came to the Phoenix clan, he had wanted to do this for a long time. Uncle Long and the others also had the same idea. So, as soon as the demon finished speaking, a few more figures stood up and expressed their desire to go with him. When the servant of the Phoenix clan who came back to report saw the fiendish look on their faces, he mourned for the new housekeeper for 3 minutes. Then, with the idea that he would rather die than die, he brought the demon and the others to find trouble with the housekeeper. Before Leng Ruoxue could even finish her cup of tea, she saw the Feng clan's housekeeper, who had been in office for less than a week, being tied up like a dumpling and brought to the guest house. Not only that, the butler's entire body was covered in wounds, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Blood flowed all over his face, and his human form could no longer be seen. He was really quite pitiful. Leng Ruoxue pitied him for a moment, then pretended to be confused and asked, Is this the new butler? Yes, I am. One of the Phoenix tribe servants replied with twitching lips, but his heart was filled with fear. These people were too terrifying, an entire team of Azura bandits. The housekeeper had been beaten half to death by them, and the food in the storage room had been robbed by them. Now, the Feng clan really had no more food left. If Lady Wu wanted to eat in the future, he really didn't know where to get her food. Moreover, with his short understanding of Lord Lien Wu these few days, Lord Lien Wu would definitely ask him for food again. At this moment, he really wanted to beg the Phoenix King to let Lord Lien Wu leave. I really can't afford it. However, even if he had this thought in his heart, he didn't have the guts to say it out loud. Your spine is this swollen? I heard that the Phoenix clan produces beautiful men. Leng Ruoxue asked with a pure and innocent look. You want to see a beautiful man? Then I can only beat up all the beautiful men of the Phoenix clan until they become like this. At this moment, the demon coldly said. I don't want to see it, I'm just curious. Hearing the hostility in the evildoer's tone, Leng Ruoxue immediately coaxed him. However, the evildoer only gave her a humph and ignored her. This was the sign of him getting angry again. Leng Ruoxue's face was covered in tears. Sob. Looks like I'll have to coax her again. Leng Ruoxue felt helpless. However, at this moment, she felt that it was more important to educate the Feng clan's new housekeeper. Leng Ruoxue stood up and walked to the front of the butler. She stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. When she saw his reaction, she immediately said in a serious tone, look at you, you got beaten up so badly for some food, sigh. I feel bad for you. Woo woo. The new butler opened his eyes that were as swollen as steamed buns and looked at Leng Ruoxue in fear. He could not even complete a sentence and could only continue to wail. You said you regret it? Yes, that's right. Whether you are a human or a bird, the most important thing is to know your own limits, don't you think? Leng Ruoxue made a wild guess. Without waiting for a reply from the housekeeper, she continued, little bird, since this is your first offense and you've just been promoted, I won't punish you this time. Remember, don't do it again. In the future, I'll ask these 2 servants to find you for food. Remember to be quick, otherwise, the next time you meet, your end will be 100 times worse than today. Leng Ruoxue's threats scared the new butler so much that he didn't know how to react other than nodding his head vigorously. He was afraid that if he agreed too slowly, he would be treated violently again. Sob. He was really scared of being beaten up. Seeing that the butler had agreed, Leng Ruoxue did not make things difficult for him. She immediately untied him and let him go. The moment he was untied, a certain butler immediately ran away without a trace, as if he was being chased by an evil ghost. Looking at his speed, Uncle Long was deeply regretful. The beating was too light. He should be unable to run. A certain housekeeper who had been beaten up miserably, after obtaining his freedom, did not care about healing his injuries at all. Instead, he ran directly to the Phoenix King Palace. Before the Phoenix King could inform him, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs outside the door, King, let those demons go. Previous chapter. When the guards outside the door saw the new butler's miserable appearance, they all felt some sympathy for him. Back then, when he had just taken over the previous butler's job, many of his clansmen were envious and jealous of him, thinking that he was just lucky. However, at this moment, no one would think that way. Because all the clansmen already knew that being a housekeeper was a job that could endanger one's life. This time, a certain butler's position could finally be secured. The Phoenix King, who was sitting in the Phoenix King Palace sulking by herself, was shocked when she heard the howl that suddenly entered her ears. What are you howling for? Can't we talk things out? Hurry up and get in here. The Phoenix King held his forehead and said in an unpleasant tone. The door of the Royal Phoenix Palace was pushed open, and a housekeeper rushed in anxiously. He was not careful and tripped over the high threshold. He rolled in like a ball and directly rolled to the feet of the Royal Phoenix. Seeing this, the Phoenix King was disgusted. However, this housekeeper was promoted by her, so she had to endure it no matter how dissatisfied she was. Otherwise, it would be a slap in her face. At this time, a certain butler, who was seeing stars in front of him, raised his head and looked at his king with snot and tears in his eyes. He was about to start howling when the Phoenix King spoke first. The Phoenix King's face was filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, what happened to you? She hadn't heard that her butler had been beaten up, so when she saw her butler's appearance, she, who wasn't prepared for it, was shocked. The king was beaten up by those evil demons. The butler's body trembled as he spoke of his tragic experience with a choked voice. When the Phoenix King heard this, he was furious. Standing up, the Phoenix King wanted to get back at his housekeeper. However, the housekeeper was already scared out of his wits. He did not dare to let the king settle the score with those fierce and brutal people. He hugged the Phoenix King's legs tightly and wailed in pain, my king. You can't go. Those guys were too brutal, they were not human at all. Don't you go and provoke them. You're a mid-tier pillar of our Phoenix kind, if you'll disappoint our people. The butler didn't dare to make his words too clear, otherwise, the king would probably beat him up. What he meant was, King, you might not be a match for those people. Those people were very despicable and used to using some tricks and schemes. They were no match for them, the simple-minded members of the Feng clan. Why was he not optimistic about the Phoenix King? He mainly felt that the Phoenix King had to consider his status, so that he would not be like those despicable guys who would gang up on him. In this way, his quality would be reflected. Therefore, he was really afraid that the Phoenix King would be at a disadvantage. The Phoenix King also understood the meaning behind the housekeeper's words, but it was precisely because she understood that she was extremely unhappy. F***ck. Was this considered boosting other people's morale and diminishing his own prestige? She had clearly been bullied so badly, and she wanted to get back at him, but the person involved was still afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. This made the Phoenix King's heart full of fire. Where should he put it? Although she was unhappy, the Phoenix King quickly calmed down. She knew that the housekeeper didn't allow her to go for her own good. Because of Lien Wu's status, even if she went, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Instead, she would be even angrier. So, she took the housekeeper's excuse and came down. After sitting down again, her face was much better. Although it was still stiff, it was not as cold and dark as before. Why did those people beat you up? The Phoenix King finally asked after a long time. For food. They ate too much, so I refused to give them any more food. So, they beat me up. At the mention of this, a certain butler felt so wrong that he wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Hearing this reason, the Phoenix King somewhat blamed his housekeeper for being too stingy. He just ate a little more. If they wanted to eat, then just give it to them. Why did they have to be beaten up for nothing? After knowing the reason for the beating, the Phoenix King felt that the housekeeper had asked for it. The fire of anger that had just been burning was completely extinguished. Just for this? A few humans want to eat something, why are you so stingy? Could it be that they're going to eat the entire Phoenix clan to their very last? The Phoenix King said disapprovingly. In her heart, she felt that although the Phoenix clan had just been robbed, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was impossible to eat the Phoenix clan until they went bankrupt, right? In the future, if they want to eat something, you can give it to them, as long as they're not afraid of being stuffed to death. After the housekeeper heard her words, she widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she had said something she shouldn't have. The Phoenix King added in annoyance. In her heart, she was quite dissatisfied with this inflexible butler. AI. He had thought that the butler he had promoted was smart and clever, but he didn't expect him to be so stupid. The Phoenix King was a little regretful. However, when the housekeeper heard the Phoenix King's words, he immediately cried out that he had been wronged. He hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, they've already eaten us poor. I don't have any more food to give them. In just a few short days, more than half of the food stored in our Phoenix clan storage was destroyed by them, and the remaining food was taken away by those vicious bastards. Our Phoenix clan doesn't even have a single fruit left. What? Hearing this, the Phoenix King stood up from her seat. Did she hear it wrong? Could those people really eat that much? The Phoenix King was skeptical, but judging from the butler's appearance, he didn't seem to be lying. Besides, there was no need for him to tell such a lie. After all, food was not worth much to the Phoenix clan. Your Majesty, quickly chase those people away. I really can't afford to support them. The butler briefly retold what had happened and finally suggested that he did not want to see those hateful and terrifying people anymore. He was scared of being beaten up. No. The Phoenix King refused without even thinking. What a joke. She hadn't even interrogated Wu properly yet. How could they just let them go? In that case, where would she put her face as the Phoenix King? King, they eat too much, we can't afford to raise them. Moreover, those people especially like to cause trouble, and maybe tomorrow. We have to be on guard. These people will definitely be a huge threat to the Phoenix clan. We can't let them stay. The housekeeper's words were very subtle, but the Phoenix King was not moved at all. Although she knew that Lien Wu and the others would not obediently stay in the guest courtyard, she could not convince herself to let them go just like that. You go and do your job as usual. If they have any requests, report to me immediately. The Phoenix King ordered after thinking for a while. Yes. Seeing that Wang had made up his mind, the butler knew that there was no point in saying anything more. At this time, he really envied the former head butler who had left home. He was the one who had foresight. However, he still didn't have the courage to learn from those housekeepers and elders who had run away from home. After the butler left, he thought hard and finally ordered the servant beside him, if those demons come to find me, just say that I'm not here. If they have any other requests, try your best to satisfy them. If you can, report to the king. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip. The attendant trembled slightly as he agreed. He knew that the butler wanted to escape. In fact, he also wanted to escape, but he didn't have the courage to refuse the butler's instructions. Being a higher-ranking official could crush one's life. The attendant was very worried. However, his worries were unnecessary. Under normal circumstances, Leng Ruoxue would not vent her anger on these small fries. Hence, when she heard from the attendant that the butler was not around, she did not say anything. Instead, she thought of other ways to cause trouble. In the name of finding food, she sent everyone out except for the evildoer. The guards of the Phoenix clan did not dare to stop them anyway, so no matter where they went, it could be described as unimpeded. Uncle Long and the others strolled around the Phoenix territory happily, but the peacocks didn't dare to act alone. They were afraid that they would be attacked by the Phoenix tribe. These clever peacocks followed the group closely. When the Phoenix King heard the news, he was puzzled. What did these people want to do? However, she soon found out that these people were looking for food. In order to find something to eat, Uncle Long and the others had openly visited every corner of the Phoenix territory and collected all the edible food in the Phoenix territory. In the past few days, they had gained a lot. Looking at the table full of prey, Leng Ruoxue praised Uncle Long and the others. The two Phoenix clan servants who were listening by the side were speechless and didn't know what to say. AI. Now, not only was the Phoenix territory barren, but even some low-level small beasts had become the food of these guys. They were too cruel. Although the two attendants thought so, they did not dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, if these people were to become angry and eat them as food, wouldn't it be a tragedy for them? Their only hope now was that these people could leave quickly. Unfortunately, while their wishes were beautiful, reality was cruel. Without the Phoenix King's order to leave, Leng Ruoxue and the rest did not dare to leave on their own. This was also a phrase that Leng Ruoxue often said. Every time the two attendants heard Leng Ruoxue say this, they could not help but twitch their lips. It didn't matter if the food was gone. There was still wine. The wine that Leng Ruoxue had taken out to exchange with the Phoenix clan was also found by the sharp-eared peacocks. Together with the bandit like Uncle Long and the rest, they managed to snatch the wine away. The 100-flower wine of the Phoenix clan was not spared either, and it ended up in their stomachs. After eating and drinking well, Uncle Long had nothing else to do, so he began to practice with the peacocks in the yard. Of course, they wouldn't spar in their own courtyards. The location they chose to spar was the open space outside their residence. After destroying most of it, they continued to move. In the past half a month, Uncle Long and his people had moved to countless places, and the Phoenix kind people didn't dare to say anything. In private, there were many Phoenixes who wanted to complain to the king. However, due to their low status, they could not see the king at all. In the long run, many of the Phoenixes had no choice but to leave home. In reality, the actions of Leng Ruoxue and the others were reported to the Phoenix King by spies. However, after hearing from the spies that the other party was only looking for food, the Phoenix King did not think that the matter was too serious after the sparring session. She even pretended to be deaf and closed her eyes. By the time she realized that the situation was much more serious than she had imagined, it was already too late to control the situation. On a certain day, the Phoenix King, who was sitting on the throne of the Phoenix King Palace, deep in thought, suddenly heard a loud noise, followed by a series of banging sounds. Then, she saw the door of her Phoenix King Palace break into pieces in front of her eyes. A huge object fell from the sky, penetrated the roof of the Phoenix King Palace, and fell down. The Phoenix King was stunned. After the huge creature fell, it quickly got up from the ground and patted the feathers on its body. It then glanced at the Phoenix King, smiled, and said in an embarrassed manner, "Phoenix King, I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest." Hee. A mistake. This is just a mistake. The one who spoke was a huge peacock. After saying this, it immediately fled the Phoenix King's territory before the Phoenix King could react. As they ran, the peacock who had been entrusted with such an important task thought to itself, that was close. That was close. Fortunately, it ran away quickly. Otherwise, the Phoenix King would have skinned it. The Phoenix King only came back to her senses after the peacock had escaped. She looked at her door and then at the huge hole in the roof. Her face darkened. F***ck. She was sure that the peacock did it on purpose. Just as the Phoenix King was thinking about this, he heard a squeaking sound coming from somewhere. The Phoenix King was confused, not knowing where the sound came from. Immediately, the entire palace began to shake violently. When the Phoenix King saw this, her face turned pale with fright. She quickly teleported away from the throne and went outside the palace. When she stood still and turned her head back, she saw with her own eyes that her magnificent golden palace had collapsed with a bang. This scene instantly caused the Phoenix King's face to darken even more. The anger in her heart also shot up to the top of her head, and she could not control it at all. Damn it! It must be the work of those peacocks. The Phoenix King was so angry that he wanted to cut those peacocks into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, the guards of the Phoenix clan who had heard the noise and rushed over saw that the royal Phoenix Palace had collapsed. Their faces turned pale, and they were at a loss. I'm finished. This time, the king would definitely be angry. The guards thought with fear. In the end, some of the smarter guards rolled their eyes and pretended to faint. With the help of the guards all reacted and fainted one by one. Seeing this, the anger in the Phoenix King's heart grew a little more, but now was not the time to settle accounts with these guys. Humph. You're lucky. The Phoenix King thought to himself with hatred. Then, the Phoenix King disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the guest house where Leng Ruoxue was staying. At this moment, the guest courtyard was filled with laughter and cheers. The peacocks surrounded Leng Ruoxue, each of them recounting their achievements. Achievements. Lien Wu. What a good thing you've done. Seeing them like this, the Phoenix King's anger grew even more and he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted at the top of his voice. The Phoenix King's words contained a hint of pressure. When the peacocks heard this, their faces immediately turned pale and their bodies began to tremble. As birds, the Phoenix clan's suppression of the Peacock clan's bloodline was quite obvious, and it was not something that the Peacock clan could resist. But after that, the peacocks felt the pressure on them lessen. They knew that it was the little kitten who had helped them. After giving the snowy white kitten a grateful look, the peacocks tried their best to lower their presence. Oh. A battle of this level was not something they could participate in. The peacocks were well aware of this. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue glanced at the furious Phoenix King and asked indifferently, "Phoenix King, what have I done? You let these peacocks smash my Phoenix royal palace." The Phoenix King gritted his teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He really wanted to go up and bite Lien Wu a few times. This woman was really too hateful. There's such a thing? Leng Ruoxue blinked her clear and beautiful eyes innocently. She turned around and asked the peacocks, "Did you smash the Phoenix King's main hall?" No, my lord. We've always been law-abiding. Why would we do such a thing? A peacock acted as the representative and immediately said. After Leng Ruoxue heard this, she turned to the Phoenix Prince and said, Phoenix King, you heard that. It wasn't my peacocks who did it, so don't accuse me. Otherwise, I'll complain to God Lord Fog Ripple. You still dare to quibble? I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? When the Phoenix King saw that the damned Lien Wu and those lowly peacocks dared to renege on their debt, her anger immediately turned into a sea of fire. However, in the face of the shameless Lien Wu, who was like a knife cutting through meat, no matter what she said, it would not hurt. She really did not know what to do. In the past, because of her identity, no one in the divine world, be it the beast clan or the human clan, dared to treat her like this. After she successfully usurped the throne, everything had been smooth for her and basically no one dared to disobey her. However, ever since she got to know Lien Wu, the Phoenix King helplessly discovered that her quiet and smooth life was gone forever. During this period of time, she had been living in depression and grievance every day. She had nowhere to vent her anger, and all of this was because of this hateful woman in front of her, who had an extraordinary identity. Although the Phoenix King really wanted to teach Lien Wu a lesson, when she thought of her current situation, the rumors in the divine world, and the potential threat that Leng Ruoxue posed, she had no way and could not do anything to this woman. At present, she really needed Wu Chen's support. Because of this, the depression in her heart slowly piled up into a mountain. Even now, she still did not know what to do with this hateful woman. The elders who could give her ideas had all run away from home. Some of them were in closed-door cultivation and couldn't come out no matter how she called them. Thinking of all this, the Phoenix King was extremely conflicted. Leng Ruoxue could feel the Phoenix King's unpredictable thoughts, but she still smiled calmly. Phoenix King, as the saying goes, catch the thief and take the stolen goods. You said that your Phoenix King palace was destroyed by my peacocks, but do you have any evidence? You can't possibly accuse me of stealing the Phoenix clan's treasure vault a while ago, and now you're accusing my peacocks of smashing your Phoenix royal palace. Do they have the guts to do that? Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with disbelief. When the Phoenix King heard these words, her eyes widened and she said, Didn't I say I saw it with my own eyes? I saw with my own eyes that a peacock fell from the roof of the Phoenix King palace and smashed a huge hole in my palace. How could this be fake? It's hard to say. Leng Ruoxue pursed her lips. It was obvious that she did not believe the Phoenix King's words. You don't believe me? When the Phoenix King saw this, he could not help but shout at the top of his lungs. You think I should believe you? Phoenix King, you're the king of the divine beast clan, one of the 4 great kings of the divine realm. If there really was a peacock that smashed your Phoenix King palace, would you let it go instead of catching it? Oh. I don't know when the Phoenix King became so kind. Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. The Phoenix King was dumbfounded. F***ck. Was she the one who wanted to let the peacock go? It was clear that the peacock had run too fast, and she was too surprised to react. But she didn't want that damn woman Lien Wu to know about this, otherwise, wouldn't it give that woman another reason to laugh at her? The Phoenix King was at a loss. He didn't know what to say to refute her. Alright. She had to admit that she couldn't compare to that damned woman, Lien Wu, in eloquence. In terms of shamelessness, she also couldn't compare to her. Wu. At this moment, the depression in the Phoenix King's heart suppressed her anger, making it impossible for her to vent the anger in her heart. Feeling the smell of blood in her mouth, the Phoenix King swallowed a few times and suppressed the chi and blood that was surging up. Then, she glared at her eyes that were spewing fire and said through gritted teeth, All of you, leave now. Immediately. I don't want to see you guys again. After the Phoenix King finished speaking, he found a place to continue sulking. F***ck. She looked down on her own aggrieved look, but the other party was from Rime Ice. What else could she do if she didn't compromise? Could it be that he really became enemies with Fog Ice? This was definitely not the time. After the Phoenix King left dejectedly, the peacocks immediately cheered. Their gazes towards Leng Ruoxue were filled with deep admiration. Master is really too powerful, making the Phoenix King suffer in silence and unable to reason with anyone, and also not daring to get angry at them, hee. The peacocks were proud and pleased. They were even more determined to follow Leng Ruoxue's footsteps. If their master told them to go east, they would never go west. If their master told them to catch birds, they would never catch chickens. With this thought in mind, these peacocks became Leng Ruoxue's most loyal lackeys. Under Leng Ruoxue's lead, they walked towards the direction of the black-hearted peacocks and went all the way to the black. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue gave the order. Surrounded by the peacocks, Leng Ruoxue and the rest swaggered out of the Phoenix clan. However, they did not leave the Phoenix territory immediately. Instead, they returned to the peacock tribe first. After bringing Feng Xiu's family of 4 and the peacocks who stayed behind, they slowly walked out of the Phoenix territory. Of course, before she left, Leng Ruoxue did not forget to abduct the 2 servants from the Phoenix clan who had been in charge of serving them. Initially, the 2 servants did not want to leave with them. However, they were moved by Leng Ruoxue's words. Will you have a good life if you stay here? The 2 servants of the Phoenix kind agreed. After offending the new housekeeper, they would definitely be taken advantage of to take revenge. In addition, the Phoenix King palace had been destroyed, so the king might even blame them for not reporting it. With so many things mixed together, if they didn't want to leave with Lord Lien Wu, they could only wait to be punished. Under the Phoenix King's rage, it was possible that he would lose his life. Although they were not strong, none of them were willing to die. Hence, a simple sentence from Leng Ruoxue was enough to lure the two of them away. After confirming that they had really left, the members of the Phoenix clan cheered in joy. Of course, Leng Ruoxue and the others were unaware of this. At this moment, they were strolling along the road. Ever since they had left the land of demons, Leng Ruoxue felt that she had gained a lot from this trip. Hence, on the way back, she was in a great mood and even pulled the demon and the rest along to tour the place. Her days were really carefree. Along the way, Feng Luo, who had never left the Phoenix territory, felt that everything he saw was new and interesting. When it came to playing, he was even crazier than Leng Ruoxue. However, Leng Ruoxue had a good impression of this little phoenix, so she indulged him. When Feng Xiu saw that his brother was so doted on by Lord Lianwu, he felt grateful but also uneasy. These days were the most relaxed and carefree days he had lived in hundreds of years. However, he didn't know what his future would be like, so he was very confused. On the way back, Feng Xiu remained silent. It was only when they arrived in Chuan City and found a place to stay that the kind Uncle Long had the opportunity to have a good chat with this little fellow. He pulled Feng Xiu to sit in the dining room of the inn. Uncle Long was silent at first. Feng Xiu saw that Uncle Long didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to speak first. After a long silence, Uncle Long sighed helplessly and said, "Little guy, did someone bully you?" "No, I didn't, T." Feng Xiu lowered his head and said in embarrassment. "Could it be that you can't bear to leave that old pervert, the Phoenix King?" Uncle Long guessed. Feng Xiu's face turned pale when he heard this. He quickly explained, "Uncle Long, you've misunderstood. How could I miss the Phoenix King? I don't want to have anything to do with her at all." "Then why do you look so depressed?" "Let me tell you. Little fellow, it's your fortune to be able to follow my family's girl, so don't think about anything else and just focus on following my family's girl," Uncle Long advised. I was chosen by God Lord Fog Ripple. I can't stay by Lord Lianwu's side." After hearing Uncle Long's words, Feng Xiu couldn't help but ask. If he could choose, he really wanted to only follow Lord Lianwu. He didn't want to use his body to please others. It was a huge insult to any man with a backbone. Previously, he had no choice but to feign civility with the Phoenix King for the sake of his family. However, when he thought about how he would still have to do the same in front of God Lord Fog Ripple in the future, his heart ached from the grievance. That was not the life he wanted, even if the other party was God Lord Fog Ripple. Hee. That's right. In the future, with God Lord Fog Ripple as your backer, your good days won't be far off. Uncle Long glanced at Feng Xiu and teased him on purpose. "Uncle Long, I'll be honest with you. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to become God Lord Fog Ripple's man." Feng Xiu hesitated for a moment and answered truthfully. "Then I won't," Uncle Long said with a smile. Feng Xiu couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. He muttered to himself in disbelief, "Can I? Is this something I can choose? What if I say yes?" Uncle Long said seriously. "Uncle Long, I don't understand." Feng Xiu was confused by Uncle Long's words. Ha. "Silly boy, do you really think we're from Rimice?" Uncle Long said with a smile. He found it quite interesting to see Feng Xiu's expression change from confusion to shock.